Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, hello. Welcome back to the elimination stage. Myself and Chatty B have been given a gift early this morning, live.
What time is it?
It's about 5 a.m.
Counter-Strike time.
Counter-Strike time is the...
Doesn't matter what the actual time is, it's Counter-Strike time.
Yeah, it is, and it's fragging time.
This is an entertaining match that we've been gifted today. It's the best match of the day, if you don't mind me saying. It's FaZe Clan taking on G2. These are two of the absolute most entertaining Counter-Strike teams in the world. And I'm not talking about G2's social media team. I'm talking about the explosive nature when these guys lock horns, the plays they go for, the stylistic nature of the players in the server, the way that Carrigan and Snacks are going to call and clash. It's going to be fun. But we also have Na'Vi versus Gamer Legion. Not as exciting unless Na'Vi loses, which they very well could do. They got embarrassed yesterday by Spirit. And Furia versus Pain, a domestic derby, which they haven't played this year, which is surprising, right? Furia have not played Pain in 2020.
I think that's really interesting, especially considering you've got a lot of the new gen talent in Pain meeting some of the legacy names such as Fallen in Furia. I think that's going to be very cool.
Queserado's getting on, isn't he?
Yeah,
he's really good.
He was the new gen.
Exactly.
So we're kind of 3 generations deep at this point, with Snow and that lot joining the ranks of Pain.
Apparently Snow has never played Fallen.
Yes.
That was on the front page of Reddit today.
Of him he took a picture with Fallen. And
where he's about 7 years old. Well, he is.
He is.
He is a child.
He is. But yeah, you can see the recap of like the Swiss bracket and where everyone is locked in, as the desk discussed. If you were watching the other stream, Vitality Mongols locked in, and they talked a little bit about that. But one of the key words I think that you've already brought up here, Chad, for the G2 FaZe matchup is firepower. There is just so much of it on the server with these two teams clash. Then you throw the layer of leadership in there. And I'm quite excited because, according to Hugo, Rops was kind of more active and going for plays in the game he watched and casted.
Yeah, well, they played Inferno against Mouse, right? That was the yesterday best-of-1 victory, which is great because that was a rivalry that was very one-sided for a while, and then it felt like Mouse was starting to shrug that. So it's great to see FaZe reignite it. And a lot of people have been down in the dumps on this roster on your screen right here. It feels like the trajectory for them is headed directly into the ground. But they're optimistic within the camp. Rops did an interview with HLTV saying, the last couple of months, the results, might not be what they're looking for, but in terms of the type of practice or, seeing progress from what they've been trying to add and address in their game is something else. Now, this is the first best-of-3 for both of these teams in the major cycle. Sorry, not the major cycle, because RMR's. The major itself. They've only played best-of-1 to this point. FaZe played Wildcard on Ancient, won, played Heroic on Ancient, lost, and then Mouse yesterday, as discussed. We just had a glimpse there of G2 on your screen. They started with a loss to Mongols, who we just covered off, have qualified at 3-0, making history yesterday. Big. That was a victory for G2 on Mirage, who Big were eliminated yesterday, and the 3D Max Ancient game, we got to cover that one off. And yeah, look, Jocko was shooting hard, but it was really G2 just kind of smothering them by the end of the day, as you can see the action on your screen here. One of the qualms, I guess, for G2 was looking for revenge against 3D Max, and they managed to get it. So they'll be very happy with that. This is the RMR results, I believe.
So, yeah.
Yeah, but this is an interesting series. They've played twice since Snacks has joined the roster. Obviously, Malbs as well. One was at the fall groups, one was at the fall finals. And what's interesting about the best-of-3s is they trade map picks. So, for example, at the fall groups, Ancient was picked by G2, but FaZe won it. And Nuke was picked by FaZe, and G2 won it. And then when they played at the fall finals, Dust 2 was picked by FaZe, G2 won it. Inferno was picked by G2, FaZe won it.
So how about FaZe pick Inferno and G2 pick Mirage?
Okay, well, Mirage was the third in both of those series, which they had to go the distance. Both of those series they played this year have gone the distance. Maybe that is why G2 have picked Mirage earlier on in the piece. It's like, well, we end up winning it in the third anyway. Let's try and just get this one done in 2.
But if they don't, Chad, we get a bare-knuckle brawl on an AIM Stars Paradise.
Yeah, it looks like a nice classic map pool, I would say. Inferno going to be... I want to say the slowest of the bunch, but, we mentioned firepower. It's more how the players actually play, right? Obviously, the firepower is very high, but they're not restrained, right? Like, players in these rosters are encouraged to make moves. That is essentially, right? If you look at FaZe's blueprint, Rain and Carrigan, their job on a lot of these maps, especially when we get to Mirage, you'll see it, is to make room for then the quote-unquote stars who haven't necessarily been playing that way to close out 3v3s, 3v2s, those type of rounds, allowing them to play. And the same thing could be said for G2. I know there's criticism around Snax and his in-game leading, but I think he has a really tough job because he has these talented players that essentially he wants to set up and put in positions, and it's easier for him if they have ideas, and he can say, yeah, do that. That's a great call. Monacy can go for that pick. Nico, you're feeling for it, and then call around them. It's worse when they're not feeling it, and then he has to come up with ideas on the fly, and, well, not on the fly, but call from more of a structured playbook, and that's not really the recipe for success when you're looking at teams that have players that shoot this hard.
See the odds up on screen. Would you give G2 that much of an edge in your own?
Well, based on the head-to-heads, right? Yeah. So if we just looked at the head-to-head, it's 2-0 in favor of G2.
Right.
But this is the thing with FaZe, and this is why when you come to a major, and it sounds cliche, but cliches are tropes because they're true, or however the saying goes, there's a reason that we never back down from looking at FaZe as a contender, and that is because they are here for the big games. This is what they get out of bed for. This is where they play their absolute best CS. As we are out the gates, G2 on the CT side, straight up Banana, it's just a rush, action.
Immediately hit the big red button to panic as Nico gets away. The flank comes through, and actually, is that a warning shot through the corner? So Snax still healthy, getting away. Decoy, or a flash rather. Nico has dealt with Rob, so now they're kind of trapped. There's a door locked on either side, so one of them's going to have to kick it open. As Carrigan's trying to do so.
Through the smoke.
Ooh, covered. Good one from Frozen. Nico running out of chances. Rain puts him down. Just Monacy and Snax. Snax last seen towards Banana. They're aware it was occupied, and Broke even tending to the potential here for Snax' walk-up, now spotted by Carrigan.
Also, they're giving it a look. Honestly, searching Banana. Snax, as you mentioned, they're well aware of his position. Should go down. Brokey will remove him. And if Brokey can have a good game, he's at the bottom of the scoreboard as far as stats are concerned for FaZe so far in their run. His biggest positive, and well, one that I'm sure helps his teammates get kills, especially on a map like Ancient, is his flashes. Go take a look at the stats on HLTV. He's one of the best flashers in the major at the moment. I think he's in the top 5, something along those lines. So still facilitating, but not fragging. That could change today. They need the AWP, the Latvian, as they go up against the last dance of Nico's G2.
Yeah. Those of you that perhaps haven't been keeping a finger on the pulse, it is confirmed that Nico will be departing this G2 roster, which has been, you know, quite a poetic building. Not only partnering with his cousin, but nurturing new talent. Monacy learning under the wings of Nico, who is Counter-Strike's most prolific and prominent rifler.
Yeah, now Monacy's in the conversation, one of the best players in the world, but aggression again. Okay. This time, straight down the guts on a force buy into the fight. They just want to bring it to them. Brokey with the double, make it triple.
That's Broke.
And that force buy is done.
Yeah, Snax manages to put Brokey down. Don't speak too soon, Chad, because not only with the scout, now a Nico headshot, and all it would take with Snax to get a headshot with the USP.
Sorry, what?
What's happened there? That's Robs with a MAC-10 against an exposed.
Oh!
Snax hits the scout 3! A third finds the head of Rain, and now walking into the Snax site. Snax might hit another one if you're not careful. Good warning shot! Every shot! Nico and Snax take 5 down with them! Just as we think it's easy street, Brokey, a 3K Galil spray to start. Snax' scout. How has that gone down like that? Great headshot from Carrigan.
This one is wild. So that's an SMG versus a USP.
15 bullets on the map.
And then Snax ready for Rain on the wrap. Another 1D from Nico. Bang!
Bro.
Well, the aim's on. That is huge. That's what we're talking about. The explosive Counter-Strike to kick us off. More of that. Yes, please.
What the hell have we just witnessed?
You awake yet? Carrigan already end of apps at a minute 30. Blindsiding 2!
What is that? Monacy responds in kind. Rops and Rain come down on mid-side. Bombs accelerating from the space Carrigan's just created. Burning in the Molotov is Frozen. The Brokey goes down, and now it's really all up to these two. Carrigan and Frozen, noted on sight. Carrigan's pushing smoke. No one's looking. Covered by Nico. Just in time. Oh my God, Frozen! What is going on? We talk about firepower, talked about excitement. G2 and FaZe, 3 rounds deep, and it's already a brawl. every round up for debate. Frozen's got 7 bullets. It's in his deagle. It's fully loaded. He's not walking into the corner correctly. Nico collects. G2 too, but what a way to keep the finger on the pulse from Carrigan. How has he got 2 there?
Yeah, wow. He was so early. Look at the timer. Minute 30 on the clock. Already end of apartment.
That's a gap in your CT start.
That is, yeah, mental. But Monacy, this time it's his turn for a triple on the rifle, and Nico back-to-back rounds being able to close them down. Now, you ask, when you do that much damage, do you force buy again if you're faced? Do you just keep the pressure on? Well, the answer as we leave spawn is no. They are just going to take an eco.
I think that's fair. You know, let's take a chill pill for a second.
You could justify it when you've killed 4 out of the 5 players, right? You know that the CT economy definitely isn't built, but your buy itself is going to be looking pretty goddamn mid. So there will just be Glocks and a P250. And this one will now simmer into the favor of G2. We won't be locking horns. Take a pause, take a moment of respite. Let's see if this game starts to unfold in a little bit more of a traditional fashion. What a patch of 3 rounds that was. Again in the apartments, this time with a deagle.
Yeah, I mean, we can see that they are acknowledging the potential for apartments, but instead it's brackets that is untended to. Hunter's just jiggling to defend and maintain that information safely. Missed shot from Carrigan. Very few chances for him to actually hit that shot.
Yeah, you're on high alert if you're the A defense because full banana control is under the remit of G2 still, so they're well aware that it's not B.
Okay, well, that's Monacy keeping track of long. Carrigan has slipped past, but Hunter's there to render aid should it be required. Even actually looks like they're going to cheat Melbs over with that MP9, just parking Nico. And there could be a multi-kill here on the cards for Hunter. The crowd anticipating blood. I see the first to cut down Carrigan. More advancing, just trying to find a little bit of power and strength in numbers, but one by one they fall in, run into the Monacy M4, farms and racks up 4.
Good start for Monacy, going to be necessary for him to be online, especially as G2 want to make it deeper and deeper into this major. Going to be a key component for their success, no doubt about that. All right, the guns are about to come out, and something we will acknowledge is these 2 teams are massive crowd favorites in China. G2 and FaZe, rock stars down there. Huge fan bases, so it's going to be getting rowdy on your Saturday morning. Limited U2 will force FaZe into a few curious options. Do we try and go pedal to the metal like we have been, or do we have to use this a little bit more sparingly? And such a passive stance highlighted here. Rob's all the way back. He's not searching for any holes or boiler control at all. That means he also can't hear anybody up close. And,
pushed through as they break the smoke. Melbs is MP9 worth 2. Brokey short. Oh my god, the spam. Nico is such a stubborn mule here on B. He has the support from Hunter. You can see that lining up supporting Util and has more. He wants to flash for the reaggress straight away. Straight away, they flash through, confirm that Purple is there. It's lovely deep incendiary from Hunter. Has to be respected. But immediately, G2 CT side, it's potent. Both in their shooting capacity, but also utility, rotations, everything it takes to have a strong CT start here.
Still 2 smokes to finish over towards this B side, but it will be a 2v3, so this is looking good for G2 to close. Nico with no util, same to be said for Hunter. Here comes the smoke, CT and Coffins. A molly in play for Rops. Oh, that's just a straight up spam.
Hunter, however, is still good for 1. Rops needs this cleanly. Oh, damage inflicted. Yeah, but they can get that bomb down.
Note the nade on Monacy.
Yeah, Brokey and Robs. Brokey especially susceptible to that HE. You can see Monacy considering his options with it.
Well, is it a clear? Is it to be thrown out deep? Because a replenish of a smoke towards CT, that's going to funnel you in towards Coffins.
Yeah, that's not going to be ideal. Suboptimal. Snacks joins Monacy on the either walk through smoke or join in ruins. Opts for the latter. Robs is going to confirm Banana's clear momentarily. Informs Brokey's decision-making. Low HP on this, but this crossfire is still going to be hard to break. They haven't thrown the nade towards Brokey, but an MP9 jumping around the corner is no easy fight, no easy feat. Oh, he needed that cleanly.
Jesus, Snacks.
Snacks is warm. Snacks is hot today. 3 kills on a scout, 2 kills, both instrumental in converting rounds.
Yeah, impactful rounds for the in-game leader of G2 so far.
2v2 retake on B.
Yeah, not easy, not easy. You walk it on eggshells if you're FaZe because of the HP, but G2, they're not to know exactly what they're working with. Will be a tactical timeout called by Neo. See him pacing there, the legend himself.
You've seen Rops's kind of box skates he's implemented?
Yeah, wants to get the elevation on the legs by the looks of things.
Yeah. In the absence of like desk height, he can change your foot height.
All right, well, Neo's usually good for a little suggestion in a moment like this as we get a recap of last round. Beautiful work there from Malbs with the double. It was the MP9s that got 4 kills within the round.
I presume that was a CT break of the smoke. I didn't actually see the trajectory that broke that smoke that Malbs was profiting from, but it could very well have been FaZe. They were starting to advance.
And something with FaZe, they went back to Europe in between, whereas a lot of the other teams stayed in China. I think they're looking at it as an advantage. They were able to practice against European teams to come up with a lot of pocket strats and executes. Rops had noted that in the interview, and we also noticed some different plays from them on Ancient with executes. But this is 3 straight up second middle, which tells of a direct finish. We're not completely force bought into this, but you've half bought with an idea and intention.
Okay, but this is a very interesting opening. It's rare you see 3 starting halls.
They have 3 HEs. I wonder if that's going to be used for Pit if they can get this brackets control, and Snax is currently over towards Bike. So as long as they can break into mid, which right now looks tough, it's locked down. Monacy one side, Hunter the other.
I see a chance. A break from the Hunter smoke will allow him to contribute. Incendiary from Hunter's side.
Here comes the nades.
Yeah, he could be in trouble. Pit side. Snax just hits a brunt of damage. Rops brings him down. Monacy falls. Frozen pushes long smoke. You want pocket strats, Chad? Here's one straight to the face of G2.
Well, that's played off absolutely perfectly for FaZe. From 0 to 100, looks like a default round. FaZe just explode out the boiler, and ooh, Frozen had a chance onto Nico.
Presumably a save from Malbs and Nico, looking at
yeah, it needs to be. Monacy has money to buy. Snax the same. And they'll be able to get something in the hands of Hunter. Don't you worry about that. So FaZe will grab their second, and that was after the pistol. So G2 took full control of the flow of this one. Oh, and with a 2v5, in case everybody's waking up a little bit late and missed all that action, go back, get on the YouTube, rewind when we find ourselves in a tactical, have a look at the explosive nature, the fireworks.
Brokey gets 3 with the Galil. You can assume this is just going to be a comfortable conversion. Snax and Nico change the dialogue. That's the one we saw from Rain's perspective. Same time, Frozen pushing onto Hunter with his position noted after throwing out that incendiary. So FaZe on the board, wrestling for control.
Monacy's into the AWP.
Okay.
Don't expect to see him go too crazy aggressive with it. Top mid lurk smoke dropped out from FaZe as part of their opening gambit. Vying for this banana control. Yep. Frozen pushed through the smoke.
Will he be rewarded for pursuing early contact? And yes, he will. Top banana is his. Nico can change that with his util set. Frozen respects the util. Had a chance there onto Malbs.
I like how early he's baited it out though, right? That was at 1:20 on the clock, so that'll subside by, well, about a minute.
Yeah, well-informed HE as well. They anticipate after the half-wall smoke, you're going to try and clear. You're going to take that fight. HE lands at Nico's doorstep. 35 damage inflicted.
And I think if you're FaZe, you're quite content with the amount of utility that you've already bled.
Yeah.
Right, they've got 2 smokes. There's an incendiary in play. Couple of flashes. Oh, Molly would be good. Forces Hunter out.
Rain's well drilled on this, and the flash isn't going to catch Monacy, but very quick and wide swing. Avoids the AWPer. Position of Monacy now noted.
This is a fake.
Oh, good flash. Rain will tuck. Nico, safe from the flash, is going to have to peek out the fountain. Malbs and Nico. It's a hard setup to break through.
Bomb maroon top banana. I don't know how you get into this round now, FaZe.
Yeah, you're going to pivot CT, but surely G2 have alerted the defenders to their possibility.
It is a 2v3, but they have to be so quick on this.
I like their pivot. Look at this. Malbs and Nico, they partner up Ruins and essentially say, you can have the bomb, but we'll take your head. Oh, damn. Rain hits Nico. Malbs, another. Wins his second kill. Can't deny that plant if he goes wide. Rain not considering it. Brokey low. Oh, so low.
This would be a crazy round to win. Look at their HP.
It'd be a crazy round to lose, and Brokey with 19 points of health is now thrust into a 1 versus 3. Rain unable to find a further contribution. There's no hope for Brokey.
The plan's okay.
They've done their investigations and everything's pointing towards him playing Ruins. m0NESY holds one side, Snacks the other, Diffuse faked. Now, oh, if he hits the one tap, could have got awkward.
Yeah, for sure. The fact that that was a fake there when you had so many bodies covering.
Counter-terrorists win.
Letting that clock soak down. And that'll be another round for G2. But this defense, there was no CT smoke. Right, I think they're hoping that it draws the fourth man, which is Malbs, who just stayed put. He just sat, feet planted over towards B. He was able to chime in with Nico. They're not able to isolate that defender at all.
Another important
Good
kill.
stoic nature there from G2.
Yeah, needed that one from Malbs, needed that one from Snacks. Round to 8, G2 5 on the CT side. And ooh, could have been another one for the m0NESY there. Just a uncrouched from Rain, a singular bullet from his Kalash, fired off towards middle. Carrigan trying to get through up early banana control, but Snacks has gone down.
That was in
early.
boiler.
Robs has taken that boiler fight. Look how early he's there. Not shy as Robs. Knows he has to step up in a more aggressive nature at times, and it has forced a reaction. This is what they were hoping for. Immediately, Robs vacates.
They have to play ahead of this.
They will. Flashes are ready. Nico getting walked on, spotted by Carrigan. He panics, throws the incendiary, needs to win the duel, does so. Flash to set himself up for the further swing.
Still on his own.
Needs help. Frozen's nade will finish the job. Opens up the site, opens up the round.
Can you risk the retake, G2? Go fishing. You've got the rotation point right now, but Rops is on the lurk. He's already through the arch. He might take this away.
Oh, they know. And now a headshot from Rops all the same. Double kill. Opens this round, closes it down, and then hunts them. Removes the weaponry, only m0NESY remains, and it's unlikely he keeps this. They're all coming for him. They want to remove that orb. They want to take it away from him. Brokey heading library side. Away from that bomb radius, perhaps m0NESY can punish one, but there's the punish back. Brokey removes the orb and doesn't choose to bring it through.
I don't blame him. T-side Inferno, it's not a necessary component, especially now you're going to be going up against likely the Eco or the Force.
Really big save, a really big punish, and stopping the save.
Yeah, Rob's huge round from him. So he was so preemptive on it. He wasn't just sitting on his haunches, staying very active. That's what you want to see. You know, back in the day when you had your get rights and your happies, the problem with those guys is they were so figured out to the point you knew exactly what they were doing every time. Oh, we've spotted him on the other side of the map. The team must be going A. Right? With Robs and lurkers in modern day, it's finding this balance. It's being, okay, are we an active lurk? How many contributions can we find? Sure, we're great at sensing the timings, but we're also great mechanically skilled players. And if we can find impact earlier in the round, we can win them. This is the perfect example.
Oh, what a perfect HE as well to finish the job that Carrigan started.
Robs gets the kill, forces Malbs to rotate, they isolate Nico, they trade him out, make sure there's no saves. And G2 just took their first tactical timeout, and it is going to be the Eco call, so that round is worth 2.
Whoa. What a game this is going to be.
This is the second Eco,
yeah.
Right? So FaZe took one, and G2 opted just to force them.
Testing them. Could have caught a good timing on the round in the corner, but there's the support. You can see the rifles ready for it. Happily collect all 5 kills. No casualties for FaZe Clan. And there's that second you were highlighting. Converted cleanly. This is FaZe Clan's map pick, and so G2 getting off to a flying start with that second round. Now it's time for FaZe to kind of return us to an equilibrium. Taking a look at Brokey as well, good to see him starting strong. Admittedly, some of those with the Galil, but a pistol as well. Important.
Yeah, but I think, Red, again, with this FaZe conversation, you can have a different player carrying every map. Sure. It's crazy.
Robs is lining up a very early from second mid-smoke. It's going to be landing and applying pressure to the A players. Instantaneously, there it lands. m0NESY forced to smoke out himself. That's one of their limited, 3 smokes remaining right at the start.
That's interesting, though, with a top mid-smoke. It makes you feel like A are under a lot of pressure, right? Because you're doing your 3 banana control right now, and you're getting this space. So they're worried about the pouncy nature of FaZe at this moment.
Hunter's already cheated over. They've got full banana control. It makes sense. It checks out. Flash out boiler. m0NESY blinded off from pit side. Nico even concerned that he might need to get over there. Feels like A is a m0NESY. 10 bullets after his initial spray. Tries to mantle up, finds a nice angle onto Rain. No trade available immediately. Carrigan kicks open the door, but Snacks is there. 2 kills from him. Brokey, what can you do? Not enough. Modesty there with a USP. Shut down. Quite a telegraphed approach from FaZe, and G2, they weren't kind of overthinking it. They arrive and they deal with it.
Yeah, the pathing here, you can see what they're opting for, trying to scale past the pit player, but Snacks again delivers a double. Highly criticized, but fantastic impact in this map so far. That's 6 guaranteed for G2 going into the halftime break, but FaZe still have enough money to get back into the buy. Another 3-2 start with the heavy leer towards Banana to vie for this control. Frozen wants to play for it, drops a defensive smoke ahead of the nades and Molly. They're still chipped down to 64. Look at it, they're going to double walk through this top mid smoke. Action everywhere right now.
Rock to walking through the smoke, but Modesty cleared it. Smoke broke, body drop, Frozen holding on, and Brokey, he has found mouths. Down goes Nico, that's the B setup. That's 2 dead on B. What's the reaction here? Anticipating a rotation. Hunter's already tucked himself on top of first orange.
Going to get Modesty searching long side. So other kills from Porch was rotated over. Him and Snacks are going to call brackets clear for now. Oh, they're going to walk into the stack.
Looking good for G2. Oh, spamming smoke connects as well, but there's Snacks as well. Makes sure G2 have the edge. Frozen late to the party. A nice attempt to walk through that short smoke, and Snacks will shut it down further. Impact on impact being felt from Snacks.
Yeah, 14 kills for Modesty, but 11 for Snacks, the next highest, not only on his team, but in the server. And you can see that G2, the conversation inside the camp is this is going to be a brawl. We're going to be playing a lot of heads-up Counter-Strike. They're going to try these gimmicks. They're going to try and be in our face. We need to be ready for it. So a lot of these smoke breaks are getting fired up. Winner of this one, locked in for the playoffs. Lose with one more chance tomorrow in the highest of pressure. Starting 4A, this is a change.
Well, look at Modesty. Modesty just tries to throw pace into the mix, and they're not ready for it.
Tough one for Rain,
aggressive CT setup. Yeah, Rain just has to swallow that bitter pill. Snacks plays in the smoke, just trying to catch and make sure they can't slip through long side.
Oh, Carrigan was considering the push.
G2 CT side has been very dynamic. Oh,
that shows you that like they're not just going into the standard holds, which means the comms and ideas are flowing very nicely, which is key, right? That's when you're at the highest level of Counter-Strike and your players know how to play. It's these intangibles that we can't see, right? The fact that their comms are really going to define a lot of how the flow of the game. They're coming in.
Double molly. Hunter on the boost. Blocks the heads. No one's ready. No one's looking. Oh my God! It's 3. Massacres FaZe Clan upon arrival to B. 8-4 on the half. Some of the crowd on their feet. They are entertained. G2. They work on the right side of the bed. Double kill, or rather double digits for Snacks, Nico, and Modesty after the first half.
And talking about the right side of the screen right there, you can see the G2 management getting hyped, getting out of their chair, bringing the full support. So just take a minute to catch our breath. So started and probably should have been pistol with conversion, which would have equaled a third for FaZe. But Snacks and Nico with a 2v5, a Scout and a Deagle, mental, are able to claw them into it and then go on a run of 4. So if you're FaZe, you're going to be kicking yourself. That feels like a round that you had to convert. And in hindsight, definitely so, because FaZe, sure, you've come to play today, but so have G2.
Nico and Modesty charging through the boiler molly just to take a head-on collision up against what they knew was likely a lighter buy. Rain just immediately has his round cut short. Really cool mix-up. I wonder if FaZe can match that. Coming into our second half, sides swapped. Let's see what the pistol has in store for us. Brokey throwing out that early mid-smoke.
Interesting to see an early mid-smoke on the pistol round from the CTs. That's not normal.
I wonder how Nico's handling that. Is he just going to jump spot over? Hey. Fire off a couple of bullets.
I feel like you have to respect it because it just speaks of aggression, right? It's like, okay, well, they're obscuring sight lines, but actually it's just buying a bit of time.
Frozen's the one to take a look. First contact found.
Oh, mate.
That's going to hurt. Long-range Glock headshot found by Nico. Can't turn the flash in time. Brokey overrun. G2, they are looking so well drilled in pursuit of playoffs. Carrigan tracks the head of Snacks nicely, but being overrun. Another one onto Monacy. Carrigan's USP cracking skulls. Rain's running out of bullets, but hits at a good one. Oh, one bullet shy, running at it with a knife. Nico, a $1,500 knife kill in pursuit of playoffs in Shanghai.
Need a Rob's clutch here.
Yeah, what have you got, Robs?
Bomb's not down yet, so he's got so much time to work with. We're still live within the round, don't you worry about that. Open. Robs thinks they may have rotated away.
Did you not hear that?
He didn't hear that, so...
Oh, he might over-rotate completely.
Yeah, this is looking like Robs has outplayed himself. Bomb goes down on B. Now the penny will drop for Robs. He's not going to hear the ticking of the bomb and rotates back up Banana.
Just that cut of noise. Quite inspired. It has completely rumbled Robs' timing. So now...
Well, now he has to W.
Yeah, he just has to go loud. He's got 10-second defuse ahead of him. Let's see if he can hit these shots. The Kovac cousins set up, ready for this one. Ooh, a little bit of info from Robs, hoping for an overextension. Nico doesn't give it to him. Now spots out both. Oh, clean. Hunter converts. Despite Carrigan's best efforts there, a lovely doubled in defensive B, but Brokey, Frozen, both just cut down empty-handed. Robs the same.
Yeah, tough for FaZe to get back into this map now.
Yeah, that felt like a compulsory pistol.
Yeah, and that was even with G2 missing utility. That flash, it bounced back and didn't actually land over the half wall. Nico, you don't see him going for knives very often, especially against former teammate Rain.
Honestly as well, and it's been interesting to see him kind of almost have a little bit of a wavering in confidence and form. Coming into this major, he's a valuable asset to the G2 roster, but it seems as though he's kind of gotten the sleep out of his eyes, and
it's probably the perfect time,
yeah.
right? Like in the sense that it didn't cost them anything.
Yeah.
They still qualified. He didn't have, well, he had one of his worst performances really, but they're still through. And then now it's like, okay, oh, hold up. I've got to bring that level. I've got to go and find that.
Well, Brokey likely to be cleared out. The flash to set him up was great, as is the damage. 1 HP on Snags. It's a full eco, basically.
Yeah, they're treating 10. It. I guess they could have been expecting a force out of FaZe, just with the way that they're approaching this. But all the way up mid, take a fight, win it. Now they're dropping back for what should just be quite a simple B execute. So much time on the clock, so there shouldn't be any dramas. FaZe are rotating over with a few of their numbers in time, but again, it is just the USPs. Rain has been able to infiltrate, sure, but he's chasing Ghost right now. It's kind of put him in the wrong place. Oh, Jesus, that could have gone horribly wrong there for Snacks.
Gets himself the kill with 1 HP. Still contributing despite all of that earlier damage from Brokey. And so the 10th kind of just putted in by G2.
Well, this is it. This next round will determine whether or not we have a competitive first map of play in the best of 3. Mirage up next.
Look at the discrepancies in opening kills. Was that opening deaths? Why is it opening D? Op D. Opening destruction.
There you go. Opening summon. FaZe feel very limited in this one. Just the nature of the economy, the way it flows. You don't win that pistol round, well, it's going to take you a while to build back in.
Oh, yeah, must win. Must win round for FaZe Clan.
And when you don't have all the HEs and harass utility to get banana control, you have to be on your haunches in the site.
Expecting the util.
Bit of a miss long smoke there, so Brokey will investigate, call things clear top mid, and
he's so blind. Frozen does go down after 1. Snacks and Modesty just charge through, seize control, and it looks like Snacks wants to accelerate. He's got the Mac-10, he goes in as a probe, tries to get answers for his boys. Smoke ruins, missed shot from Rain, he's gonna have run out of opportunities here. Brokey is smoked off. Pressure applied, extinguished towards the Druid side. Oh, Ray nearly finds two. Needed. Odyssey instant headshot. Punishes Brokey.
And Rob should really save. Country mile away, 11-4.
Whoa, this is a rough way to start off. Never mind a game for playoffs.
It all went wrong round 2.
It did. It really did. And since then, they haven't been able to get back on their feet. You know, it's been wobbly. G2 winning that round has kind of sealed the deal of FaZe's map pick. What was anticipated to be close and a brawl, but losing such a low percentage round.
Yeah, I like that has such a big flow-on effect, obviously, to the first half scoreline, but we still did get quite an action-packed set of rounds that were, you know, like the Rob spoiler kill into dealing with the rotation,
the HG stack,
making sure that exactly. So we've had definitely those moments. It just looking like a landslide. Things can really get away from you in MR12 as Neil will get on the mic for his second time out, and you may as well use them. Things are getting away from them, but as we discussed in our little preamble, these teams have played twice this year with these rosters, and in both of those outings, they've traded map picks.
Right.
So this is FaZe's choice. G2 looking to win. That's quite literally par for the course of what's happened in the previous 2 series they've played. However, in those previous 2 series, Mirage was the third and deciding map where G2 closed the series.
So FaZe going to have to buck that trend.
So yeah, I guess, hey, why wait to have it as our third map? Let's bring it in and win it and get the series done. Well, you have to buy if you're FaZe. You're so deep in the hole.
So it's going to be interesting to see how G2 approach this when you know that there likely are going to be some missing nades, missing rifles. Down banana. And respected completely. They'll let the potential for an MP9 running in their face go through. Let the CTs waste what little util they have.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. What's the rush? Frozen's been able to establish some territory, but it's temporary.
Whoa, you've already used 2 of your smokes down towards banana side. You've got 2 left. And it's still 70 seconds for this round for G2 to find the finish. Find the site.
So leaving Frozen over towards B as cheating back and forth between the sites is Carrigan.
Nico's a good candidate for hitting a jumping player like this. Ooh, doesn't do it. Frozen allowed to get away, trying to bait Carrigan. If he throws this smoke, okay, do they clear this?
They will.
They don't! Ooh, covered by Mount at least. The mind games in play. Carrigan hoping to be baited in by that smoke. Frozen spotted, and fortunately his teammates keep bailing him out there. Nico could have very well have been the first casualty. Brokey has rotated through, will tuck in, ready to take an early engagement. It does feel like a very cut and dry B finish here from G2. Through the incendiary, Snax slips CT.
Time.
19 seconds. Everyone else yet to cross. Smoke on ruins that Snax is going to push through. This is crazy. This is crazy play. Frozen, multi-kill. Snax as well. Still clears him out.
Bomb has to get planted, and now.
Honestly, he's punching in the code in time. Snax, what a play that is. Extinguishes Frozen after getting rather hot with 3. Honestly, that's the shot. That's the shot. Nails it onto Ross, and rain falls as well. Monacy converts the 12th. That was everything for FaZe Clan. A chance, a little glimmer of hope of clawing your way back into the CT side. A compromised buy, coming down closely after losing Carrigan empty. It's Frozen's multi-kill that keeps us interested just for a moment longer. Look at that third. What shot he hits. Good restraint from Monacy. Full focus you can see on the faces of G2. They're here for one thing and one thing only.
Yeah, good stuff from Snax, isn't it? He's had a really impactful map. Like, when we're talking about what FaZe lost, maybe it's more what G2 took from them. And Snax was the key component in that with a scout of all weapons.
In-game leaders and scouts, huh?
Yeah, it's got a bit of a silent to it.
Yeah, even you can't stop buying it.
Yeah, just the mobility, you know, you love it. Keep tearing around.
Well, hitting 3 kills and winning a 4 spy against FaZe for a spot in the playoffs of the Major probably also feels pretty damn good with the scout. So what, 3 M4s See how far they get with this one.
That's the thing. Both of these teams are aware of that fact that I pointed out about the trading of maps. So, like, FaZe, were you expecting them to pick Mirage, considering they beat you on it twice?
Probably.
Probably. So then how well prepared are you? G2, were you prepared for them to pick Inferno? Probably, because you lost it to Mongols. So how prepared are you for this map? Apparently very.
Pressure onto Banana is extreme. 2 Molotovs burned through. Ensures top Banana is under control and no info for the CTs.
Pivoting quite quickly as well as 3 players for FaZe on the B site, and now, guess what? G2 are coming up the guts and middle.
Wow, this is time sensitive. And they go short side, which is, that's a nasty one for Robs to face. Rain, hoping to be overlooked, hoping for the multi-kill train is imminent, just like that.
Game
comfortable
over
from Snags, collects, and yeah, it does feel like this one is the end of a rather quick G2 win on FaZe's map pick. Individuals one by one. Nico does go down after finding another onto Carrigan.
It's like you're holding onto a ledge, but the inevitable is you're going to fall right now, FaZe.
Yeah, it seems that their fate is sealed here on Inferno. You'll do everything you can, everything in your power. The smoke is faded. There's an opportunity, but same for Snags. Another kill for the Polish IGL. Time needs to be, not enough. 13 in the bag. Inferno, a quick day in the office for G2 to start on the right foot. 1 map away from those playoffs.
Yeah, good stuff. And this is what you want to see. You want to see if Nico, alongside of this G2 roster, especially m0NESY, right? I think when you talk about the player, can have a real crack at winning the major. They can, right? This is a team that they're definitely hit and miss, right? You sometimes get a really quality looking team and other times you're like, oh, okay, well, this is the G2 we're getting today. But the G2 that we got in the server on your Saturday morning is one that is ready to play. Everybody throwing punches, hitting some big shots, and you made light work of them. You won the key rounds, and you're able just to snowball that momentum. There wasn't any real tense, tough, clutch situations. It was a pretty cut and dry affair. So a really good start for G2. FaZe need to go and find themselves. I think the victory against MOUZ yesterday is a nice win, definitely a confidence-building win, but you need to get the job done. If you want to get through today, right, they'll have another opportunity, either of these teams, tomorrow in the 2-2 matchups for the Swiss. We also have 3D Max taking on MOUZ right now on the well, no, that's the main stream.
Yeah.
On the alternate stream, I guess we'll call it, with Harry and Hugo casting that action. We got Dust, Maui, and Sam on the desk to break that one down. Like, this is the thing. I'm having a hard time. There's 2 factors. One, I think there was a lot of really good reads on the CT side from G2, right, once the rifles got going. But the half should have probably resembled more of a 6-6 or a 7-5.
Sure.
Right, and then there would have been more of a buffer for FaZe to work with. Whether or not they could have been able to bounce deeper into the game than what the scoreline resembles here of a 13-4, I'm not sure, but they didn't give themselves that opportunity, or that opportunity was taken away. I think if we look at some of the shots that were being hit, didn't feel like too many players from FaZe were necessarily missing. Like Carrigan had that Tech-9 moment. Frozen had some moments with the dig. I guess this will help. Rops not really being able to get activated in the game, but he had an impact round that he won on his own. Well, I guess when you only get 4, that doesn't really matter, does it?
I'll tell you what I think this is. This is a perfect example as well of the importance of not losing those swing rounds
exactly.
in MR12. You know, you just building on that point in the fact that, FaZe, there were rounds where they didn't necessarily have a chance because G2 could call these fruity rounds. Okay, we're going to double push apps. Okay, we're going to take fight with second mid. They've only got Tech-9s. We know we can take that safely unless there's a Deagle happening to sit and hold bedroom from bridge.
And even still, right, like that's stuff that I think the calling was really good. I think the way that they approached that from G2 was great. So now we turn to their map choice in Mirage, and we're going to find out if things continue to flow as they have for the 2 times these teams have faced this year. Will they trade map picks again? Will FaZe take Mirage and push us to the 3rd and decider at Dust 2? Well, we'll find out. We'll go to a break. We'll be right back, and we'll get stuck into that action.
Let's go.
Don't go anywhere.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men going crazy. I gotta
play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Perfect World Shanghai Major, and one of these two teams could be, or will be, but could be locking it in right here and now into our second map of this series, G2 and FaZe. It is a star-studded clash in this best of three. The teams stand at 2 wins, 1 loss, so the loser absolutely not out. One last chance tomorrow. And Chad, I'm going to see if I can regurgitate everything I've learned from you about this matchup coming into Mirage.
All right.
I have learned that typically, they take each other's map picks, so
yes.
G2 taking FaZe's map pick, maybe not so surprising. Mirage, G2's pick is what they've beaten FaZe on in the last 2 times they've faced, and G2 likely have the edge coming into them this series with the historic victory, getting the better of FaZe in the last 2 best of 3s.
Yes, and Mirage traditionally is the 3rd and deciding map of the series.
Right, okay, so it's showing up here.
Yes, now G2 played it already. They played it against Big yesterday, and they won it 13-5. Okay. It was quite a convincing victory, so not yesterday, the day before. Yesterday we had best of 3s. It was the day before. Don't even worry about that. But I feel the start of that last map baited me, maybe the viewers as well, into thinking that was going to be much more of an explosive, competitive game of Counter-Strike, ending up being 13-4, and going into this, it's kind of put a dampener on the series. Yeah, sure, they do trade each other's map picks, but it's going to be completely on FaZe now to be able to continue that narrative. And the question does become, and I suppose this is for anybody who watched map number 1, do we think that FaZe has enough to do so? If they went back to Europe, which they did, to boot camp for a short period of time and come up with some new stuff, well, we are yet to see them play Mirage in their major run, and this would be the time to see some of those executes. However, they will be starting on the CT side. So we need to see, doesn't have to be the pistol, but come first gun, we need to see something strong out of FaZe, because they had a few rounds there within the first half of play on Inferno, sure, but if you want to see this one go the distance and you want to see FaZe Clan putting up a fight to put themselves in the arena, it all begins here. That's Captain Obvious with his cape back on early in the morning for everybody. But yeah, it does feel like a bit of oxygen's kind of been sucked out of the room with how dominant G2 were. But that's a great sign for G2. They're one of the trophy contenders. They're in one of the top 3 positions for this event, alongside of the likes of Vitality and Na'Vi, who are playing later today for Elimination/Survival.
And the playoffs, you know, if it's just another step in this last dance for G2 with Nico. Still no major in his cabinet. And the last chance to do it with his cousin Hunter, as they do see Carrigan open up the account for FaZe Clan, removing Monacy's Big. Rain an opportunity to return fire onto Malbs, does so, avenges Carrigan. Rob's not looking, not ready, distracted by that connector occupation, and Nico will punish that P250. Brokey going to be overlooked here. Needs to be clean, gets just the one. Nice tap back, Nico's P250 strikes twice. Now Frozen, that sound cue will be heard.
Same 2 in a 1v2 on the pistol round.
Bomb has been planted.
Nico and Hunter again, this time against Frozen, was Rop's last time round.
As Frozen supposed to kick in the door here, Nico was just holding that angle. As he turns to clear out Hunter, they're playing it very well, very passive, knowing that the time is their ally in this pistol conversion. And Frozen, he has no idea. Absolutely not the foggiest as to where they're going to be positioned. And yeah, spotted out, eliminated, double headshot, long range with the Glock. Double kill each for the Kovac cousins.
All right, well, that was one of the conditions to get things underway gone. Let's see when we get to the rifles, or will there be a FaZe force? That's the question. It will be the FaZe force, but well handled there from Nico and Hunter, and a good reason to continue to celebrate. Yeah, it felt like Brokey should have done better there, but probably feeling like he was under a lot of pressure.
I think he's just knowing Nico's Palace, he knows he has to be quick with that, and ends up getting a bit flustered. Second round force bite, we will get to see this. Now, G2 converting it, we discussed that it was the momentum shifter round 2 on Inferno. Can FaZe respond in kind? You've got MP9s and Desert Eagles in the mix.
A bit of a difference though, G2 ran down the guts of mid.
This has a much more spread out flavor.
Yeah, and that's the problem. If G2 approach this round as they should, using their weapon and utility advantage, they should be able to peel this one apart. Nade, not to the underpass, but top middle, and nobody home. So a bad read of the situation there as Brokey put on notice, spammed on down to 25 points of health. It is going to be an A split, so they've garnered this mid control. They're going to park Snacks up in the window to our A ramp with the bomb. Nico through the palace, and, well, FaZe likely going to be saving.
That's if Snacks lets him. And lets them with the Mac 10 on him in the window position. Robs. Oh, wow.
Great from Malbs.
Yeah, from Malbs. He crouches in, uncrouches just the tip of his head for a moment, crosshairs bang on, and just takes the head off of Robs.
Yeah, so no point risking this now, FaZe. You understood that you gambled incorrectly. There's smoke in the sky there, but that does not cost them anything. Bomb will go down. Round essentially secure, and, well, FaZe are looking for a secure passage out of dodge. Everybody up through B apps. We'll try again in the next round to play, but they need a fire starter. So next round they'll have the double dip on these upgrades. Then we'll see the rifles coming out in the following.
Malbs was suffering with some illness. Took to Twitter. Yeah, aren't we all? But, you know, it's going to be very impressive to be able to overcome that and secure yourself a spot in the major when it is, you know, such a huge responsibility. You've got such expectations on you as a star player like Malbs.
That's his first major as well.
First major. Yeah, and you know how much it means to your teammates. You know, we talked about the legacy that Nico's in pursuit of. And, yeah, you just kind of sitting there not feeling your best, feeling like, okay, I still have to deliver. I still have to be up to par. Sure, you're sitting down playing video games, but you're still doing it with a whole lot of additional outside pressure. Maybe inside in his sinuses as well. I don't know.
Yeah, well, it depends on the illness, but so far, so good. No issues in that one. We'll have a look at the double dip now. Window smoke. Snacks is going to throw... Oh.
Is he?
No, it looks like he alt-tabbed.
Did, yeah.
That's okay.
A little late window smoke. That's all good.
And he didn't immediately call a tech. Actually went,
he's chill.
Yeah, with CS2 this will happen.
Yeah, 1 second, guys. Just got to get back into game.
Just alt-tab him back in. All right, there you go.
Well, this double dip then, Chad. Let's see if Rops can perhaps draw early blood. You can see that Nico is anticipating some hijinks around that palace smoke.
You just what? You gamble again? You go, all right, let's primarily stack a site, see if we can read the flow of things. Right now, it was heavier towards A, but making it look like a very similar round, RG2. 2 players up through the underpass. 2 going to be A ramp and 1 through Palace. It's the exact same round.
Exactly.
Who would have thought that G2 like repeat calls? Not me.
Close your eyes, Mel. If it works, ooh, it works. Okay, Robs. He is going to try his hand at some aggression. Nico is convinced this is coming. And Malbs will clear it. Clears out Robs. No need for the bullets follow-up. Karrigan and Brokey make it interesting, though. They have connected shots. 3 players coming out now into the A side. Karrigan onto Nico. Hunter responds. 2v2 time is of the essence here. Frozen, the only one with health. Going to boost upstairs. I like this idea. Rain, not ready for this. He was, though. Damage inflicted onto Monacy. Softened up. Now Frozen has to really play a patient game here. They're going to cut noise. They clearly don't have an idea as to where he's positioned. So Frozen's got a good shot at winning a clutch and injecting a little bit of hope into the FaZe Clan ranks. Does he swing off of that? It's his time. Pumped up. He's to hit the instant headshot. Great cover. Monacy so vulnerable. It had to be Hunter, and he delivers.
Good work from the bodyguard there. You bang on with that one. He doesn't hit that kill. Monacy's a freebie, and FaZe still went away early, but that was just the double dip of the save from round number 2.
Felt like that was an opportunity, though.
They made it a lot more costly, and that's a key sign now as we turn into rifle round numero uno. AWP for Brokey immediately, but guess what? Not just Brokey. Karrigan, the secondary AWP
we got
on the first gun round. So that's really only facilitated by his MP9 kills right
there. But so early, I don't know if G2 are going to be expecting this. Now, it doesn't look like it's going to cost them anything initially. They're not going to run into it on B. This is an interesting and much more direct call. We're rolling back the years here.
Contact
ramp into Brokey's AWP. Oh, he hasn't hit it between the wickets. Second is good, though. Removes Malbs. Robs onto Hunter. Now, the AWP has fallen. Hunter brings down Brokey. Robs' position noted, but they are kicking up a good fuss here. Aggressive, Monacy. Trade from Robs is good. Bomb delivered to him.
Keep your eyes on number 2. That's... Oh.
Was Snacks. Yeah, searching. Karrigan's AWP now revealed. Nico in a 1 versus 3 situation with the bomb under enemy control.
Not putting anything past this man right now. He's on a mission.
He's determined. And by cutting noise, it will sow seeds of doubt. Gaps start to open up. You start considering he could have gotten to here. He could have gotten to there. And so by just pausing for a moment.
Carrigan's got the AWP posted from Cat into sight. So this is what should be the final kill of the round.
Yeah. Should. Nico is actually going to go up and over. Trying to find that
will be heard.
Yeah, Frozen relays that information. Doesn't need to peek just yet. Waits for confirmation from Robs. The bomb is gone. And now Frozen swings. Headshot found!
He's got to the side.
Nico, step one complete. Bomb and a frag. Fakes it out. Worried about CT. Understandably so, but time is of the essence here. Nade's going to do a lot of damage. 40 HP to work with in this 1v3 now 2. Rob's closing the gap. Carrigan providing the covering fire on this swing. Nico needs precision on this next engagement. Spots out, baits out the shot. Anticipating Rob's close as well. Oh, Rob's gets it. Not a single second transpires that I don't think Nico's got a shot at that. Rob's important from him. That's his first 3 kills here on Mirage, and it leads to FaZe's first on the CT side in a must-win map.
Yeah, and the key there is making sure they retain this double AWP. So Robs and Carrigan grabbing one of those after what did become a dicey situation. Bomb was lost. The fact that Nico gets a kill and a plant out of that, very well done.
Oh, crosshair in the right place.
That bomb going down just helps facilitate this full buy. Mag 10 for Malb, sure. Looks like we just see standard mid util, window and cat, but they're going from A to B. Polar shift. They're going to try and punish. Oh, actually, they've changed hands of the AWP. So Robs is using it and Brokey. Last round it was Carrigan and Brokey.
Got a lot to do. Perhaps they're expecting they could punish the AWP on B. Little do they know.
If he makes it to market, he can actually stall this out, Robs. Here they come.
Hit some shots and does so. Brings down Malbs. There's 3 players here to receive them. G2, their game plan's been sussed out early. Robs, ooh, takes a heavy lick through the ball. They're into the site, though. Around this smoke, Snags gets a nice, powerful position to disrupt. Robs does go down to the flame. Frozen revealed. Oh, this could be brutal. This could be brutal. Double Snags takes control of the site, takes control of the round. Rain, late arrival. Brokey from that market window does catch a nice angle around that smoke.
Bomb not down yet.
Yeah, brings down Snags, and now Rain arrives. Nico and m0NESY checking out the possibilities.
Oh.
What a shot that is from m0NESY. Just Brokey. Hits the flick. m0NESY swings into his angle. Good awareness from him. Ready for both swings, both eventualities. Multi-kill from Robs in the previous to secure the clutch. Now it's Brokey. 1 bullet, 1 target. Nico active on the angle. Ready to swing into Brokey as he transitions. It's perfect from Nico. Clean headshot. AWP recovered. Round denied.
Yeah, all right. The Snacks impact again. Can't stop saying it. His first 2 kills, but both of them short, securing the round, and FaZe immediately hit that big red button. Things, as mentioned from map number 1, it felt like we're out of control. It's up to them to change that dialogue, and so far that's not the case.
For Carrigan and for FaZe, you're going to feel pretty hard done by there. Heavy investment, 3 bodies on the site. You've got a good read of the situation. Robs gets the opening kill onto Malbs, and still the round falls through your fingers.
Yeah, that short smoke, it really was quite a nuisance, right? They were limited to try and get back in. They didn't want to just rush and force the issue, and Snacks playing behind it, the difference maker. Coming down to the 2v2, but Rain up short gets sat on his ass by m0NESY. I'm sure we'll catch that in the replay. But it's this right here. That's the change. This is good from Brokey, like he's being an absolute nuisance. This one.
That's sharp.
m0NESY onto Rain, and then the 1v1. Nico somehow finding the perfect timing for that peak.
Could not have been better, right? Brokey held, he held. Just as he starts to maneuver forward, Nico swings into the action. Far from ideal now for FaZe. Desert Eagles, 5-7s. P9 for Frozen. Okay, nice flash push. Doesn't work out for Robs. Nico ready to receive every single shooter on. Oh, wow. Malbs gets them both quickly. Aggressive up short, clean with a Galil. He loves that gun. Puts it to very good use there. Just completely denies any kind of aggressive threats towards middle. It felt like G2 were anticipating some sort of a offensive defense. The rifles will come back out, Chad, and I can't help but feel it has to change the dialogue now if there's a conversation to be had.
I'm sitting here just watching this unfold, and the only thing I'm taking away from this is G2 are in fighting form.
Yeah.
And that's great to see, especially with the little slip-up. I don't even call it a slip-up. I think when you look at them taking on Mongols in the opening round, that was always a winnable game for the Mongols.
Yeah, BO1 environment, team that can shoot just as hard.
Oh, tagged him up. They're on their way in.
Lane's already on notice. This is just keeping it dynamic. This time the A site under scrutiny immediately. FaZe forced to respond, forced to respect it. Nades again chipping away. Rain and Brokey worse for wear. Another good HE. Oh, God!
In the pocket.
There's nothing for you here. I mean, half of your teammates are low on health. Now Hunter wants to take a fight. He's got a good read of the situation. Carrigan draws first blood. Carrigan draws double. Hunter pulls us back in. Brokey fighting CT. Good headshot from Nico. Catches Robs jumping up, and actually Brokey just tucked in behind Triple in the smoke. They're going to surely be anticipating someone in that smoke.
Oh, noisy!
Hunter, he'll collect it. Nico and Hunter, an ace between them.
Damn, that was a brawl. Snacks went down while trying to plant there, and then the chaos kicked off. Fights here, there, and everywhere. Great poise from Nico from Palace to tap that one in. Didn't spam, just and down goes Rops as, well, this lead, 5 rounds now. G2 making a strong case.
Yeah, this was always the goal. Hunter signing a contract, his first professional contract. It was all in pursuit of playing with his family member and helping him achieve glory. Now, side by side, looking to secure the playoffs. Carrigan does actually open up for FaZe. A nice one and done, but now frozen already. So much scrutiny so early. G2, they've got such conviction in their play. That's a nice timing. Just as Hunter thought it was clear, but Nico trades. Takes control, site is theirs.
Yeah, still playing color by number Counter-Strike though, G2. Carrigan, the B defender, goes down middle. All right, well, Frozen could be here. He could be somewhere, but let's take the liberty, take the information given to us and try and lock this one down. 3v3, all the advantages in the world for G2. Flank, the question. Rops on his way.
You really need Brokey and Rain to kind of draw attention here. A kill would be huge, so Rops can go undetected. As it stands, not being considered. You can see Nico just a passing glance at the possibility. Rain using that smoke, but m0NESY, he connects. Rops, you need to arrive sooner rather than later. And he has found Nico. Position noted. m0NESY's as well, but now exposed to Malbs from short side. m0NESY, easy collection for G2. They're just taking it in turns to get that multi-kill, find that impact. In the absence of Hunter doing anything, it's m0NESY that steps up. Malbs as well. It feels like it's very hard for FaZe right now to get a kill that isn't traded.
Yes. Which is, again, speaking to how well things are flowing in that G2 camp. You took a look at the first map, there was a lot of diversity in the playbook, there was a lot of aggression, a lot of ideas, and that means that the comps have got to be at an all-time high. So the G2 confidence at the moment is flowing, and I don't think FaZe can put a stop to this. Already more than they should be worth on the T-half of Mirage, 7 rounds, and it feels like there's plenty more where that came from. Headline fixture with the namesake, but right now G2 showing that maybe that was a little bit silly of a consideration. FaZe aren't here to play right now.
Oh, there you go. There's some util damage back, and Robs finds the head of Malbs on the spam. Sprays the smoke, finds that open for our 9th round of play. Takes down the Guatemalan. Working up short side, more mid-centric here from G2. In fact, the entire squad finds themselves in this portion of the map.
FaZe have stacked 3 towards B.
If you're going to re-clear, they could clash head on. A boost from Nico. Frozen completely unprepared for that. How is Snacks won it out as well? With a point of health to spare.
The bomb loose.
And Brokey brings down m0NESY. That does make things awkward for G2. You were just accelerating into the B side. Carrigan could go overlooked here. Snacks going to be finished off nicely by Carrigan.
Tough to get the bomb back.
Hunter's working on it. Oh, Carrigan. Timing caught here by Nico. Closing the gap. Trying to claw them back in. Good fight. Moves to Carrigan, but there's Brokey's AWP again. Good for the double kill. Nico, surely a dead man to Rain's position. FaZe on the board again. That's just their 2nd round.
You see, though, the little move from Frozen and Robs, and obviously modern-day CS staying extremely active on the CT side is part and parcel, but they're in transition, and they get caught by the G2 timing. Here it is again. G2 are searching for this, and FaZe, their crosshairs aren't planted. They're working into angles. That's where the downside of staying on the move.
It's a big round from Brokey. You know, that kill on the bomb carrier.
He's had a couple.
As you highlighted, is important, and now he looks like he's trying to be a bit of a playmaker himself. Does have to brave the flames in order to reposition. Responsible for that con side. Now looks like Snax is calling a 4-1.
And another good read / gamble from FaZe. There's 4 players tending to A right now. 2 over towards connector. Rain on the site. Frozen tucked in under the balcony. On the balcony.
Oh, Nico has his go. Tries to.
There you go, though. You know that Frozen's on A. So, unfortunately for G2, they don't have anybody over towards B to punish immediately, but they are trying to get over there quickly. So 2 mid smokes to keep at least a couple of these rotating players planted. Brokey getting a move on. He'll be able to just post up in this position. There is 1 smoke. I'm not sure if Snax is going to use it for the window. Not worried about that at all. They're just going to try and waterfall out with flashes.
They're just trying to catch this timing. It's up to Brokey Zorb first. Second guessing himself, falls off the line just in time. Arrives. Now the bomb spotted, but he can't finish his meal. Carrigan doesn't kill Hunter. Brokey in so much trouble now, and Hunter puts him to bed.
Can't lose this one.
Feels like they might do. Marcy in the apartments has Rain's cross on lock. Rob's still worried about a mid lurk. But G2, this is so direct. A nice smoke from Rain will obscure the crosses out. Look at the damage, though. Snax and Hunter, they're working with just scraps of HP. It will have to be Monacy. Nade, actually more damage. Hunter 3. Kit on Robs. Needs to close that gap. There's very little time here. Very little time. Rain down. Frozen needs to get another quickly. Snax just playing to live. They have to hit this shot of the AWP. They can't do it. G2 steal that one away. Despite Frozen's opening, the pivot is immediate. Everyone's together, and they pop and punish.
Yeah, well, it's unfortunate that Frozen had to fire back. I know that seems crazy, but the fact that the Cat player gives up, hey, I'm on A, committed, it helps them piece together the setup that they are potentially waltzing into. Brokey rotates in time. Carrigan not finishing that kill actually really comes back to haunt them. And the best that you can get now, FaZe, is 4 rounds before the minute halftime break. It will take another tactical timeout just to try and will that into existence, but that would have been the first time in this game they could have posted consecutive. So yeah, okay, but immediately, there you go.
And that one, that's the Carrigan death that will haunt him, that 4 HP on Hunter. And he ends up getting not only Carrigan, but Brokey too. Despite Frozen's best efforts, Snax with his low HP gets himself another, just by living, just by existing. He manages to get himself another kill. Look at this FaZe Clan scoreline, man. This was anticipated to be somewhat of a back and forth affair, and Inferno's first 2 rounds felt like we were going to get that all game long, but G2, yeah, I mean, they are very poised right now.
Yeah, and that's why I think the conversation needs to shift a little bit. Right, obviously, we're looking now towards the playoffs. That's what this is all about. G2 joining the likes of Vitality, who've been very strong, and Mongols, who yesterday against Heroic, that Anubis game, well, that got me fired the hell up, I'll tell you that much. There's something to work with, another opener, but it's more about the closers. Can FaZe piece this together? Sure. But G2, if they can have this type of form, then it's very exciting for how deep they can go at this event.
Nice, wow, nice find.
Okay, a 2-man advantage with Malbs on a Mac 10.
Yeah, but Malbs is out and about. They have ramp, but Malbs is jungle with Hunter as well.
Monacy's been hitting some steady shots too, so tough for FaZe.
This is the crossfire Brokey, just a deagle. Rain with the AK off of Nico's corpse, does well to find Hunter.
1v5.
Robs has done it again. Takes down Malbs. Double kill. Rain finishes the deal. Finds himself a pair of frags. Okay, that's something to work with. And just as felt like hope was perhaps being lost for FaZe, we are reminded that FaZe fans, they know that they like to do it the hard way.
True. This is the ultra hard way.
I would agree.
So, and fortunately for them, with this round victory, they have actually broken the bank balance of G2. Very, very late, of course, and G2 have to force fight. But you'll see right now what G2 are rocking. Just one AK, that's Hunter without head armor. Pistols for the rest, and they're gonna go knock on the door of B once more.
You know the head armor is probably not that relevant given Frozen's the only one with the A4. AKs for the rest of them. Carrigan, tested. Flash, good. Cover, brilliant. Hunter still manages to win out that duel.
He's been a bodyguard this game.
He's defended Nico time after time.
Modesty as well in that.
Yes, in the bomb on A. In the 1v2. Okay, they are returning to this B bomb site. Hunter, warpath from him. Triple kill. Securing a 9th for G2. He might even leave with 4. Takes down another.
Give him the ace.
Why not?
At least let him have it.
Let him have it. Mount might steal it. It's going to be Nico to finish. But what a haul this is.
Even when their money's broken, FaZe can't get the round on the board. G2 in fine form. And Hunter reminding us why he's one of those big game players. Get the moniker attached to names like him, Rain. They get it done when the stakes are at the highest, the spotlight's on them. I think for FaZe right now, I'm not sure if you're believing in this one. We've seen them have some epic comebacks in the past. This one feels beyond their reach. G2 are just throwing blow after blow. They are looking good.
I think that's the main reason I have a trouble finding hope for FaZe. Typically, you know, they are grinders and they find their way to get back into these games. But it's not FaZe that I'm looking at, it's G2.
Exactly right. And it's not just run around, ape-style Counter-Strike, right? There's always an idea.
Look how
playing up
focused they are.
each other really well.
It's not like pop-offs. It's not like cheering, standing up. These guys, it's just like, okay, we have an objective, we have a task. We're professionals. Let's go to work.
The only one that might be, you know, getting the jitters or ahead of themselves would be Malbs, but if everybody else around you is calm, right? Taz, the coach, major winner, alongside of Snacks, the in-game leader. Hunter, Nico, they've been in finals before. Modesty lifting Cologne, Katowice. They know what it means to lift big trophies, and they've even won trophies with this roster.
Yeah. When Snacks won his major, Modesty was 9.
Well, I don't think Modesty would have even been watching that one.
You'd be watching Baby Shark. At 9, maybe not.
I don't know, maybe.
I don't know.
Could have been a late bloomer.
Yeah. Miss Rachel, perhaps. Important pistol for FaZe, as it's my turn to put it's an obvious
Or the beginning of the end
yes.
of this series.
Tell you what, why don't every round from now on we say it's an important one for FaZe?
Okay, okay.
Because it is, believe it or not. Util starts to sail out. Here comes the commit to receive them. A 3-man hold. Nico tucked off of the flash. Mal's providing some overwatch. And Nico's actually drawn first blood there. Traded out by Brokey. Oh, Modesty gets active. Frozen keeps him honest. Takes him down after the 1. Hunter trying to catch them on the break of the smoke, but Carrigan bides his time, crosses safely. Mal's the next test. And late click. Removes the head. Hunter another. Frozen's a dead man walking. He's got one more chance, one more bullet. Snacks brings him down. And a team ace from G2.
Yeah, just with the trading, you're looking at it, after the first 2 kills, you go, well, if it continues like this, G2 come out on top of the round. Nico, not even flashed at all. Game's lying to us. Traded back, sure, but then Modesty activates. Frozen finds that. Malbs grabs 1. And that's where Hunter activates and puts Frozen in a 1-on-3 situation. Bomb gets planted, sure, but they just swarm him.
It's far from a full buy, but it's a buy nonetheless.
What are we talking about? 3 out of 4 pistols for G2, and the pistol round that they lost, they won the force buy in a 2v5 number disadvantage with a scout and an eagle.
That is exactly what happened. It sounds ridiculous,
it does.
but that is what happened.
Yeah, they baited us in, man. The first 3 rounds of the last map, it's like, this one's gonna be huge.
Yeah.
Get your popcorn.
I couldn't believe the way that first map started, and then G2, maybe they could. Maybe that's exactly what they were ready for. Just knowing that they are going to be the better team today individually.
Arrogant, you're going to die, mate. You're trying to line up a smoke
really
and you are dead.
Just gets worse for them.
Hey guys, nothing worked today. Should we try again
You
tomorrow?
could argue that that's actually that's how FaZe Clan are always going to qualify for the playoffs, is in a 2-2 barn burner.
Yeah.
You know, today it would be a bit too easy.
Exactly. You're right. It would be too soon. They have to wait to Sunday,
Yes,
right? And
yes.
that's when everybody does their assignments. The last minute scramble.
Yeah, exactly. They need that pressure of a deadline. Well, Snacks has been spotted, so Broki's been informed that Apartments is occupied, so with the bomb on his back, he's not...
Snacks is
What
masterful.
the hell?
Look at him go.
Broki unprepared for that. I thought he was spotted. Rain at least brings him down. Nice shot from Robs. Hunter, though, he's a problem.
Just slides in.
Brutal to watch.
20
Rain
seconds.
POV, Hunter another.
Hey, Robs, the bomb's down B apartment, mate. We know that you're on A. Come on.
He can't make it.
Your little legs can't bring you that
There's
far.
no way he's making this. Hunter just walks into the site, says, oh, you're trying, are you? So am I. 17 kills from Hunter, a lovely double. Watching that from the FaZe POV, you see how little time they have to react. He's just on it today.
17 kills for Hunter. Carry performance, not even necessary, but putting on a show.
What a nasty way for that to start for Carrigan as well. It's like, oh, I'm not being respected. There is zero respect being given.
He's just running me.
Yeah, guys, they think they're better than this.
And right now, they are.
Yeah.
This is the third series with this G2 roster against FaZe. And this is looking like it's the easiest of the lot. The way back in for FaZe was, well, in the last two, they've traded map picks. Not this time. Barrage, traditionally the third and decider. G2 have said, why wait? Let's play this one as our choice.
Get it done. Secure the playoffs.
They get Malbs on that big stage.
His first major still baffles me, considering the style and level of play he brings to the server. He doesn't play like a rookie.
Not at all. And he definitely has that confidence bordering on arrogance, which is exactly what you want for competitors. He's got that sass about him. Well, this series started at 5 a.m. local time here in Romania. The clock has just hit 6:23.
Counter-terrorists win.
Speedrun season is upon us.
We might make breakfast for lunch. Okay, you've got your AKs out. Want to see stance with an aggressive stance. Breaking the smoke. Good find from Broki. Nico commits to that spray. Significant damage dealt. Mouths onto Carrigan, and already very much up for debate. Nico going for a Hail Mary jump scope. Rob's dancing with mouths, gets away. Ready for a second, and then he re-aggresses. Just takes the head-on duel. This is just recurring nightmare for FaZe. Broki overlooks Malbs' reposition. Assuming it goes back to ramp, now frozen in a 1 versus 3. Just to delay the inevitable. But a bullet to the back of his head is imminent. Snacks does go down. 26 points of health, a crossfire to be broken. Nico has his AWP trained on his location and attempting to try and fake out some noise here.
Nico was last noted underpass, bombed down jungle. Frozen looking for some space, and well, that sound cue did actually work in Frozen's favor, sure, but he doesn't know where Nico is. That's what he's looking for.
They're both worried about him slipping kitchen. There was a window of opportunity, Nico considering it. Malbs holding the potential, so there is actually, he's given himself something to work with. Bomb picked up. Oh, Nico could time this. Anticipating that bench walk, 15 seconds. Will Malbs be able to stop that plant? Frozen, going for the seat.
Have to plant, mate, 10 seconds.
Oh, crossing. Nico spots him. Malbs not going to run at him, they'll group up. He has no idea. Now he does. Flash comes in from mid-side. Bounce down. Nice work from Frozen. Looking to come up clutch. One to go to keep FaZe's hopes alive. Only for a moment longer. Frozen down!
Into the volley!
A perfect summary of how this game has gone for FaZe. G2 locked in for the playoffs. Perfect World Shanghai and perfect game on Mirage.
Utter domination from G2. They came in today with one mission and one mission only. Destruction against FaZe. Playoffs confirmed. The last dance has a few more steps. This era of Nico in the G2 jersey, it is coming to its close, but they will get the opportunity in a week's time to play in the arena to fight for that trophy. And they are playing some absolutely monstrous Counter-Strike. That was such a showing. Just shut out from start to finish.
That win feels like a statement to every other team already. Vitality, Mongols, sitting in the sidelines, ready for the playoffs. G2 now join them, and they've just seen the manhandle FaZe. Just throw them around the server. It's not a fair fight. That was an unreasonable display of power from G2. And they're finding their form at the perfect time. There were questions asked of the individuals. Criticism, hail levied towards the in-game leader in Snacks and in towards the AWPer of Monacy, and yet now they show up and they put FaZe down.
Yeah, if you take a look at their season, right, they've got 2 trophies under their belt. It's been a pretty successful 6 months, and now they've been able to lock themselves in for the top 8 at the major. That, for me, feels like mission accomplished. Now, can they go further? Definitely. But when you're talking about teams like G2, FaZe, the big names, the playoffs or bust, right? That's what it's all about. They're not here to just be in group stages. They are here to go all the way. And G2 were determined. This is great. And I've had to shift my mindset on this because once upon a time, when you know that rosters are changing, assuming teams are essentially dead, you sit there and you go, well, who cares? But this is the fact that G2 are professionals. This is the roster we have right now. This is what the circuit looks like in front of us, and we are here to lift trophies with this team now. Whatever the future holds, that's a conversation for down the line. And I really respect the fact that they're able to output this high level of CS with that in the back of their heads. Maybe not at all. Maybe they are actually, you know, mentally that stoic. It's not a consideration. It's not a thought. But either way, that doesn't matter for today's game.
I couldn't help but, return to that observation we made of just their demeanor. During that game, you know, you're really trashing FaZe Clan, which is a team that you've had so many clashes with over the years, even over the months, as you've highlighted.
There's history with Nico and Carrick and Ray.
Absolutely, you know, ex-teammates, and you come into this one and it just felt so like laser focused. Like this is not the final thing. Getting to the playoffs is clearly not their final objective. Yeah. This is like, okay, next step. We take down FaZe 2-0, a 13-3. I mean, FaZe don't have anything to really be celebrating over the course of that series.
Nothing at all. You were absolutely drubbed. You weren't in it. You got the pistol, you win the conversion. Maybe we have a slightly different conversation, but I think with the end result of how map number 2 and map number 1 ended, you sit back and go, okay, yeah, sure, maybe they get the first 3 rounds of map number 1, but how many more do they really get? Because they were just lobbed around today. And you take a look. So today's only Saturday. They're going to have Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday off. And when I say off, it's not a holiday. It's not a vacation. They're not going, you know, putting their feet up. That's time to prep, refine, focus on all the other teams that they could be facing within the playoff bracket. So G2, by getting it done today, they've removed a lot of stress. Again, you said a statement. I think that's a great word because 13-4, 13-3, you take a look at the head-to-head record of these guys at the Blast groups and the Blast 4 finals. They're not close maps, but they traded maps, right? Which means the series is close. But these games are the biggest blowouts that these rosters have had against each other. And all you can do is really just bow yourself to G2 and say, yeah, we see ya, and you're in consideration, you're in the conversation. You are one of the teams who could lift that trophy and close out 2024 with a major win.
All my mind is doing now is worrying is like, okay, so who, if G2 are in this form, you know, who looks like they could give them the best fight?
Mongols beat them.
Mongols.
Vitality, yeah, those are
some really interesting potential clashes.
Na'Vi right now in a lot of hot water. There's a good interview people should go and check out with Lexi B, HLTV. The mental's not there at the moment, and you can see it. None of their players are throwing hands. Bit with his worst performance ever, right? So there's a lot of things going wrong for the reigning major champions, and for them to turn it around today, they have to take on Gamer Legion. Then they have to play another best of 3 tomorrow. That's just to qualify. We got 2 more matches today, 4 spots, right? We've got I believe it's Spirit versus Heroic. I think
Who
Heroic
have you got in that one?
Spirit.
Yeah.
Heroic have not beaten Spirit. They've played 3 times this year. It's 6-0 in maps. Not a single map Heroic have taken off of Spirit.
However, looked like Dexter was in form. Let's see if he can do that. But Nico, victorious and securing the playoffs. Let's hear an interview.
Pure domination.
Yeah, it was indeed, and I'm happy it was. I don't know, we just had a very good day. We won very important rounds, like some force buys as well, that, get our momentum going. So I'm happy how we played overall. I think it's a good sign going into the playoffs, and I think we are seeing improvements from each game from this event so far. So I'm happy with the progress we made.
With that being said, I must say, congratulations, Nico. You and G2 are through to the playoffs of the Perfect World Shanghai Major. How does that sound? How does that feel?
No, it feels good, obviously. It was our goal. Obviously, it was the minimum that we needed to do, and I'm happy that we did it, even though we started bad. So it feels good, happy right now, but the work is not done, the job is not done. There's a lot more games to play, so their eyes are on the prize.
Nico, let's talk a bit about the matchup against FaZe generally. That's 3 times you've beaten them in a row now. Of course, a team that you've played against a lot. How do you see the G2 versus FaZe matchup?
I think the last couple of times we have played them, I think FaZe has been underperforming for a while now. And I think we never really faced a good FaZe, I would say. But maybe it's also due to us being slightly better versus them individually. I think just the way they play fits us as well. I think we're just better individually than them, and we play very similar styles. So I think we just show up when we play versus them, and we like to play against, those kind of opponents. Like, we enjoy more playing against the good opponents rather than some underdogs. It's way harder to play. So I'm not really sure why we are beating them most of the time, but it feels good.
I hope it does feel good. Does it feel good to have a big weight off your shoulders now that you and the team have secured playoffs?
It feels good. As I said, this was the minimum. This is what we had to do. So obviously, for us, we want to win. Like, the trophies, it needs to be ours. I want to win it, and that's all that matters.
Nico, at the most recent major, the Copenhagen major, you guys finished 3rd to 4th. You lost to the eventual champions, Na'Vi. Do you think you can go further here? I know you want to, but do you think you've got a good chance of doing it?
I think the last 2 games are showing that we are progressing, as I said. I think not many teams are playing better than us when we are on a good day. So all we have to do is just make sure we're prepared, make sure that we use those 4 days wisely, change some things. Pistol rounds are very important in MR12. So we feel good, we feel confident. We carry on the confidence from the last event that we have won as well. And everything is going according to plan, I would say. So I can see us taking it on.
Final question, and it is indeed about plans. What will be the plan the next few days? Some practice, some rest, relaxation?
Yeah, definitely some rest. Obviously, we're going to try to squeeze as many practices as possible. It's going to be pretty hard because all the teams that are staying, we're going to be maybe facing in the playoffs, so we don't want to play, versus them too often. So I'm not really sure what's the exact plan, but we definitely need to work hard. We need to use time very wisely. I'm not sure how yet, but that's not up to me, thank God. So I'm just here to play and shoot heads, and yeah.
Nico, thank you so much for your time. Is there anything that you'd like to say to the fans at home? And of course, the crowd that we had in the arena that was going ballistic for you.
Yeah, the crowd is amazing. It's like ever since we came here in Shanghai, you guys are insane. And every time we enter the arena, every time the booth opens up, you guys go wild. And it's really nice to play in front of you guys. And I'm going to see you all for playoffs for even a better show. Thank you.
Congratulations once again, everybody. Nico and G2 heading to the playoffs.
Man, he's handled that as well as he did in the server as well. Just a consummate professional, bigging up the crowd and what they give to them. But also, I feel like that just continues in my dialogue about his demeanor. The job is not done. That is essentially the takeaway.
Well, when you've been close several times, like Nico has, and it's one of the trophies now that eludes you when you've got your Katowices, you've got your Colognes, right? He's been able to break through in that. This is the last frontier, and not only the last, but the biggest, right? Everybody wants to win the major. This is the pinnacle of competition. This is what it's all about. This is where all the eyes are on. And this is how you kind of cement yourself in infamy and continue the legacy that is Nico.
Yeah. Well, yeah, looking to secure his legacy and the major circuit. He has secured the playoffs, as have G2. We're going to go ahead and take a break. But when we do come back, we'll be chopping and changing the duos, more Counter-Strike. I'm very interested to see some of the results coming in today. We can have some upsets.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
G2 went 3-1 at the RMRs and through to the major, and I've got G2's Manasi, the baby goat, who has evolved into a young goat right now. That's right, the nickname has changed as he's developed, won MVPs, won more tournaments, and he's also fighting for the #1 player in the world for 2024. And a lot of that comes down to this major. How are you doing, my friend?
Hello, I'm doing good. Everything is alright. You said young goat?
Yeah, young goat.
After RMR, young goat.
We're ignoring this right now. I'll talk about your RMR performance a little bit later. You've matured, you've got old. I can't call you a baby goat anymore. We agreed on this, right? It's young goat now.
We agree on this, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. That's the way it is. But I need to look at these results we saw in the RMR, because it started off so good. And I think most people predicted you guys to go 3-0. Then this 3D Max game happened on Anubis. You started off great. You dominated them pretty much. But then it slipped away. And I'll say, I guess it was quite disappointing towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, I think everything started since the 9 Pandas game. We got shaky on T side.
Yeah, the crazy overtime going.
Yeah, like we were leading like 12-3, and then as soon as we changed to T side, we were playing some bad defaults, I would say. And I think we didn't really take it lesson maybe from 9 Pandas. And when we started playing against 3D Max, like we were just getting punished for our like defaults and everything, the way we played. And obviously after second map, they showed like, I would say no respect. They were playing +W on CT.
Okay.
It felt that way, and on Ancient the same. I mean, I think it was good because we learned a lot from 3D Max game, and after coming to Spirit matchup, we use it as a lesson.
Talking about the Spirit matchup, are you starting to see that they're improving each time? Because you are kind of in their heads a bit, you are getting the wins, but they are starting to improve in some ways, I would say.
Yeah, they 100% they improve. If they not improve from any single game that we played against them, it's their fault, you know. But I also heard from Spirit that they're improving from our games.
Yeah.
I think Donk said it, and you can feel it, but you still feel like the same way, the way how they play, you know. You can read them, kind of, I would say.
Qualifying though, with all this, the fact you won World Final, you even got some more practice days before RMR. We expect G2 to qualify. What do you as the team say about the performance you had here? Because it's only a loss to 3D Max, but the 9 Pandas game was shaky. How does G2 view how well you played? What have you discussed?
I think we showed good, I would say, resilience. Even though like we lost against 3D Max, where we actually like we're feeling good, like we were showing good resilience, the whole RMR, and boys are very, I would say, in very good shape. Like everyone, except me.
You'll get there, stop worrying about it.
And yeah, everyone is very confident, and like when everyone feels like this, the whole team feels very good energy and chemistry. We have very good energy around the team. Everything goes good, and when it comes to the game, like everything is like a butter, like a butter, yeah.
Smooth like butter. You're learning. I like this. I like this a lot. Okay, good saying there. What's the schedule plan here? Can you just break it down for me of how much practice you guys are trying to get? What other media day things you might have to do? How does it look for being ready for the major?
We finished our RMR 2 days ago against Spirit. The next day we had day off. Today we had practice, and before media. Tomorrow we're gonna have new media day for G2. We will have also some practices, no matter what, and be ready for major. So every day until major we will have practice. Maybe one day we will have off.
So it's a real grind time now, like an extra boot camp.
Yeah, of course. I mean, obviously it's a bit hard, I would say, to find enemies, because like someone already has booked practice, you know, some have already booked practices, you know. Yeah, obviously. But we will see. I think it's fine.
Lastly, to end this amazing interview with you, Mr. Young Goat, anything you want to say to all the fans and everyone out there?
To all the fans, I want to say thank you, because maybe I'm having some troubles like in my game, maybe some problems, showing maybe not the best performance, but you support me as always, and you know, don't go to another side, you know, like to start hating, you know what I mean? I appreciate your support first of all, because yeah, all the players are having bad games sometimes, and I think that's the best from what they can learn, you know. If you like never lose, you will never win. Thank you so much for your support, guys. I hope you like this interview with me and James. We're having some good interviews always. Very chill and very comfy maybe. See you in major, and hope you guys will come to the arena to watch our games. And cheer for G2.
But G2 are going into the major. This man is going to be playing with plenty more grenades and everything else that's going to be going off. But he's going to be the one throwing the grenades, destroying everyone, burning people.
Oh my God.
As we get to enjoy this, we'll see G2 on the major in the elimination stage. The previous major champions in Na'Vi make it through to another major, and they've had one incredible year. To talk through this and go through it all, I've got the captain, in-game leader, Alexi B. How are you doing, my man?
I'm doing good. What about you?
I'm doing good. I've been here for a while, but I'm always happy to see you. You got a smile on your face. We're ready to talk through the run you had here, because it's an interesting turn of events for you guys. 3-1 at the RMR. You are the previous major champions, and you did not need to play for the elimination spot. A sigh of relief?
I think it was a bit of a sigh of relief, because the way we usually approach games, really tactics-wise and everything, we usually give it a lot before the game. It was the opponent we would have had it was a bit up and down, like who we were going to play against. And then when it got super close, we obviously knew it's going to be Cloud9.
Yeah.
But the amount of preparation and everything was not the best. You just kind of like need to, we were ready to play it, but obviously it's a sigh of relief and super nice to qualify for the elimination stage.
Would you say that you guys are quite the prep-heavy team? Not so much maybe anti-strat, but like how you get ready for games?
I mean, yeah, and I feel like I could be wrong, but from my experience, I think a lot of the tier 1 teams do prep in a good way. But I feel like in Navi, the way we have our routine, the way we've been doing things throughout the whole time, obviously helps us. So when it's something different, like for example, the first day we had 2 best of 1s, and we didn't know that opponent until the very end, and the first day went fine. Like all around the whole RMR, like the match against Mouse, a bit up and down, but all things considered, very nice.
And the team has improved a lot this year, right? Individual and team have improved as well. How much do you think you've improved as an IGL though? Like, where's Alexi at right now?
I mean, it's hard to say that, hard to deny all these things because it's the best year of my career being an IGL. But the thing is just to keep my head in check because I know how much it matters, especially when games get tight and you know that you have an important role to play. Trying to show your teammates you're there for them, trying to give them that extra courage, trying to always move to the next round and not think about the prior. I'm not perfect, sometimes I'm still doing that, sometimes I'm going back to the habits that I'm trying to change, but I always think I'm doing it less and less. When I see that and after tournaments I know that I improved on that even slightly, I'm always happy about myself.
Anything you want to say to all the fans out there and everyone supporting, everyone from the Navi Nation?
Yeah, I mean, keep cheering. And trust me guys, we're trying our best to reach the playoffs now. Elimination stage is not to be taken granted. Been there, done that, you know, both ways. But yeah, now it's just us focusing on ourselves, trying to squeeze the most and try to end the year with a bang.
That'll be one hell of a bang. Back-to-back majors. If Navi can be the champions again, we'll have to wait and see. Thank you, bro.
Cheers, man.
Elimination is the name of the day from here on out, Mohan.
Yeah.
Because we have word of the day. Because we have 2 games whereby someone's going home. The dream is dead. We celebrated yesterday, you and I, as Mongols. We're able to step forth. You know, the high road isn't for everyone. So welcome to the low road for the rest of the B stream, folks. We've got Na'Vi versus Gamer Legion, Furia versus Pain. The domestic head-to-head we'll get to, because what we have to fixate in on now after this G2 walloping of FaZe Clan is the fact that the returning major champions face elimination today.
They do, and if you were worried about this game, well, you can rest easy knowing that JL got 26 kills over 3 maps.
My God, he's done it.
Yes, he is in a very bad place right now. He said, F morning matches, Stewie style, okay? But he doesn't have the trophies that Stewie has.
No, he doesn't.
Can't say that. Flamus, on the other hand, he believes he's that kid. And right now on stage, he's been fantastic. He has been somebody who's been a good example of, you know, he's been present in the moment. He's been absorbing the energy. It seems like only positive. And it's not affected his fragging. In fact, it's only helped. I think he's if there's any way that this upset takes place, it will be because of Flamus on Gamer Legion in this matchup. And conversely, I think without JL, I think that does open the door to something going wrong, and he really has not had a good time so far in Shanghai.
There's been a lot of talk about mental kind of for Na'Vi coming into this, which is odd because they are one of the teams that we usually praise, you know, their mental coach system and the staff behind them. You know, they definitely have that support structure, it's for damn sure. We know that they've been in Shanghai for a prolonged amount of time. We know that they've been doing their activities. You know, I saw JL on a go-kart track. They're out there, you know, living life and not just living Counter-Strike. And yet, man, oh man, look at that last loss.
The last loss was, that was the JL top frag, 10 kills. Everyone got smacked by Spirit in that game. Some people were a little surprised because obviously Spirit's form overall hasn't been super solid either. But versus Na'Vi, they have an amazing record. Right. So in general, you can't say that they believed they were out of it. They proved that they were back on track. And G2 and Spirit being back on track is great. But here we are in the 1-2 game. And of all teams in the stage, it's Na'Vi who have had the slowest start. I mean, maybe you could say FaZe, same thing. But at the same time, FaZe, I think, had much lower expectations than
of course,
than this squad right here. So
they've been at a different altitude, you know. So FaZe's shortcomings maybe a little more par for the course. How is it that a major champion who didn't just, of course, win the last major, and then we discussed them as like the major being their only trip. We talked about a Na'Vi that went on to win so much more, exceeding expectations, you know, seemingly becoming the best team of the year, and now in the final hurdle, where you're just, all you got to do is put the cherry on top.
Yeah.
All you've got to do.
People say that's an open and shut case. I think there are obviously a lot of great arguments, but I'm pretty sure, and partially due to recency bias, but it'll feel like the conversation is more open if Na'Vi
Surely.
don't win.
And even if, you know, let's say they still wind up getting that accolade, we're all going to be able to point back to the shortcoming at the end.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, great, you're the best team of the year, but you failed in Shanghai.
I think also, like, you know, G2 got revenge on them in a best of 3. G2 won 2 other events this year. If G2 somehow were able to close out this major, you know, if they left Na'Vi in the elimination stage and closed out the major, I think that's the tune might change a little bit. But for the time being, I feel like they were hyper aware of their own sort of mental deficit at the moment. And I think they've been drained. And there is something where teams that win a lot, have the deepest run in events, spend the most days practicing, playing it on the road. Those teams do consistently get burnt out the fastest, and there is a strategy that you have to follow to try to ramp up towards events like the major. And unfortunately for Na'Vi, it feels like their sort of pinnacle was just, you know, maybe, I mean, I want to say around the fall final, but at the same time they didn't win. So it's like at halfway through the second season or a quarter way through the second season, and now they're just trying to hold on for dear life. They're trying to like plug all the holes at the moment just for one last run, and then they can let all their emotions out, take a break, and whatever. But that's kind of what they have to tell themselves. We heard
that month off.
We heard Jay McRio say, you know, it was absolutely exhausting to finish that event and play all the way through. We know these are long, arduous, and grueling journeys, the majors in and of themselves, but Na'Vi, they're champions.
That they have been, and that they'll fight as and for. And right out of the gate, oh, it is a total stoppage. Gamer Legion, I know you're a bunch of rambunctious young men. You can't be trying to ace-smash Na'Vi, disrespectful style, and think you're wanting to walk away with it. So, easy does it for Alexi B and Emet. 3 kills up inside of the A site. Bombs on the ground. ZTR gonna have to call the best goddamn game of his life. But there is a much less level of pressure for the likes of Gamer Legion, and we have all been talking about how Ash has been able to fine-tune this machine, reinvent it despite his stars departing more than once. CTR 1v4 clutch opens with the first kill. You want to get that hype right back online? Go ahead and finish this. That was the game plan. Wonderful has other ideas. Na'Vi to start well.
If you're a coach at the moment, I think your main target is Blade, essentially. If you can out-prep Blade and you can shape up a team to be able to beat Na'Vi, I think that is the shiniest, most luscious feather in the cap that you could possibly have. And I think for Ash, obviously, it's a lofty goal. I mean, Na'Vi are also, and the most amazing part about Na'Vi is what they've done this year, considering their pieces in relation to other Tier 1 teams that win trophies. The star potential is there, but it's inconsistent. Unfortunately, in moments like this, you know, you have Bit with having a really bad start, you have JL having a really bad start, and you see what the difference is between having players like that who can be high peaks, and then players like Simple who can do it year-round. And what that can do for your lineup. So that's something that Na'Vi will have to overcome. I think Olaf put it best in the CS Memories documentaries. No, they're great pros. Then there are better pros than that, and then there's Simple. And
that's true.
You know, Na'Vi don't have a player like that. They haven't all year, and that's both been a really great part about how much they've done. But also will cause some issues when you're having an off day.
Nice nade. Crowd like that one. Clock's going to be real low. Still just sitting on top of main. Looking to get cheeky, but I think that Emet SMG underneath him is about to make a whole wad of cash. No fist down to 30 seconds, but again, they're just working with so little that there's no real legs to stand on here for this one. Gravity's not going to take you over the line. They drop down into the main to die. Na'Vi convert with ease.
Yeah. Alexi with a good start at the moment, and as Alex said today at breakfast, obviously they finished their game so fast. G2 phase ended in about 5 minutes.
Yep.
They met us at breakfast before we came. And Alex said, I think Gamer Legion is going to be the upset of the event versus Na'Vi today.
Oof. That's Alex Machine Richardson, for the record. A true Gamer Legion believer. Big fan of the Flawless hype he is. You know, Gamer Legion is a team that some started to believe in after the opening stage.
I mean, even compared to the last times that we've casted Flawless, he is already such a better player. There hasn't even really been games where he's been like 24 deaths and 21 kills. You know, he has somehow been more responsible and yet still is getting the same output.
Yeah, again, fine-tuning. Working on the craft. Still being that explosive in-your-face player, but doing it without the untimely demise. And without reopening doors for your opponents. And that's going to have to be what Flawless is today as well in the face of the greatest opposition. Volt, he'll find the entry and a double kill. Bit unable to stop them from getting around that archway. It's a very fast rotation down through the vents from the double MP9s, and Towson's going to be lurking behind it, so his timing is perfect. Just gets out after that one player exited vent. JL scoops up the AK-47, wants to bring that extra incendiary, and it is a Gamer Legion round in the third. The moment they get those guns, Mohan, Volt, the most experienced player of Gamer Legion, steps forth with the double ramp kill.
I'm telling you, Volt's going to get his flowers one day. There's some really good impact. Stats aren't as impressive as someone like Flawless, but the impact definitely is. That was clean from him. It's a good read on ramp as well. And you know that Bit's a little worried because he's the anchor, so if they kill the rotator first, then everybody is looking for Bit. Let's say Bit dies at Turnpike, they might forget about close right because he's not supposed to be there. But in this spot, tough position with the MP9, but still should have got the trade. Volt denies it. Gamer Legion pick up a round early.
Bit was one of the absolute non-existent pieces when they were shattered by Spirit back on Mirage. And 2 kills.
That's been the craziest part about Bit this year.
2 kills.
He has supernova performances. They're just impossible to forecast. You know, it's going to be like the joke is that he waits for grand finals Inferno, because every other map in the final it's average, and it's like why is that the case with Bit?
Will not be able to have a day like that. Na'Vi absolutely need to harness their potential and show us a stark improvement. Deep wall of smokes for Alexi. He'll quickly reposition, open it up, see if there's anything behind it, but it is currently Gamer Legion taking their time. Flawless doesn't see contact in through Squeaky.
No, if it's going to be a credit card lurk, that's the question. They can take over Big Garage as well, and this, as you can see, it puts subversive pressure on the ramp. Now, the push is coming in from both Hut and Squeaky. It works out better for Imma.
They ultimately carve a route down secret, though. Alexi peeling back as the other counter-terrorists push up into the lobby. It opened the door for the rotate downstairs, and Ima, you see the ramp men also starting to now kind of sprint down into action. Oh, beautiful control of the A4 for the second headshot onto Slend. That's a nice moment for Ima. And if there's going to be absence in the other riflers, it will be a welcome sight for the Romanian to step it up a notch. Back turns to the vent. Volt's going to climb up at the same time.
Yikes.
The Heaven player doesn't get the kills to open that door, so Volt just ends up looking foolish.
Yeah, Towson definitely should have got that, or he should have died trying, because Volt's coming out of the vent. He has a back turned. Can barely find any damage, and that'll be Na'Vi picking up another round.
That's a very squirrely Na'Vi, very active in that round. You know, the wall of smokes is the first thing that starts to get their default positions changing.
Ima is so good at this fight. You know, and the extra damage right here too makes this basically impossible. So nice for them to not get tunnel vision.
Very good mid-round movements, I think. Gamer Legion meeting a very mobile Na'Vi in round 4, but they go right back into the clash of A-Site. Ima able to stand tall in the test. Volt's ump on the doorway of Hut, hoping that he'll double back into the site, but he's just going to double up over towards main side instead.
And there's no follow-up right now. ZTR looking for a little lurk, but you gotta assume it's going to be obvious. He gets the drop at least. 2 go down. Any bomb? Yes, it is with... Oh, 3 of them now.
No ramp.
Oh, that's a party.
Oh, no, Bit.
But Bit doesn't get committed in there, so they're right now they're playing retake already. This bomb may just get planted. Towson spotted, not dead, however.
Just keep it.
Yeah, see? So Bit doesn't get down to dark. They're not totally sure about the vent drop, it seemed like.
What a straight transfer. Towson, an up shot that could have ended him seconds ago.
And that's actually 3v3 if he gets traded. They actually have to peel out of this because of that straight transfer.
Making the absolute most of that Galil.
So in this moment, I mean, the fact that they got away with the vent drop after losing 1 player on the entry, I feel like Na'Vi were they were just alarmed. They were like, wait a second, could they have gone down? Did they need to call a timing for Bit? And the biggest problem for Bit right there is he didn't have anyone to take over Turnpike. So he can't leave ramp and come back up in case it's a fake or it's a ramp hit unless someone's there to watch it. So normally you're gonna molly ramp. So this kill comes down 5v4. And then why does Slend get the plant? Because Bit isn't there in time. it's like a last bullet tap too. But those are a little bit sketchy on the ramp rotations. Bit should feel the freedom to be able to leave, especially when they're up numbers, to get comfortable downstairs, but there was no one to cover him.
Ooh, they're going to go back in fast pace again. Flum is trying his hand once more, and this time he gets the better of it. Looking for the double kill as JL's managing to hold off on Hut. Good nade, popping it open, getting nearly the second. Sets up Bit to quickly come up from heaven. And this is a quick pace again. Bomb drops down vent towards B. It'll sprint. No stopping ZTR. No chance.
Going for the Astralis plant. Molly on the right side, and Towson will be a little staggered on the retake.
JL and Wonderful have the timing, but just waiting for a second, getting that utility out. Tons of nades to try to throw forth. ZTR, it's a big reposition into dark.
Dude.
And Towson with the knife out, slowly getting closer, but he cannot afford to make a sound.
He's playing the delay. This is pretty good.
Bit's taking his time as he wraps back around Decon, and the counter-terrorists start to sprint in. They're going to put a smoke on top of the bomb. Nice clean kill from Towson. But all of a sudden, tapping that's going to elicit the reaction. Wonderful is all the way on this defuse, sticking it as Bit gives cover. The defuse comes through. It's costly. Everybody down. Gamer Legion can't hang on to the bomb. And unfortunately for them, making the most of a quick rotate downstairs still doesn't net them the round win.
Yeah, I don't know how Wonderful gets out in the site. Towson's fighting on the right side, but I think he was in the correct spot. Now you could say plant open for him, but it would have been hard to do that safely with ZTR knowing that they were close ramp. So here it is. I guess the cover was really good with Bit going out right to the back of the default and Wonderful running up and scaling the left side of the site. Hard to spot. That's still a solid round from Gamer Legion. The Towson lurks have been excellent. You can really see how they keep options open, and he doesn't require any utility to get into some of these sneaky spots. Looks like Ash has identified this timing to hell that in the past we've seen Towson go up heaven with it. This round, he can join them on the ramp flank. And the key is that he's doing it quickly. That's really the hardest part. So Gamer Legion nearly squeezed water from Stone on this round, but 4-2 for Na'Vi.
Missed the cross.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Not trying to opt back. Spotted out by ZTR for sure. He needs to peel away with how many members of Gamer Legion are out here hunting any kind of contact.
Oh, Gamer Legion will win mid, or outside, excuse me. Oh,
or will then. Looked like the positioning was going to give him something to work with. We get Emes starting to rotate around towards Secret. ZTR cautious about it. Tucks in behind main. It means they forfeited the control of top silo. Players exchange a glance. Top butt hold. JL, single frag. That's it. You've got Volt stuck behind vent. Cleaned up by Wonderful. Emet, dangerous game to come extending that far out, but he does confirm the last two remaining players of the Legion.
Thought they would have left. 4v2. But now they're both spotted. CTs will organize around this. I mean, this round is surely all but lost. They've got secret control. They have vent control. Gamer Legion in these late moments like to go lower, but without being able to get back to lobby, I don't know how they're going to surprise them. Let's see what they can come up with. Sometimes you just have to frag your way out. Sometimes you just have to save.
Yeah, getting up into hell, taking a look towards ramp felt like kind of like the last ticket to punch, and
yeah,
Na'Vi do a great job of just minimizing themselves with the amount of movement we had going around towards Squeaky. You saw ZTR, Slend as well, just walking by, trying to keep eyes for some sort of movement. But damn, Na'Vi really went silent once they picked up those kills. Once Emes spotted both players outside, it felt like Na'Vi knew. Kernel up, don't lose.
There's nothing that beats the reality of that information, because as soon as they get spotted outside, Gamer Legion also know that Na'Vi can instantly push lobby, and there's just no time to get back there. And if Na'Vi can turn their back to lobby and take fights versus Mini, there's just no way to surprise them. So solid. This starts off with Alexi B catching Towson, who had a good start. I think they said to themselves, no late round Towson play, no problem.
A lot of resources spent here by Gamer Legion just trying to get the potential CT out from behind red. We saw, obviously, Wonderful taking a position there in the start of the last round. They opt to leave a bunch of empty space, and it still burns nades. Ime.
Such a big fan of this adaptation, and they don't have a molly except on ZTR to get him out of secret.
Just letting Slend go for the opening here.
He might be able to find this, actually, on Alexi.
Yep. Oh, if not...
Perfect angle.
For Ime being right where he has to be. And still it feels like he could have got that shot off if he was fast enough, but takes that extra second to make sure he lines it up. Ime punishes, and we're going to get a wonderful headshot from back CT spawn, where he now goes all the way back, retreating as far as he can. 30 seconds. The 3 weapons that Gamer Legion walk in with are still in play, but now they start to hit the ground as well. Volt, no trade potential just yet. But if the squeaky player slides out, there's a world where they at least kill one in main. Yep, and now fixate in on site. We'll see what JL offers over.
Time is very limited. Volt.
He's back there. Volt finds the wonderful kill. Just enough time to pull off this 2v5. Just enough that the HUT player makes that contact, that critical kill that sets up JL to swing out. Again, huge ask in a 2v5, but at least still, if anything, Gamer Legion are trying their absolute damnedest to find the smallest of moments, and there's one where they hunted at least the right idea.
Yeah, I think unfortunately it's always 2v5 now, so they're making good moves late round, which is something to say, but ultimately Na'Vi don't expect to have any problem.
It's the kind of
the macro scale of things.
Kind of rounds right now where it's like, well, if you were in a 3v3, I can see the way that Gamer Legion would be making this game competitive. At least the mid rounds and trying to milk those little moments.
Yeah.
It's evident
but
that ZTR's got the good ideas, but it's,
you know, and maybe they can get those 3v3s if not for Alexi. He's controlling outside now. And he's not letting the timings go. Also calling for the Imma starting secret. They're covering so many good options. Basically, Gamer Legion 1 outside. Na'Vi are humoring them by playing 2 with rifles as well. So they're extremely mobile and malleable.
Now they get a chance as well to just really catch their breath, finish up what's left of this half. A nice dominating 10-2 CT side. That would really give Na'Vi just a moment, even just a moment of pressure being off so far in this major run. You're coming back in as the returning major champions. So many eyes have been on you as this year has gone on and your accolades just continue to grow. Don't give them anything close to a competitive second half. They'll lose one player up in ramp. That is bit dead. Ime slides down to just control the B site, but there's no instantaneous commitment here from Gamer Legion. They have managed to get their hands on that AK-47. Now Slen's starting to work up with it. Is anybody going to clear dark? They're trying to keep eyes on it. Just doing a good job of dodging him. Flames is going to peek from down low, but he was already such little health that it's an easy pickup for Ime. A little challenge to try to get him out. No way. Towson able to get ahead. Now the AK setup. No way.
Can they get the defuse or the plant? No, there's no time. Yeah.
If Slend has that bomb by chance.
Die after time right there.
Yes, he has 2,400. If Slend has bomb and plants as the silo covers double doors, me oh my. Come on, please give me the Towson kill. So sick.
Terrorists win.
But yeah, we can talk about all the what ifs, but ultimately Gamer Legion have 2 rounds. Na'Vi have adapted to them extremely quickly, and they have set up 5v3s and 5v2s consistently for the last few rounds. So now this full buy comes in. Round 10, Ash trying to get the boys together, and everyone seems like they've been great friends. We haven't seen, like, you know, any real bad attitude on camera. Everybody, even in lost moments for Gamer Legion, they seem to be able to take it on the chin and move on, but it's going to take more than good attitude to win this game.
Yeah, man, that death after time means ZTR plays with the Tech 9 this round. Ooh, but opening pick. However, new position from Alexi, who, as you've highlighted, has been doing such a good job of just controlling outside. Bit to be contested on ramp, doesn't get an instant kill and has to go all the way back down. That draws Alexi from bottom silo to now into the ramp room, and Bit is being targeted by the vast majority of Gamer Legion. He breaks window, but you better be careful. They are right there ready to pounce. He turns back around, clean kill to Volt, trying to section off both doors as the control hold comes out from Ema with only 1 kill. It is Slend who starts to make the difference here in the 10th round of the half. 2 op frags deep. ZTR scoops up the rifle. Slend doesn't get caught climbing. They're gonna try to set up that flash. Alexi sending JL in, peek up close, stopped by the IGL, and Slend from the backside, triple kill round. Gamer Legion taking a third as they'll punish Bit down ramp and flood through the site.
This is another actually 2v4 situation, I believe. Amazing round out of Gamer Legion here as they get this post plant. Now, I gotta say as well, these Bit sprays, right? When we talk about Bit, we talk about his mechanics, but his sprays right now are so off. He can get that first kill, that was a good sign. But this man used to be an M4 commercial, and now he's sort of one at best.
What's wild here too, the cash. That's all it took. 1 solid round from Gamer Legion, and the money's in question out of Na'Vi. They'll be coming in with some limitations.
Yeah, there's 1 more round to play in this half, but they're gonna send it here anyways.
That's the round from Slend that could open a door to a 7-5. The 10th could come with 2 more.
I wonder what Gamer Legion are going to think, because most of their openings have failed if it's the upper hit or the outer walks, like Lexi is dog walking Towson right now outside. And they won that round despite that, but okay, they're going to try it again. And
they'll find it. Oh! Volt jumping back 10 straight out from Hunt. Off the back of the paws. Doesn't matter what Blade has to say. Doesn't matter what Alexi wants to adapt. It is an absolute crush of the upper bomb site. The same strat that had gotten turned away so many times, but to do it after putting 1 to the board, catches Na'Vi off.
I can't believe we've seen Ima jump Tetris 3 times in a row versus these upper hits. He's died twice now to Flobness coming out. And one thing also that's important that changed was Towson took Alexi B out when he came in for the main rotation. And I was so curious what Gamer Legion were going to try, because their 2 styles of attack have been outer and upper pops. They tested ramp 1 time on the anti-eco.
Terrorists win.
But they've never been able to take out both upper anchors. This time they do. And this time, as you pointed out, it's with Na'Vi on 2K, 3 players left over. They save guns or everything.
Making sure Alexi doesn't get more than the 1. Towson getting in on it too. That triple kill round from Slend could end up being the turning point of this T side, giving themselves such a better chance come the CT half of this map. Already wonderful. Straight back into the red room. That's Slend down and nearly a follow-up, but ZTR is going to make sure that outer remains under heat.
It's a great...
With MP9s inside here, Alexi, contrast to the last round.
That was a little...
Towson just gives away the freebie through the smoke like that.
Yeah, that has to be a little early, right? They have Squeaky smoked right now, so there was nothing to take his attention away. However, Flobness, he gets out. Whoa! The line
There we go. Timing still able to trickle back into the hands of Gamer Legion. Looked like Na'Vi had put themselves in the right places, but that was the bomb that Bit just popped, and he will not double down. Multi-frags, so elusive for Bit throughout this half.
That is an excellent recovery. Ash got to be proud of his team at the moment. I think this comes back off the back of a pause as well. Lots of good calls here to close out the half. And Flamus and his big fan crew out in the out there. He's been working them for days, you know?
I mean, the reality is you're not walking into this major with a fan base. So the more you interact with crowds,
this is how you make your fans.
It's how it starts, man. It's how it starts.
That's how JL reached such high levels of stardom this year.
By the time Gamer Legion get to playoffs, no, not believing.
What's that?
I said by the time they get to playoffs.
Oh, I mean, they're still today and tomorrow. But if they, I mean, Na'Vi going out in this stage of the major, that would be insane. You know, what's crazy about it is also like, there's like this race for #1 player of the year that has nothing to do with Na'Vi.
Sure.
It's a race for #1 team of the year that people feel like is only Na'Vi. And if they don't make it to the playoffs to stop any of these kids, that playoff is wide open.
T-side here for Na'Vi. Ooh. Begins with a killer P250 shot out of Wonderful. And then the main hut goes to T-side. Quick charge out in through the A play, and there is nobody to stop it, but the bomb gets cut off. That makes it weird. A floor is so theirs, but with the bomb down, it's a fast move.
Ooh, okay.
CT's flood forward, take back man advantage. Wonderful, kicked it off well, hasn't been able to get the next one.
Wonderful wants to fight, but there are a pair of CTs ready to duel at every single position. I love how they're playing this right now. Spotting both ways.
Where the hell is that bomb? Oh, it's just on the edge of main. Must be underneath that corpse.
One meaty tag here on Volt. He's down to half. I mean, Na'Vi have the time to try to work this. Can they get back upstairs?
Look,
drop and vent. Yeah, that's
maybe a bit too much space offered by Towson.
That's the way to go.
You had two players on the A floor. JL just runs through the bomb site.
I can't believe he even tried that. I'm not surprised they let that happen.
He turns back to Decon. His teammate Wonderful is going to have to run. JL, you need that. God, did he ever need that?
Wonderful, half HP, 8 and 5. One clean kill this round, and
only thing he can do is only run towards that Decon door and hope he could swing it wide. Bomb wasn't planted for double. He would have had no chance. They had a kit. They had a smoke. Gamer Legion 1 round away from tying this up.
Oh. Alexi's been the only bright spot on Na'Vi in terms of frags for that first half.
The bomb getting stopped outside main just took all the wind out of their sails.
Yeah, but yeah, and you want to give credit to Gamer Legion for not sitting and waiting for the round to come to them. They swung big garage with 2. They put lots of time pressure on the map. JL was lucky to find a way down the vent in the first place, but even with that, they couldn't win their 2v3. They haven't been great on low numbers.
Gonna try to make it happen with the force by Galil right down into it. Imez gonna just blind Towson, never sees it coming. Volt awkward, but he's hanging on for dear life. Jumping back 10 gets the better of him. Bit from down beneath with the second, and it's man advantage for Na'Vi as they come swinging into A.
Yeah, ZTR from above. He
bombs down again.
He's thinking about doing something crazy right now.
It's awkwardly in the back of the site, and Flamus has actively cut off Ima.
How good's that smoke up in heaven? Let's see, Ima.
Let's block ZTR for now. Oh, Flamus makes a move a little too soon. ZTR out, almost killing the player towards main to kick it off. Slides down into the floor, into the fight. And as he inches closer, there's only 6 bullets in that magazine. Awkward reload, and nobody's gonna pounce him just yet. You'd think this is unwinnable. You'd think. And Wonderful's gonna make sure that stays certain. It is a force buy win with a hell of a main top roof push just instantly into that A slice.
Yeah, could just call it the twist drop. Not exactly the Rob's drop, just Quick main play with the upper hits, sort of a standard tactic. It's one that Towson did variations of throughout the first half. This time Imma does it faster and somehow even cleaner. Once you take out the mini guy, Squeaky gets opened up and you get top hut cleared as well. It's such a key spot to grab. They've got to be aware of that timing. Great call for Navi to try that to start the half off.
Double boost. Okay, push onto ZTR. This could be false confidence. There are 4 players in this ramp room. Double boost is huge. Towson goes flying in, just trying to sell it. You saw, but I mean, maybe too obvious. We'll see if they expect Volt to be up there as well.
Yeah, he was just kind of a meat bag. They need him to get at least something out of the boost itself. But yeah, they won't expect a second player up here, surely.
Oh, but they spot it. It does net them 1, but now poor Volt's already been found out. Wasn't able to kind of milk it. Oh, still gets 2.
Bad.
Alexi clears him from the corner, slid to the top of the box.
It's possible.
Stunning Alexi down. Oh, it's awkward. Both reload. Pistol back in hand. He hits it.
1v1.
Into the smoke to the left side. Ima's got the better gun, but Slend, with just bare bones health, has found a rifle.
Who's terrified right now? Imma's so low. He doesn't want to make a mistake for the pistol. He has time to wait this out. And he has room to get out of here. Now, there is the world where Slend actually walks back down through Squeaky. Imma's going to be worried about that. Slend instead will be following slowly behind him. So it's possible that Imma plays towards the ramp. Oh, Slend makes noise.
Slend on high alert. Doesn't know where exactly Ima's got off to. Trying to use the top of the smoke. Just waiting for that head to present itself. The force buy back from Gamer Legion.
Slend's being so patient. Does this work out for him?
Oh, someone's going to get a shot. And it feels like neither can afford to miss. Oh, he gets further damage in, but HP makes the difference.
Somehow Imma stays alive. Somehow. That was definitely not a bad move. I think I walked by Slend because I think Imma, with the amount of time he took to make that play, he was probably worried about someone coming in from decon or control side, but I guess they knew the door was closed. Either way, Imma is just a little bit of extra HP. It's what's really important.
Chance to now bully Gamer Legion. Half this bomb site on fire. You know, I didn't realize it at the time, but it's crazy to think. When Towson jumped off the boxes like that, he actually did get the kill in the background.
He did?
He got a kill in the back.
Oh.
Yeah,
okay,
he took down the T that was trying to run away low health.
Okay, not bad then. Well, yeah, that makes sense why the round got so close then.
Don't let this one, though. This is US. No. Zero Kevlar.
Wait, is there
USPs?
Do we need to play Baby Shark?
Volp comes through with the 5-7. All right, but okay. 3rd? Yes, sir. E-Man, gonna save him again, huh? Back-to-back rounds where he lets that sigh of relief come out from Navi. Sketchy, considering it's USPs, but 4 stand tall for Navi, and they do get to double digits first.
Well, Gamer Legion have proved to be formidable in some spots, even though they're oftentimes playing from behind. But it certainly doesn't feel like the CT side is over. They'll buy up. There won't be an op here for them to use, but they've still got a healthy cache of utility. And Imma has at least taken to the top of the board over Alexi, because I mean, Alexi plays key positions like Mini and will get good numbers in these maps, but you know, he's got enough on his plate calling. I think he really wants to see his teammates surpass him on the frag counts. I think there have been a number of rounds this game that Bit should have had better sprays. His aim should have been able to take over and got him multis. And I've seen some visual frustration for sure from him. Failing to lock down his frags. JL is at 34 kills in 4 maps so far.
Yikes. Trying to go into the rush. Okay, a page out of the Gamer Legion's book. Slen the only one to make it stop for a second. A nade on Bit forces him into the deeper end of sight. Na'Vi showing they can do it too. Straight up charge.
Oh, that's rough. No chance to get back into the site here. Gamer Legion, they've got a little bit of utility, some good guns. And now they have to have patience, as they won't have a chance of winning this round.
Classic. Tac pause, rush A. Gamer Legion did it to Na'Vi, the tail end of the half.
It's the fast tactics on upper that have worked. They did the mini drop on the first rifle round to take upper. Now this time's more raw.
It's also the first time Na'Vi really throw it out. You know, Gamer Legion had, I believe, 2 failed attempts before it worked in the 3rd try.
Terrorists win.
This time Na'Vi sprinkle it in at the perfect moment to just extend that lead that looked like it was about to be lost. And to think Gamer Legion started this CT half with the pistol win. But it's an easy rebuy at the very least. Silver linings for Gamer Legion. Guns back around through the camp.
I mean, you know you got a tough veto when you have to play Na'Vi on Nuke as your pick.
Gets him to bird the nades. Can't afford to go back-to-back rushes. Towson really trying to open up with some kind of contact through Squeaky, but doesn't see anything for his efforts. And with this wall of smokes, they're not certain who or how many are crossing. It was looking like Secret was going to be taken, but Eman decides to instead go Garage. Now, do they think that he was operating alone? Do they anticipate Bit downstairs? It forces them to allocate Towson lower.
It's nice, though. They're ready for it. They already have a ramp player, so they were prepared for this preemptively. They have the lurk back upper. Na'Vi are in a lockup right now. They can't cross outside too easily. Ramp still being protected. They can maybe get Towson to go back, but he's got the right protocols. Oh, smoke's not great. Smoke is not great. Oh.
And then puts his head on a platter. Slen tries to slide up. That'll catch them off. Bits double kill.
There we go.
A welcome sight for sore eyes. Still, so many players downstairs that they trade out effectively. Volt, he hasn't noticed. Oh, but they don't see him. Oh my God. All of a sudden, a CT comes out from the top of HUD. What could have gotten real weird ends up just being a Na'Vi 3v1 post plant. ZTR gets up from heaven. There's an easy 1v1 on site, you'd think, but JL just high alert to secure that 12th. And Na'Vi's T side is where they start to look better than ever in this map.
This is the most Na'Vi looking round that we've seen so far, one where they actually look like themselves. We got the Bit getting the second hard fight, Lurks coming out, them spreading the map, and so many uncomfortable moments for the CT side. They haven't been able to generate a map looking like this in any of these other rounds, but here they are catching everybody off suddenly. Yeah. It was unlucky for Volt. It was kind of weird for Na'Vi to not see him at all, too, so can't say he was super unfair to him.
Oh, tough stuff at this point. Working with less. Trying to keep some kind of a hold on Squeaky, but that MP9 in the corner not going to be able to cut it. Oh, that beautiful shot from Eman off of the top rope. That is Flummus deleted. And honestly, if we talked about Gamer Legion's win conditions, we said it would have to bank at some point off of Flummus. 5 and 15 is where he looks to end this first map of the series.
It's been dealt with.
MP9 tries to push through.
Now they can't buy a trade.
And this A site looks enveloped. CTR, he will get away with one. Sprints back into the cover. Could open a door for Slen to try to pinch through. We've seen 2v4s, but a 2v5 to keep them alive. It's a tall order. And you know there's one in the corner. I believe he saw a sliver. Peeks in. He knows that second's behind the door, but it's this move from Wonderful that looks to spell disaster. The Opera hits the ground. ZTR trying to call, but it's not going to happen. Na'Vi survive it. 13 rounds secured in the 6 of the Gamer Legion Challenge. There were moments there. They won the CT pistol, but it's that force buy back. They never looked in their rear view afters. Na'Vi secure it with the T side.
Yeah, they didn't. I don't think if you asked them right now, they'd say they were that uncomfortable. Maybe if T side was a bit of a harder fight, but Flawless 5 and 15, having to play Na'Vi's nuke is a really tall ask, and as the game got on, Na'Vi just got better and better. So there were moments where you could doubt Na'Vi, doubt Na'Vi's players, like Bit, for example, or anybody except Alexi B in the first half. But towards the end, I mean, you can wrap it up however you want, but it was 13-6.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, again, big star in Flawless, kind of the reason that they've maybe been able to even compete in the elimination stage and not just get beyond opening. It's the reason they dodged the 0-3 pool is a big performance from Flawless, and we don't get it in the game that really matters for them to continue to turn heads. So you mentioned it, right? Tough veto as well. Like, you are putting Na'Vi in a position to really, I think, catch their breath going into a 2-2 game and be where everybody anticipates them, which is obviously playoffs. Always going to be the uphill battle. Shout out Flawless for trying to keep the hype going at the start of this game, but the struggles just started to hold him back immensely. And I think Emet, early days, was kind of the beacon of hope as the struggles of the CT side went on. I like the moves Emet was making. Feels like we had to say his name quite often. And even though that first half, because of the 3 rounds to close from 7-2 to 7-5 made us to believe, if it wasn't for that 3-round burst, there wouldn't have even been that uptick that makes us go, wait, what if their CT side hangs on?
Yeah, I think the most impressive rounds for Gamer Legion were the 2v, 3vx's, but you cannot have openers that fail that badly versus a team like Na'Vi and expect to consistently win. So late round moments were impressive to compete with a team of this caliber, but they got to figure out better ways to get 5v4s, I think, so they don't have to think about those plays working or not.
Also feel like Na'Vi really started to gel towards the end. That upper A rush, to me, that's when it just felt like, oh, this game is over.
Yeah, and they come in, you know, if this was day one, maybe of this stage, there could have been some kind of upset today with Gamer Legion if they're fully focused and prepped off the last week and Na'Vi starting slow. But Na'Vi are extremely scared. They have gone through it already coming into this game. This is when you'd expect them to be the strongest, no matter how slow they started. And obviously they're going to take a team like Gamer Legion seriously. So I'm sure, you know, in their minds, they got full strength Na'Vi.
Yeah, they could step into the opening stage a little bit asleep, but it feels like the other competition has really shaken them to full focus. And we get an instance of it. You know, maybe if we want to just try to find a weak point, again, Bit, there are moments where we're still not seeing his multi-frag potential, which is always a little scary for the Na'Vi squad, but obviously other players picking up that slack. Shout out Alexi B, who did a really good job as well of just controlling main on top of calling. It felt like his presence was very much felt throughout this first map. But that's map 1 done. Gamer Legion's pick goes the way of Na'Vi. It is nothing but elimination between these two. A hope to get to tomorrow is what is fueling Na'Vi and keeping them in this series.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Shocking scenes yesterday when we saw Na'Vi on Mirage. Absolutely demolished by Team Spirit. A 13-2 scoreline that sent them down to the 1-2 games, where now they sit map up, yes, but have decided to take this series, Launders, back to Mirage.
If you could see what we just saw, obviously, you would see how Na'Vi could lose to Spirit. Their aim definitely still isn't there. They're just such a higher quality team than Gamer Legion, and they had Nuke as Gamer Legion's pick. Obviously, they're going to be very comfortable. I think this unfortunately comes a lot down to just how difficult this veto is, because it's one thing to have maps in common with a team that can play almost anything, but to have to play their two best maps, you know, it's like,
sure.
Okay.
See ya.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying, Mo? You're saying sayonara.
They literally, like, Na'Vi would have picked this whole veto themselves. Just picked whatever Gamer Legion wanted, you know? And Spirit just obviously surprised everyone by randomly peeking, but they have a certain amount of comfort versus Na'Vi. If Gamer Legion can do what they did, I would be surprised. Gamer Legion have shown some stuff on Mirage, definitely, but also they run through smoke sometimes. Yeah. They do very easy to counter A hits that if you're just watching, you can counter. And as for Na'Vi, they've got one of the most sort of mysterious form of A attacks that you've ever seen on this map, where they can work out of the ramp so slowly, jiggle everything all the way up to the site, scale, and like fight you, and no one can figure out how to beat them until something like Spirit came through. They had one of the strongest streaks on Mirage this year, and I think I said it though, like the last time, that I was a little bit doubtful about how good Na'Vi were on the map because of the way that they attacked A.
Yep, I remember that conversation.
Yeah. That being said, I don't think this is one of the series where that'll be exposed.
I think as well, when we talk about Gamer Legion kind of playing it in a predictable state, but what you also have to predict when they walk in is that Flawless is going to have impact. Flawless is one of the, that's to me where Flawless most impressed me ever was when watching him play Mirage. His ability to just throw himself at whatever happens to be coming his way. He's a real playmaker on Mirage, plays a critical role. Expect him towards Con. And in this reality, after coming off of the back of a 5-15 loss on Nuke, as in his scoreline, 5 kills, 15 deaths.
But that one we'll have to see versus top tier utility, you know?
Sure, yeah.
That's when he'll really be tested.
I guess my point being is just more so like, unfortunately, I think, like you're saying, with the better utility Na'Vi bring to the table and with a very lackluster, we'll call it, performance back on Nuke, I don't see the win conditions for Gamer Legion today.
Yeah.
I don't see it. It feels like so much has gone against them leading to this road. It's the brutal reality of getting to the elimination stage. You know, we're talking about 4 debutantes at a major in Gamer Legion, obviously well-oiled and crafted by Ash, so it's nice that they have that bit more of a veteran behind them to kind of propel them into this sort of a position. But you're now playing returning major champions, returning major MVP, somebody with Blade. Like, if Ash is your X factor, but your opponent has Blade, you've evened out.
They have to let him play.
And the
that's really the only way at this point.
And so the only way to really see this is that Gamer Legion were going to have to play the best Counter-Strike of their absolute lives today. And I didn't see it today. I will be happily proven wrong if they want to show that they still have fight left in them in Shanghai. Nobody can take away what Gamer Legion has accomplished in order to put themselves in this 1-2 matchup. Yeah. But
getting
it's now
is awesome.
Or it's over. And that's the stark reality that I would hope Gamer Legion aren't thinking about while I discuss it.
Yeah.
You know?
I think the one benefit to a veto that's this obvious is that it's easier to prepare for. Mm-hmm. You know, at least maybe this is something where Ash can try to come up with an interesting idea or two, but it's not as if Na'Vi didn't go through full prep knowing the veto as well.
Exactly right. It's anything that I want to give an edge to Ash to, I just look at his counterpart in this one.
These two guys, it's Ash and Gary Oak. Someone's about to get sunned.
Flawless cheerleaders are all stoked.
Like, they could say something in Chinese and Flamus would just think, they love me.
Yeah, right.
You'd have no, you just, anytime they get excited, it's like, yeah, they love me. So great.
He was riding that hype train at the very start of Nuke, but a crash back to reality met him quickly. Not the day to have your worst performance at the major so far. That's for damn sure. So we'll see if he's able to turn it around. I have seen Flamus have bad maps and bounce back. The question is the level of opposition, the complexity of a Na'Vi Mirage, and the dire, gut-wrenching feeling of knowing this could be your last map before your dreams come crumbling down around you.
Here he is.
Fast charge up the catwalk. Insta headshots. 3 kills for Gamer Legion. I said nothing.
Let's go, Flamus. Instant 2K bomb plant. Let's see about it. Come on. How are you going to retake this one?
With a Molotov deep, you might not. He might gonna keep the hope alive.
Did they double up? Yeah, they did.
No kit. They're able to get out through the windows. Bomb is planted for catwalk, and we have 1 anchor down there. Volt is gonna put an end to Ema and the retake. Sit down, suckers. Gamer Legion taking pistol. Now, just unlike Nuke, don't lose to the Force in the follow-up, because the Force buy after losing pistol is what cost them. Na'Vi never looked back.
Solid opening kill. Just waiting to see what the investment is, and there isn't anything. We've got Ima on a Deagle. Paid for by his 2K.
See if there's any more ROI on that.
It's kind of how you should buy, you know, in rounds like this. You eat what you kill.
Yeah, says the guy who buys a scout every second round.
Yeah, I'm talking out loud. Well, the difference is I get the scout, then I get the kills to pay for the scout.
Right.
I put it on layaway. Then I take out a loan.
Nothing like a loan, man. ZTR, yeah, it's all good, as it should be. That Desert Eagle's gonna shoot 1 bullet. $700 shot, gets nothing. Gamer Legion ain't gonna fall victim to those same Nuke shenanigans. Flamus just right back in. It's like he didn't just go 5 and 15.
It's just an undying energy, an undying spirit.
God, I wish I had that ability to reset. The benefits of an incredibly short memory span.
That's so good. Yeah, you.
It all starts with 1.
Crying. That's so good.
Energy is infectious.
Infectious.
Ooh. A wonderful kill from the top of connector. That opens the door for Jail to leave, but he doesn't run up the door fast enough. He stalled out for a second. He stuttered by choice. Bottom connector takes a bullet to the brain. Volt's not going to get anything in the attempt to double up in the A entry, and that, unfortunately, seems like the Gamer Legion life sucked right out of the air.
Yeah, those are the Palace walkouts they love to do.
And why would one like a Palace walkout, Launders?
If you have any kind of mid control, then what you're trying to do is take the connector guy, just have him for a second watching the bottom of con, have the jungle guy watching window, the window lurk timing, and then your Palace timing is open. Yeah, it's just such an easy kill right here.
Yes, sir.
So there are very, very fine timings that they're playing with when you look to get out of Palace, but a lot of top teams will, you know, spend entire rounds in Palace waiting for the opportunity, but never actually have someone walk out, right? Robs might sit there waiting. Oh.
That was the tap he stuck around for.
But yeah, that's why I think the double up connector has just become so popular. It's because when you have one person connector and they have to watch the bottom of connector by themselves, then they have to rotate back to window and watch the window lurk by themselves. Then they have to flip around and check just in case someone walks out of Palace. If you have 2 there, you have so much strength in all those fights. And if you think about it, that's where a lot of action is.
Right now, the action in mid to start again. Double kill comes forward from Gamer Legion, but the bit hold in A. Solid stuff so far. Wonderful's gonna slip into the connector. We've got Flamus trying to climb up on the other end of it. So many players all around him, and ZTR gets the better of the timing. Wonderful was considering options, but as Flamus continues to push out, that's a free kill back as his teammates.
That's that double up connector, right?
They're gonna transition into the B hit. Try to play this timing. Finding that follow-up into the jungle just means that B is indeed clear for the taking. Alexi, he could cut off bomb, he misses! Oh, that was ZTR on only 22 points of health. That nade's got his name on it, done. Backflip to the back wall, and Alexi primes a 2v1 retake versus Slend. The same player who posted a 3K on Nuke to keep that T-Hope alive for Gamer Legions put into another important position. And as he turns back towards door, he makes the contact, don't pull the nades out. Bit gets slammed in a 1v2 clutch to put Gamer Legion back in momentum.
I mean, you're right, man. Why pull a nade out? Slend sitting there on full HP. What piece of utility is going to get you out of that situation? Repeak's easy for Slend, and it's also about how they, even though Flamus died, after they got up connector, ZTR coming out, getting the kill inside connector helped out. Ooh, that's kind of a silly looking moment there for Bit once again.
Missed window smoke.
Oh, jail time. It can't be missing the window smokes, man. That's actually crazy.
Around like this with one M4 out there on the field. It's going to take a moment of desperation here for Na'Vi. We see it, the attempt to push up to Palace, but still that M4 slides over behind Triple. M4's in the pocket now. It's doable. JL offers up the Deagle kill. That M4 continues to fight over towards the Tetris. And Alexi's going to go for this fast flank. They have certainly corralled Gamer Legion, who were looking adamant about just hitting this A site.
They would love to have a molly right here. Towson throwing his smoke for the top of connector. As the flank comes in, they're going to wait this out.
T's haven't considered it yet.
ZTR surely thinks about it. No.
As the entry happens, Alexi doesn't look.
It's this timing.
ZTR turns around and clears flank. JL then going to have to close this, won't be able to do it. Alexi waits.
Yeah, he had the timing right there. ZTR wasn't watching it. That being said, I didn't expect GTR to check the flank. I'm surprised he didn't earlier. So, patience pays off here for Gamer Legion.
Hits the dink as well, but dink's not enough.
I'll just say the thing is that's on my mind. I think it brought up in the post-match when we were off stream is that if Na'Vi, are going to play like this, they'll get eliminated tomorrow. But if Gamer Legion can win Mirage, I'm ready to talk again about this series.
Ooh, Bit drops the ball in the face of the SMG. Fire burning the feet of ZTR, but it won't stop him from getting backside. He just barrels all the way through. Ramp trio ready to also extend outwards. Preoccupied with mid, but there's nothing behind it. The attempted flash to get Towson into jungle, that's crazy. And as the smokes fade, CTs can't pick up kills, can't buy a frag at the moment. And the top connector player falters. JL bringing one down with him, but nobody's going to stop that plan. Wonderful wasn't able to get into this engagement, wasn't able to stop anybody from flooding forward through the site. They are keeping that pressure up. They are giving him something to pull on, but Gamer Legion with conviction just slice through that A-hit.
Dude, so that's the A-hit that Na'Vi like to do, where they all come out of ramp fight into jungle that same way. They do it a little bit slower. But you see the affinity for Palace here for Gamer Legion. Na'Vi knew that was going to be coming up. But the thing is, Gamer Legion are still getting their kills from this position. And now Na'Vi are the ones who cannot find a trade. They're constantly flashing into smokes, ready to swing, ready to fight.
Top mid flash is good, but doesn't need to see a thing with a teammate right behind him. Woo, swinging for it now.
Slend's 1v2. Clean follow-up rounds.
There's no doubt in my mind, Gamer Legion would have watched that match between Spirit and Na'Vi on Mirage and just said, all we have to do is that.
Flamus, your donk. Yeah, like why is Flamus like waving to the crowd right now?
Well, it's starting to work. Crowd's given.
Yeah. It's kind of like a Care Bear, like just so much positive energy. Eventually they die, you know?
Sure. Wait, Care Bears?
Yeah.
Or like his optimism will eventually die.
No, Care Bears don't die. Care Bears don't die, kids. They live forever.
Tooth fairies, though. 30-year life expectancy.
Never see him again. Everybody gets one. They come out at the same time as you.
Yeah. Ooh. This little USP kill.
One dig.
Blade's having words.
Yeah.
You know, I would actually pay good money to get yelled at by Blade.
Yeah. Yeah, same.
I think I could really straighten my life out if I had a Blade in my life.
Double that for a head massage. Slap after.
Yeah. We saw promise out of Slen back on Nuke, right? He was the kickstart of that T side when they gave him a hope, his triple kill and the ramp to B play. But he's 11-4 here on Mirage, so leading the charge for the squad. If it's not going to be Flamus, keep your eyes on Slend, but sorry. Speak of the devil, dead as he tried to get over to top middle. Slend also dinked down, so two beacons of hope here for Gamer Legion turned away entirely at the top of middle. Off of the tack pause, Na'Vi put themselves in a comfortable position, but they still have to close this. And it doesn't feel like anything's guaranteed with Na'Vi at the moment. Their capabilities, sure. We've seen it in the series already.
How many times do you see a comeback and a half like this and then they wipe a lead away? That's what Gamer Legion has to be thinking about after that pause. The adaptations are always so strong from Na'Vi, and it looked like his Blade was speaking Italian to them. He said, what are you guys thinking? Like, to stop them from taking over mid control so you don't have to deal with connector later. They get their kill, they get their damage, and they force Gamer Legion to a slower mid round. But I actually like Gamer Legion coming back here to mid. Oh.
It's past the ops line, bit, triple kill.
Slent picked off.
And Wonderful is going to clip the wings of Towson trying to get out from Palace. So that three-player re-aggression out A gets nothing. No open doors offered. Would have been a hell of a spray transfer, but Imez got that quick trade off top stairs. ZTR turned away. Doesn't have possession of the bomb. Just go ahead and save.
Yeah, they were trying to win mid from connector. Now they're trying to win mid from inside mid. But last time they did too, but they did it with empty nines where they pushed. This time they go for the cap jump. That was a nice remedy to their problem. So for Gamer Legion, it's fine, right? I think you go and see what the test is like. You're still up right now, 4 rounds. After this, you could tip your hat to Na'Vi, but they still have some room to play with in terms of their own adaptations.
Counter-terrorists win.
See, they catch that timing is everything. Gamer Legion love Palace plays. Both these teams can be a bit one-dimensional on their T sides. Not a lot of love for B.
Is Towson wearing Uggs?
Is Towson wearing Uggs?
Oh, Ash just stood in. Look at that.
My man has snow boots on. Why does it look like a cast? You know, as a guy with cold feet right now,
well, put some socks on.
Wouldn't mind.
Again, they're going to be adamant about the top mid swing, and okay, that ain't the prettiest approach, but Towson gets the trade back. It's 1 to go. That's what we need.
Okay.
Oh, JL jumps, awkward.
They literally said try it again, but faster, because they run up mid into connector, out A. At least come up with 2 kills. I've seen the Game Legion in these mid-round moments do some interesting stuff, and here's a game where it can actually matter.
Right, and one of the moments where it's not in a 2v5, where we wanted to sing their praise. We said they had found openings.
Really want that kill, don't you?
2 HP. Alexi looking to get active off catwalk, cuts Flawless off. It's a double from Alexi.
That's great.
Slots in at the perfect moment, and yeah, very good rifle control. It's a promising 2vx. As Gamer Legion have tried to offer them in the past, this one was winnable, but
this was like a snappy call, you know? They literally burst out the ramp, burst out top in the exact same fashion, but it's versus a hardened defense, right? I mean, they have had every thought from Na'Vi in this half so far aimed at dealing with the problem of fast connector and A ramp and palace lurks. They can't be too surprised when they find the adaptation.
But it's back to holding off because now it's Glocks. Adaptation, name of the game. Cooling off the individuals. Really couldn't imagine a world where Na'Vi enter Shanghai and do not, at the very least, make playoffs. After the first 48 hours of the opening stage, felt like a scary possibility. There will be all eyes on them tomorrow if they finish off this Gamer Legion attempt. And again, an attempt cannot be had in round 10, not with blocks. It is all too easy for Na'Vi to reestablish 6 rounds to tie up, best case on the half, and that's what's looking likely. And then there's that T side that's yet to come, where there will be questions whether Gamer Legion can really deal with the style of Na'Vi.
That'll be fun. That'll be fun to see, you know, because sometimes teams, when they play a certain way,
yes,
it means they have the keys for the defense of it as well, because they understand why it's such a problem. Sometimes it's really just a projection of their own issues, and they can't.
In fact, I'm actually excited for Gamer Legion to have at least 6 rounds in this first half, so we get to see them go through what could be the ringer versus Na'Vi's T side. Guaranteed somewhat of a second half, regardless of whether Na'Vi keep this comeback rolling. This shot out of Wonderful, not ideal, but at least he's standing.
Got away.
CTR tries to give chase, but that offer's already gone.
I'm gonna give it to him though, look good to me.
Does that 1 HP come back to make a difference? That's the question. Gotta be careful with where you position. And he decides to move that off over towards Cat. Oh, excuse me. Back B.
1 health.
Connector clear for the taking. Bit no longer playing the front side of A site. Really trying to put this pinch on mid. Technically 4 players to try to get into the mix.
This is such a smart setup from Na'Vi. I mean, they don't even worry about Ticket in this spot. They're worried about the lurks out of Ramp and Palace. They have the double up on Connector. They're worried about middle and the right sides of the map, and Gamer Legion are not coming in with any surprises. Now they're slowly lean. 1 trade back and forth, and that leaves Flawless alone in middle for the second. Oh, maybe he can find a timing actually to get up here.
Trying to walk up Khan. Bit swings in for him. Wallbang damage is there, but there's just too many players. Alexi remained adamant on it, as I believe he made a fast step. That's why the nade comes down. Wonderful. 1 point of health this whole time. Oh! And it will indeed make a difference. Not just the frag, but taking Towson down to a quarter health. and that's going to confirm Slend can exit. At least a bit more space. Towson unable to maintain backdoor. Slend into another clutch. Already posted a 1v2 in this exact position, but now the CTs approach from different ends, and Alexi, man of the hour here in round number 11. 3 kills as he unraveled that late mid play from Flawless, uses the open door to go in for the flank and guarantees Na'Vi to at least be on 5 by the time they start that T side.
You know, I wish you'd see more evolution out of ZTR's calling in this half, maybe out of Ash as well, in terms of what they want to try to do. But at the moment, I mean, I feel like they've really just trained Na'Vi to be prepared for some of these plays, and now they're losing to them. So. Like, there's a couple moments where if you have the A-ramp default, A-ramp scrimmers come out and wrap under Balk to default, instead of going up through jungle and trying to fight into connector, they can really push your CTs back into post plants quickly. Bit looking for a play here to catch this mid, or a Palace Lurk again, and everyone's falling.
Nice chance for Bit to get a double kill. Multi-frags have been a feature of his holds, at the very least on map 2. And that tied up 6-round score looking all too likely. You put Slend into a tough spot to try to finish off the half. Utility, weapons, everything just barreling on him, keeping that pressure up. Reminding Gamer Legion that they had this half in their hands, 6-1.
Until Blade started talking.
And Ash wasn't able to counter.
They just didn't evolve enough.
Na'Vi adapt. That adaptation guarantees them 6. Huge recovery, 5 rounds in a row right there at the end of the half to give Na'Vi a little chance to breathe on a map we know their T-side can suffocate lesser CT opposition.
Yeah, and so game's not over. Let's see, because I think that, you know, I think Gamer Legion look at Na'Vi and they say they're a bit of me on Mirage. The way that they attack, it'll be similar stuff. I'm very curious to see how Gamer Legion deal with it. It really started to open up towards the end of the game too.
It's a sight for sore eyes. It'd be a real shame to say goodbye to the only CSGO and CS2 major champion.
What a title, Bit. What a title.
There are more names that could be added to that list, but for now, it is only him.
Yeah, well. It comes down to if Na'Vi win it or not. Nice shot.
I love that. It's always a feels good. First bullet out, one player down.
Great
and
flash.
Able to make the most of a difficult spot there for Towson. ZTR doesn't want to let him in. Ooh. He'll post up a second kill on the pistol. 2v5 demanded of Na'Vi if they want to start the T side with momentum. Things slow down a second in the site. Volt's emerged out from backdoor. He's got Slend right there with him. Wonderful actually ends up catching the counterpart IGL. And now Wonderful, give it a chance, but it's taken away as Volt comes through and Gamer Legion, what do you know? Both pistols
that was a
on Mirage.
Masterpiece out of ZTR. The flashbangs, the first shot, the second shot. They had basically no easy fights here for Na'Vi. Everything was executed to perfection, and it's very hard to pull that off versus a rush all the same. So, extraordinary. I mean, no notes here, ZTR. Top of the board right now on Mirage. Great tactic, perfect execution, excellent shots.
Lexi will get a smoke grenade. And that'll be it. Ooh, ZTR. Gotta be careful, that Deek's coming for you. Bit's shown promise. Still looking like that's just going to be a smoke for market and an eventual B commitment, but we'll see if Na'Vi have any other ideas or if anything forces them to move. Really best case scenario for Gamer Legion. Second pistol gives them a chance. Catch your breath. We're still waiting for the Flawless takeover, of course. Big talking point for Gamer Legion's run thus far in Shanghai, and it really hasn't been a factor thus far versus Na'Vi. Ooh. Easy cleanup for the SMGs, as you'd come to expect.
And a small lead here for Gamer Legion. Flawless, no eruption of emotion in this spot. I think now comes the focus. We've got the full buy-in for Na'Vi, and Gamer Legion want to prove that they can stop this attack. I'm very excited. I think we're all excited to see this round. What style Na'Vi are going to bring, and if Gamer Legion have a solution. It's B default this time. Might go for late mid, I don't know. Walk and push here. Oh, completely cut off. Now, Slen still gets his. Oh. No second kill, he'll have to walk away, but he walks away with his life.
Yeah, and honestly sends a nade sailing in as well.
Bit's on 15.
That's great util support inside of the apartments to nearly kill Bit, which would have given the 4v3 over. Thing is, adamant about playing the apartments mid. Clear for Na'Vi to creep forward. Alexi up in ladder that catches Flawless off.
That's a great play, right? Alexi sees that they boosted up 2 inside of B. They're light on middle. And instead of going into B to fight the other players, he just says, we'll put some pressure on A this time. On such a fast timing, Flawless won't be aware of it.
Oh man, and now Slen's trying to jump back.
They might be able to know. There's no one here.
Excuse me, Volty actually gets finished off straight up.
Bomb's waiting. I mean, they're going to hear Towson pushing. I think for Gamer Legion, they're assuming that this is just...
Can Bit... No. Okay. Whew, I was going to say. There's a world. Towson pulls off that double kill. Bomb goes down, and then things get real sketchy. So, didn't want to leave Bit alone. Emed going to serve as the hook. Make sure that the pendulum swings straight up into that A site. No cap pressure. All is good here for Na'Vi. First gun round of the T side nets them a win. And it's a clear indication that Alexi, vivid idea as to how to respond to that early apartments push, catching Flawless to perfection.
They also came in very light on grenades, so that tactic I think would have been great if Na'Vi decided. I think they were anticipating a fast A play because Gamer Legion don't even molly deep. They're looking for an extremely quick flank to clear out B so they can reinforce the A side. That's what I'm assuming anyway. Because otherwise, you look at that fight and it's literally an MP9 versus a rifle holding. But it's the B lead from Na'Vi early. They catch the tactic. That pays off. No deep smoke for control. You know, they weren't really anticipating that type of pressure. Ash going to advise how to keep this lead. I definitely don't mind the opening strategy there to go for a beat push, and I think there was a high likelihood that Na'Vi tried to do something A quickly, but clearly they're ready to play some mind games themselves.
Clearly willing to come out with ideas. You're not going to win a game versus Na'Vi by sitting back.
Man, look at this. They pulled the goalie completely on the B side. They're expecting this, right?
The A hit, that is?
Yeah.
They
want it to be A badly. They're playing like touching the choke points, holding for the connector walk with a player watching the window lurk at the same time. Very committed to this side of the map. But there was no lean from Na'Vi on this spot. If they were going to end A on this spot, they might have a Palace lurk in place. Gamer Legion may have been outplayed here.
Yeah, deciding to skip going into the B apartments to open the round as they did one prior.
No cat pressure. The only vision they just had from Slen sees nothing.
Oh.
And it is only ZTR who is top of the board here for Gamer Legion.
But Alexi peeks into that.
Oh, okay.
Decides to take a step into the A plate. JL, cracking headshot to get up into B. And while Flamus tries to hold back bench, there is nothing to hang on to. Just critical headshots coming out of JL and Bit. And that recovers what was the 5v4. You know, I thought Alexi maybe trying to bite off a little more than he could chew with that deep A peek.
But if you think about it, if you're JL and you're running through apartments and you just hear the op on the other side of the map, suddenly that second window is no problem. You don't have to have a window smoke on B. And ZTR was alone. That's
sure.
That's it. They also had cleared out Cat. They knew that nobody was playing there. They could have been tucked get right or something like that, but
Alexi doesn't die in vain. Bolsters his rifles with confidence off the death, and look at the headshots they hit.
Terrorists win.
They're frustrated about. They're sort of betting. They're betting on black right now. You know, like they're betting on black, then they're betting on it again. Because if you bet on black 5 times in a row, you win once. But Na'Vi, you're being a little tricky here. Not giving them what they want. That was JL's 7th kill, but the one heard around the map. Clean shot.
Limitations for Gamer Legion, obviously, but at least there is the save. Op looking for the mid-fight. Alexi's proven to be a real nuisance getting up into ladder 2 rounds in a row. No surprise to me, we start to see them fortify the position. With the little that they have, it's the Famas in the ladder instead. Keeping Slen between mid and A, and ZTR opts to come up the catwalk. Can they hold back Na'Vi with the lesser guns? Op's been found out. Oh, E-Man just committing to it, and Slen slides right into the crosshair. Bolts 5-7 up close. It's a good chance. No trade potential, but Flamus has gone ahead to scoop up that Op, and he will find a moment for impact. But through window, E-Man's gotten past the CT.
Completely.
He's gotten by him.
Oh, they're holding that too, man. Towson had no idea.
Through the smoke, Towson unable to keep track of E-Man, and so all of a sudden the A site continues to fall despite the 5-7 frag to kick it off, despite Flamus finding one with the Op.
Was he sitting bricks that whole time?
Yeah, or he fell out of the window. The passage from ladder.
Maybe it was just worrying about in the bottom of connector. I'm not sure, but I think Flamus was relying on that cover 100%, especially with the teammate in window. Never going to turn around, right? Yeah. Towson was holding for a lurk, but as soon as that smoke finished, he didn't make sure it was clear. That one rots from the inside. Na'Vi always make it painful.
Again, we get this triple A lean from Gamer Legion. It's bare bones util at a minute 20 for the defense. No longer interested in getting up into B apartments by the looks of it.
Always keep watch on that lurk and the bomb on the extremity. So you can see this round, their intention is to end A. And, you know, for once, the 3 lean might yield some results. Just be very careful with that first kill, Gamer Legion. and they might come to you.
Bolt starting to get ever closer to the ramp. Slend actually just zones one through smoke. They see the barrel of the player in Palace, and it's a clean one from Flawless, but the stairs have been lost. So be it. Everything else goes well. So be it.
Go.
Flawless, my guy.
There you go. They bet on black. They bet on black. They bet on black. It doesn't work for the first couple of rounds, but here they finally get the walkout they're looking for.
Also getting active just at the right time.
Bolt's like the funniest guy to be beside him for sure. Because he doesn't even calm him down or anything. He just like lets it ride out. He's like, yeah, all right.
It's like watching Dexter with some of his old OG teammates back in the day before they sent poor Flamesy to take the brunt of that damage.
Yeah, yeah. The funny part is he's like, you know, he's Flamesy.
Yeah.
But he's yelling like Dexter.
Old OG embodied. It's a big pickup, Gamer Legion. When we go back to that first map, it was all about adapting, and we know Na'Vi will.
And it was a good, strong victory, too. They keep some money with that round.
Makes this second half interesting. It's why I said I like that the 6-round half comes out for Gamer Legion. We're going to get a good amount of game tape in the face of Na'Vi's T-side. You're not getting to playoffs without pulling off upsets.
Oh,
but wonderful.
Oh, there's a push upper B.
Yeah, Flawless. We haven't seen any kind of B upper hits from Gamer Legion since that first attempt to climb up through the site.
He walked right into a full default. They have 2 upper B. Everyone's in different spots, and Imma find his lurk here. They've got to be aware of this, though, surely. Oh, Slend is an underpass, too. The scope comes out. I think Imma might be confused about where that comes from, actually, because he certainly heard that. Let's see what Wonderful approaches with.
Damn, dude, half the health.
Oh, Slend walks away from it.
At this point, if you're Slend, just... Oh, what? Slend doesn't even go up con either.
They don't
going
know
for top
about,
middle.
They don't even know about Imma. They don't even know that this ladder room has been taken over. And
hello.
Oh, what a shot!
Slend, you've given him a chance to turn back. You've given him a moment.
What a shot.
He puts a nade on top of him. Slend's locked in. Now you let him live. Ima is able to activate, comes off Cat, Bit finds the headshot out from the Palace, zones a second against the wall, and it is Na'Vi to cut through this A site with ease.
That's how far ahead they were in this round, Connor. They really didn't even need that shot at all.
Oh my God. We didn't actually end up seeing it. I would love to see how Flawless just charges into apartments.
Yeah, underpass.
Because like it's not like he died at the bottom of the ramp. He did at least get all the way up. But there were 2 Ts up here.
Yeah, there are 2 Ts up here. One was just on duty covering underpass, I think. The other was holding the B push, so obviously not the greatest time to try to pull off something like that. Oh, that's pretty rough timing. I think Flawless may have actually seen somebody first, too. All right. Maybe we could feel for him there.
I was wondering, because it's like, you'd think the op, since you see Flawless die to one, would have been the guy waiting for the B contact. But instead, just this late arrival. Oh! That's a miss.
I love typing that one up.
Wowza! Actually, hold on. Palace push, double push, double push. Oh, but it's a double.
Oh, he's trying to run.
You're not running,
He's
kid.
trying to run.
Flee the scene of the crime. Wasn't me. Oh, I don't want anything to do with you. And yet they remain adamant about keeping that up. And then all of a sudden, CT's flood forward. Towson and Slend. It's a kill a pop so far. They are in the heated battle. And it's on the stairs that Ima is able to make that difference. CTR slides up, gives the position away. Fireworks in A, but Na'Vi pop off.
That's the round they were waiting for this entire game. It wasn't even connector this time. It was the early A hit. Na'Vi waited so long to put this one together. obviously with the second kill here. I mean, the best part is Flawless. He thought about fighting for a second, and I think that's the reason he couldn't get away. Oh, maybe it's when they saw two players.
Gamer Legion not being able to keep up and facing the economic reset. Two players down there. It's a weird positioning. It's going to get full clear by Alexi. You find the op. He keeps the headshots rolling.
Now it's an op you get to keep in your hands.
So ultimately, Gamer Legion simply not enough to keep up with the offense of Na'Vi. We said they'd have their hands full. They had a great chance after their 6 T rounds to give themselves room to falter out of the gate. But Na'Vi have just kept this so incredibly clean. This is Gamer Legion on Mirage with both pistols converting each time for a 2-0 start on both sides of the half. Na'Vi simply cut from a different cloth, and that was a question coming into this game, seeing as we sit inside the 1-2 pool. A smashing by Spirit on this very same map 24 hours ago, 13-2, means nothing in the face of Gamer Legion. Na'Vi starting to gear up for a major playoffs run.
They are trying to, yeah. I think this map's a little bit close. You know, when we look at JL, he's the MVP of the first major this year. But he's got 9 kills on this map. I mean, that's just one number. Over this entire stage, though, I think he's averaging 10 kills a map or less. So it's not him in that major MVP form whatsoever. Really not liking those morning matches. Well, this is a full buy, but
already
he's out. JL.
Hell.
Well, he's been spotted though.
Yeah, it looks like he's had a couple coffees. Just already through that B site. Doesn't matter though. Causes a bit of a ruckus, draws the CTs back, and that drawback from the A sites where Bit is able to just extend down into sight alongside a teammate.
They get into such creepy positions, man. How are you supposed to find him here?
We're gonna walk forward into the waiting hands of Alexi B. And frag after frag is shutting down the dreams of Gamer Legion, one of the younger rosters stepping forward into the major, a roster that absolutely proved they held on to resilience. Oof. It was an RMR run that started 0-2, triple best of 3 wins to thrust themselves into the major and to go beyond those expectations to seize the top 16. But today is the day of Na'Vi Nation. And the Gamer Legion instead crumbles under the comeback of Alexi B.
Yeah, I mean, they can hang their heads high. They just survived losing to Wildcard yesterday, and that was definitely a series they could have lost as well. So not making it through the stage is one thing, but getting to elimination, I think, was the achievement for certain rosters like Gamer Legion, who people were surprised even got that far. And again, I think it's Flawless barely making it to the RMR in the first place into getting to play in front of this crowd, which he loves so much. And I think they definitely have earned some fans along the way, which is a huge win for Gamer Legion. As for Na'Vi, I'd say this is sort of bittersweet. I think if you're JL, I would say, you know, I haven't really got my form back yet. I think they're not in sort of that form that would assume they could get through playoffs. But when they played at Copenhagen, JL being the MVP was the most surprising part of it. The other parts of it were that they had to struggle every game. They lost more rounds than they won. They played a lot of overtimes, and they still ended up winning.
Which means that they can tap back into that same formula. Don't count Na'Vi off just yet. This was the newest roster coming into the major as well, Gamer Legion. Like you said, Flom is barely making it. For them to, again, just show that resilience and also, I think, put another feather in the cap of Ash, who, alongside these young players, 4 debuts at the major, barring Volt, who made his back in Paris. It's a reason that Gamer Legion will remain towards the tip of our tongue. They don't have the establishment of being this legendary Counter-Strike organization, but they have now consistently made majors since that Paris play. They have believed in up-and-coming individuals, and they have found a formula to continue to be relevant. And I think that, again, when you put that alongside their age and how hard of a major run they started with, Gamer Legion, yet again, at a third major, at the very least, have earned my respect.
Yeah, and going out versus Na'Vi. Drawing Na'Vi, you know, could be like Liquid drawing MIBR for their advanced game, and Liquid had a run, and you can never pick your run. Sometimes it's going to be harder, sometimes it's going to be easier. But this is, I'm sure, a matchup that many people wouldn't have been envious of, and in particular because of the veto.
Yes, exactly.
They got to play Nuke, they got to play Mirage. No surprising Na'Vi here.
If anything, it's like Gamer Legion have just continued to climb an uphill battle this entire time, and then finally, we put the returning major champions as the final roadblock. Obviously, you can't be too sour about the hand you're dealt, but there is no shame in going down today. If there's anything, I think, left out in this best of three that will be a little frustrating for the likes of Flawless, I think he would have loved to have shown a better day, individually speaking, especially back on Nuke. It really felt like just out of the gate, Gamer Legion weren't able to keep up with Na'Vi. That set a tone. It allowed for each individual of Na'Vi to kind of shake off this rust that they continue to do. And then Mirage just ends up being a pretty clean sweep across the scoreboard for them. This is a map where they lose both pistols. We were talking about, obviously, that 6-1 lead that Gamer Legion had. There was a moment where Gamer Legion were at the very least...
They won both pistols.
Yeah, Gamer Legion.
Oh, yeah, okay.
There was a moment where they had the tone of the game set as though they were going to run away with the T side that might have just kept Na'Vi limited off of the back of the Spirit smashing yesterday. Maybe Na'Vi were dead in the water on this map in particular, but their T side proved yet again they are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, they woke up after, again, it's like catching them on the last day. That's the hardest one. If it was the opening match, maybe they would have gotten more rounds here. But ultimately, it's 15 across 2 for Gamer Legion. And we don't get to see Ancient in the end. That was sort of unlikely to begin with, but I don't know. How are you feeling about Na'Vi moving forward?
I think you said it very aptly off camera earlier, where it's like, if this is still the level we get out of Na'Vi, I don't know if tomorrow's a guarantee.
Yeah.
I don't know if playoffs is theirs for the taking. Yeah. I think we still have to see more from them on an individual level in order to kind of take it seriously, because the shortcomings they showed us in the 48 hours, again, especially getting smashed by Spirit. I know it's a great head-to-head by Spirit, but it just proves to everybody else looking at Na'Vi, we can do that too.
Yeah.
You know, Spirit aren't entering this major flawless themselves.
Double digits.
Exactly. Yeah. So there is still a question mark around Na'Vi, but I definitely think they are emerging from their fog. That is what they proved versus Gamer Legion today.
Yeah. Okay. Take that. And we're looking at the results for Na'Vi here, and there is that 2-13 smash that might have killed their confidence, primed them for an upset, but no, it wasn't quite enough. In fact, it looks like it woke them up instead. It was crazy even watching how close the MRBR Inferno game was. That was JL's nightmare map. That was Insani killing him every single round. That was the 1v2 from Insani to close the game out, where it could have gone to OT, and then if it went to OT, probably Na'Vi picked that up. And just to make sure, did Liquid end up winning just now? Because we were not watching their game. Oh, it's 1-1.
Ooh.
Oh.
Which, shout out MIBR, because that first map was an absolute slosh.
Yes. Okay. All right. Well, things still get interesting here then.
Well, you guys can watch that over on the A stream with Dinko and Moses. But obviously, we still have the Brazilian Bonanza to come up next. Obviously, it's going to be a delayed start to that matchup, Mo. We can't send it live before 11 local time here in Romania. But we are also, I believe, waiting for an interview, so bear with us. It's right now, right here, with the most hype guy in the room.
Commiserations, you are now out of the Perfect World Shanghai Major elimination stage. Always tough to speak in situations like this, but can I ask, what's going through your mind right now?
Nothing. I will say that I'm happy with our result. We came in the 2 RMR with this goal to qualify to the major, and we ended up at top 13, top 14. I mean, and we lost not to weak team, we lost to Na'Vi. I mean, that was a deserved loss. I'm not feeling sad. I'm not feeling happy. Just life is life. Nothing you can do about it.
That's good to hear. So in that sense, then, you've met your own expectations. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think we've even done more than that, to be honest.
Great. Let's talk about the matchup. So, very tough matchup against Na'Vi. generally speaking, what do you think went wrong?
On Nuke, it just a couple of the clutches, couple of the rounds. One time we missed smoke, we lost an entry, and also we had a kind of game plan that I will say I didn't have a lot of to do in that game, so which is a bit unlucky for me on Nuke. On Mirage. There, one of the last rounds, I pushed on the ground, I see the back of the guy, and Wonderful picked me from the angle that I just checked. I mean, this is for me, just pure unlucky as well. We could have win more on T side as well, but game is game, and yeah.
I would love to get your thoughts on Na'Vi's T side on both maps, because it seemed like they just had very strong T sides. Were they hard for you guys to counter?
Not really, I will say. There was one round, default after default, they went towards us, and we killed them. All other rounds, I feel like we've been just giving away entries, and we've been bad at making decisions mid-round. So, for example, there was one round, one ZTR got traded on B. We are 4v4, and instead of do something, we've been just staying FK. We've been not doing anything. We lost, basically, we lost all of the map control. They just take it, and they played with that really good because they're a good team.
They are absolutely a very good team. Flamus, your post-match mental clarity is very strong. You seem to be remembering so many details, which is quite rare. In that sense, it feels like it's easy already for you to reflect on your journey here and this matchup. Is that true?
Yes, when we qualified to that stage, we have been feeling like we already showed the good result for our team and for our present level. And I mean, we've been just trying to enjoy the game, playing our good. And anyway, there was stress, there was nerves, even though I was not stressing. I was trying, I wanted to win, but if not, then no. I mean, we already did everything that we can, so what else we can do?
Flamus, loss aside, was this an invaluable experience playing a Titan like Na'Vi on a stage like this at a major with an amazing crowd?
I mean, I really love the crowd. I really love my Chinese fans, even though there was Na'Vi on the other side of the stage, but they were still cheering for us, and I will say I think there was more loud about us, not about them, and I really like that. I was enjoying the crowd. I really love you, China. I really love you, China.
Flamus, going forward, I think this is a project with a lot of promise. What are your rough thoughts finally on how you guys go ahead from here and realize your potential?
I don't know. I think we will see after, because I think because of the tournament we got a really good Valve rating. Because of the good Valve rating, we will get invited to the good tournaments in the future year, and which is good. And you will see, and we will see in the next year. No expectations, like always.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time. Is there anything else that you'd like to say to the fans watching at home and, of course, the crowd that we just had in the arena?
Yeah, I mean, you guys have been amazing. I was really enjoying playing you. I'm sorry that we disappointed you in some way, but we really love you. We enjoyed you, and see ya in the next LAN tournament in China.
Flamus, once again, commiserations, you and Gamer Legion heading home and exiting the Perfect World Shanghai Major.
Good head on that shoulders, Launders. Good head on that shoulders. Nice perspective, and honestly, keeping emotions in check, and obviously a very, even if he says it, kind of expected result, understands that Na'Vi was this, this unbeatable team. It probably felt like at moments, just accepting that this was a great moment for Gamer Legion in Shanghai, and honestly, setting themselves up next year with the Valve ranking, that is huge. That is huge. You have guaranteed yourself more runway going into 2025 when the expectations were that you were going to kind of flop at the start of the end of this year.
I mean, everything he said was just facts. It sounded like very, sort of honest way to look at the game. And I knew when he was going to start speaking that it would be truly honest. He's clearly somebody who is in the present moment and can't help it. And I think that, that's a really nice quality to have, especially for someone who's as talented as Flamus. So you got to say commiserations, but what he said about making it as far as they did, but not making it farther and still being okay with that, I think that makes sense for a team like Gamer Legion. And they definitely didn't lose to a rough squad. They lost to Na'Vi. So, yeah, enjoy those ranking points. You earned it.
And especially as the individual who nearly missed out, right? It would have been a different Gamer Legion coming into this major cycle, but Flamus scoops that last spot and seizes the day, so to say. So shout out him, shout out Gamer Legion, commiserations, I'm sorry. This is the end of their road, but they're not the only team that'll be eliminated today, folks. We've got 5 Brazilians, the most represented country in this major, in this stage. One of them, either Pain or Furia, goes home after the break.
Said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to the Perfect World Shanghai Major. My name is Parla, and I'm currently sat down with Fallen from Fury. It's time to have a longer sit-down chat and get to know the man, the myth, the legend a little bit better. Brother, how you doing?
Oh, great. Good to see you, Paula. Hello, everyone here in China. Amazing so far.
You've made it through to the Major itself. You're in the opening stage, but for those of you that maybe at home aren't aware of how the pathway was to get there, Gabriel, maybe you can talk a bit about your time in the group stage.
Yeah, for us the group stage was very difficult because we had the best seeding of the tournament. We came as a favorites and we dropped the first match in overtime, and after that the team that we lost for Legacy, they didn't catch any wins, so we kept with the worst score because of the way the format seeding works. We had to win 3 matches, and nonetheless we had to win one match that not only qualified us for the next playoffs, but also qualified Imperial, which is another Brazilian team. So it's quite a special thing to happen. The format's a little bit weird because of the number of spots, but I think it was awesome. Very stressful, you know, you want to qualify, it's very difficult, a lot of good teams, but in the end what matters to us is qualifying, so I'm very happy.
Did you see the footage of Imperial watching your game against Nanzi?
I saw that, yeah.
They celebrated it like it was their own victory because, yeah, it guaranteed them a spot in the opening stage as well. Is it funny to see that? Like, what are the vibes when you see footage like that?
Yeah, it was very funny. I think it's one of the first times that I see on a major a team relying on other team to go through so they could skip a match. It doesn't happen very often, but that's because of the number of spots we have for the America region at the moment. So yeah, it was quite special. I like the Imperial guys a lot. I played there with them a couple years ago. So it's amazing. Yeah. Happy that another Brazilian team made it.
Can you talk to us a bit about that? Like, do you know how many times you've been to China? How many times exactly you've been to Shanghai?
So I have been to China 3 or 4 times. And one curiosity is that in 2009, I had the chance to go to Chengdu. It was my first international tournament playing 1.6 with 5 gamers. So it's a very special place for me because it was the first time I was able to go out of Brazil, go to another country, and then play Counter-Strike as well. So my first international travel. And then later on, I think last year, we had a tournament here or something like that. And now I'm here in Shanghai to actually have time to explore the city. Maybe I had some connections here, but it's the first time I actually get to spend some time here. And it's great. I think China is always, what's the word? Impresses me because I think they improve so fast, you know. The first time I went to Chengdu, the city didn't look like now that I just came back last year. You know, I think China is evolving super fast, and I like to think that they're just miles ahead of a lot of places because they work very hard and they improve themselves a lot.
Final couple simple questions. What do you think of you and the team's chances in the opening stage? How far do you think you can go here at the Perfect World Shanghai Major?
I think that's the question. That's a good question. I don't really know how far we can go. I'm hoping that we can reach playoffs, and from that point on, I do think that this group needs a little bit of presence on stages for us to grow as a team and get where we want to be. Recently, we had a semifinals to be played in Brazil. We didn't do well, but before that match, through playing the top teams, we beat 3 top teams in a row. So I think the team is at a stage where we know we can play well, and it's more about getting the reps when the right pressure moments are there so we can grow the last piece of skin that we need in the team to be able to win trophies. So let's hope that we are going to be able to enjoy the stadium and then get more of this knowledge as a team, and these pressure moments we can go easily through them because the quality is right there. I know that we can go very far.
All right, thank you so much for your time, brother. Is there anything else you'd like to say to the fans watching at home?
I will try some Mandarin words, maybe.
Oh,
hopefully
okay.
I can. 我高兴在这里.
Looking at production,
Okay.
double thumb. What did you say?
我很高兴在这里. Eu estou feliz de estar aqui.
Wicked. All right, bro. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Moving forward, always a pleasure to chat. You're an
谢谢你。
absolute legend, and yeah, I mean it. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you for waiting throughout the extended pause. It's time to get back into the final game of the B stream, day 3 of the elimination stage. Lauders, those playoff spots are slowly filling up, and both of these teams would love to feature on that list of top 8 in Shanghai. However, this game's not even for playoffs, just rather being one of the representatives for Brazil that will be playing tomorrow. We know that MIBR have secured it, which means we will have 2 Brazilian teams guaranteed playing in the 2-2 pool. Obviously, an amazing opportunity for the most represented country at the major. However,
it's a high floor, right, for Brazil right now. But if you get one team to playoffs, that's great for your region.
Yes.
If you don't, then it'll be another major where they're consistently represented, but there's not one team that you can really rely on. Furia are looking to be that team, obviously. Going up against Pain, I think that will actually even the playing field a little bit. Like, Furia have been getting a lot better, and I think versus any other competition around their level right now, like we see they went to OT versus Vitality. They definitely could have won that game. They smashed Spirit, and they took a loss to Liquid. That's something. There is a real world where Pain win this series, and it'll go beyond the stats of Furia versus other teams 100%. I think there's a certain level of comfort that they're going to have in this matchup for sure, and Pain have definitely looked, they're kind of a sleeper pick in this stage as well. Like, I mean, I don't think they're on anyone's radar to make it through to playoffs, but they quietly believe in themselves. They've been grinding through. They definitely are a good team. But on paper, they should not be good enough.
Right.
They got smashed by Mouse. They couldn't even beat 3D Max. That was probably one of the worst games of the stage, honestly. And they at least have this win versus Big.
The 3D Max game felt weird just because, one, Kawaz was completely irrelevant for once, right, in terms of this event. And secondly as well, I felt like that was the worst game we saw out of Pain specifically. And we had this conversation with 3D Max versus Pain where it's like, 3D Max brings some like sloppy, crazy Counter-Strike into the server. And I saw the worst of Pain in the face of that. It's like, the old saying, like the art saying, dragging them down into the mud. Yeah. That was, for me, a really scary moment for Pain because it's the one match I've seen from them so far in Shanghai where I thought, like, oh, you just don't belong in top 16.
Right.
Like that, and I don't say that as somebody who doubts Pain on a regular basis.
That being said, they definitely brought the worst out in each other. Like, 3D Max had a stronger result today, but absolutely, watching that game, at least they get rid of it first. Dust2 is out of the pool.
Yeah, right. Makes total sense.
Yeah.
Pain actually end up going for the Vertigo pick.
That's been good to them.
Furia to Mirage, and if this party needs the third one, how about a decider on Inferno?
Yeah, I'll say Pain are the underdogs. Maybe a lot's decided on Vertigo because they can come close to losing, but they're relatively strong on it. Furia are just trying to prove. I mean, Furia are the team like Fallen. They're the team to be the best in the region first and then come out, right? And sometimes when you almost get poisoned by playing too much tier 1 when it comes back to playing the guys back at home, because their old style is just so different to what Furia have to be used to in order to be aiming for things like top 16 in a major. So I think part of the conversation for them has to be like, okay, remember who we're playing, not so much our form. They're going to be comfortable versus us. Some of the mistakes we saw from Kawaz won't look like mistakes in this match. And if Pain can drag them into the mud, I think this is where they have an ability to win.
What's wild is we're talking about a domestic matchup and 2 teams that come through the Americas, RMR, but we're talking about 2 rosters whose cores haven't faced up against each other at all in 2014.
Right.
2024.
That's true.
In 2024. And only once back in 2023. So one best of 3 series between, 2 of the bigger names of the Brazilian Counter-Strike scene over the course of 2 years. That feels such an anomaly.
Yeah.
And so, not a lot of head-to-head game tape to go versus in terms of officials, right? Obviously, practice partners, surely they've at least spent a little time with each other dancing in the server.
You got Skulls here, right? He knows Pain.
That's fair.
Yeah. He at least has some intel for them, and I think that's actually something where we might see a big game from Skulls, right? There was that saying, I can't remember which region was it. Certain region, certain language, but it was a player playing against their former team. There's a word for it because that guy always plays well. It might have been Portuguese, actually. I wish I could have that word. Someone, if you know that word, tweet it at me. But there is a phrase.
If you know that one word from that one language that's from somewhere in the world.
If you're Portuguese.
You know, you just let Launders know.
I don't want somebody from Amsterdam to tell me about a Portuguese word.
Oh, you mean flimflarbert.
But if you know the phrase, it is a thing.
All right, if you say so, boss.
It is a thing. So Skulls versus Pain. That'll be interesting.
Unfortunately for Furia, I put their Vertigo stock incredibly low. I think that some of the worst play we'd seen from K Serato in Shanghai has been here specifically on Vertigo. It's where their struggles began with. It's one of the maps where Wildcard were even pushing them to their limits. So let's find it out. I think this is a world where Pain Gaming can actually go up a map versus the biggest names from Brazil. And if you can go up in the opening map, then all you have to do is hang on for dear life.
Till Inferno.
You know, Mirage isn't the highest win rate either for Furia. Out middle, they shall begin the endeavor into the B bomb site. NQZ shoots one bullet set up by teammates in sight. That one shot from him goes unnoticed. Yuri recovers with the double kill. Biguzera doesn't see or stop it. Serving up a distraction for Yuri. Should have primed Snow. A shot into Yuri would have ended it, but Fallen comes up from the top of B stairs at the perfect moment. Poor Cowes gets gushed as he tries to get the smoke out. Could still pull this off. Low health on the player up close.
Yuri's trying to get away.
Big moment here for Cowes. In a 1v3, he's collected 2 kills already, and he knows exactly where Fallen's at. Had a chance to fire, but was swapping guns. 10 health on Cowes to close the 1v3. He allows Fallen to get off of the bomb site, get over towards Tetris, and there's no kit on Cowes, so he has to get Fallen to peek that bomb. And as he does, he misses the Beretta shot. It is Furia and Fallen to come upstairs, clearing Snow, that pushes this pistol to their back pocket.
Tons of close calls in that moment. Absolutely. The setup looks super strong, especially with the first kill and NQZ going unspotted at first, but it's Yuri just picking up the pieces, and timing for K Serato is wonderful. He's someone to watch, especially with you, making a note of his Vertigo performances right now. So yeah, maybe Vito favors Pain here. In that sense, there can be some fear for Furia in this position. It's their CT side where they struggle the most. So it was the Gamer Legion loss, I think, that you're probably referring to.
Yeah. But also no slouches on Vertigo. Ooh, careful now. There are tools to work with. Unfortunately for Pain, there's just nothing inside of B site that's really going to hold them back. There's a world where Snow gets bullied tonight by the counterpart Brazilians.
And maybe one where he saves the day, huh? Because, yeah, you might expect him to get very nervous, but this is the best we've seen from him, for
sure.
Oh,
no way that shot he comes out.
I just realized this game's going to be awesome.
Oh, yeah. Electric from start to finish, no doubt. There will be mistakes. There will be laughter. There will be tears.
There will be blood. Bomb will be left, it looks like, for Yuri to pick up. So NQZ just make sure that nothing funny's happening. And the bomb hasn't been picked up just yet. Yuri, oh, he'll get spotted. K Serato takes him out. NQZ down. I should just call him Scrawny sometimes. That would be funny. Scrawny down. Ooh, bad whip from Scrawny. Of course, the joke is that Scrawny somehow looks exactly like NQZ.
Well,
Scrawny, how's your Portuguese?
I think he looks like me, but...
Yeah, that's true. You were born first.
I was. I win. He's certainly the better Counter-Strike player. So maybe he wins, actually.
We'll see who gets farther in the major.
Fortunately for Pain Gaming, the force buy the last round leaves them worse for wear here. 5-7s, 1 smoke, a little flashbang. It's more than some would have entered with, but yeah, Snow. I do feel like sometimes he actually does get left a little too alone when it comes to Pain Gaming's B setups. And that's a lot of responsibility for a lesser experienced piece of Pain Gaming. This round, obviously, his entire team has forfeited any help in order to try to get ahead of any kind of an A commitment. Not the case. Furia just gonna isolate this B site 3 rounds in a row. It's their intended target. We'll see what happens when the guns come out to try and stop this. It's always fun when you get a domestic matchup like this with elimination on the line. Obviously, every player on the smaller organization looks at Furia as, in at least Fallen's case, the grandfather of Brazilian Counter-Strike.
Not the godfather now.
The grandfather. You're telling me Snow doesn't see him as nothing but an old man? But old men have all the old tricks.
Relatively clean, yeah.
3 rounds, 3 survivors.
Not a bad start here. So it would be, I mean, there've been a groundswell of great victories here for Pain. Furia's results have also been solid. That none of them have taken down unbelievable teams on this map. So, you know, actually whoever wins this will be, might be their strongest result overall. At least we've got Gamer Legion from Pain, but that's sort of at the higher end, right? Most of the results are in Brazil.
Whoa,
Nice
he's
buy.
full blind. My guy.
Cowes gets so crazy on this ramp.
Which works out well when Cowes is your highest performing player, but
yep.
Nowhere to be found in the 3D Max loss was a scary sight. Felt like Pain Gaming had really lost one of their most stable pillars. And maybe that's why their level of play just collapsed.
We've got a very, very passive situation here for Pain. If it was a walk up into B, maybe, but they're giving up full ramp control. Some good late utility, but actually not late enough. They're a little insecure about the A site. Yuri getting out in front of this. Oh, Cowboys will pay the price.
Yeah, and it's not even because he does something crazy, but just found out by Yuri.
So actually, though, if they think that this has pulled the rotation, NQZ might get a dry pick. The flash? No, nothing.
Had to land the shot and will deliver. Follow-up flashbang finds him, still in anticipation of the next. But team play comes forward. They're going to have to smoke that out and hope the bomb can still be planted. NQZ, it's the off in the pocket. Snow dies empty-handed, puts the pressure back to NQZ. Fallen can plant. He will not be stopped. And the Tetris hold now can be made by Yuri as Fallen gets off of the bomb site. That's a huge spray for Biguzera to catch through smoke.
Fallen in another clutch.
He swaps back over towards Tetris. Fallen gonna have to go into the smoke at some point. Biguzera, battle of the brains, sits on top of it. Fallen, he thinks it's a fake, but he lines that up with ease. And Furia with the kill from Yuri over on A, still not shaking that Opper off the bomb site. You'd think it would have been enough. 2 kills come out from NQZ. Snow goes down empty-handed.
Good utility overall, but this is the big play, I think, with Yuri getting it, and they missed some utility coming into the site, so it got uncomfortable for them. They got a lucky plant off, but they had the full smoke to use it. And I think the key moment here is Fallen actually walks out so early that he can make sure that Biguzera is sticking the plant, because there's no way he walked around the fat side of the smoke towards the stairs and risked that without running or shooting. And you see the smirk from Fallen. It looks scary from him, but he actually uses the full 5 seconds as purposefully as possible. missed that nade.
Just some fireworks to celebrate their last round.
That was a piece of utility that could have definitely done good damage.
Whoa, they forgot. Cello doesn't even consider that somebody's pressed up close. Okay, Serrato will get the trade back. We get a set of feet scrambling over. Don't forget there's an M4 on the field, and Kawez getting a kill just that easily without revealing the M4's position just yet. This is going to keep Furia a bit timid.
Now they have a molly, which is key for quad, and if they're going to scale to B, this is the thing that they need. It's Skulls who's coming in late with it. At 40 seconds, he wish he could teleport as they're going to start this walk up. But Snow does not have a smoke for himself. And oh my God! Well, maybe they don't need it.
Pistols prevail.
Oh, these shots are amazing out of Pain. There's that molly finally coming in.
Forces him out. Easy pickup for Fallen. He's going to be a critical role in another close at, again, a 15-second push into B. 5 rounds of B play. All of them close. And Fallen chucks that nade back behind Green. Oh, he gets the kill on the far peak. Skulls finds the trade.
There's still time to plan.
Oh, he missed it.
Oh, he doesn't have it.
He missed it, I think. Yeah, just by a second.
Whew, very key kill that goes down on Fallen on the cross. That allows Kawez to walk away with the round.
It felt like he had time, but he doesn't go for the instant plant.
Yeah.
Maybe when he scooped it up, he was still standing out in the open. Of all the rounds for Pain to win so far on Vertigo, that's the one they collect.
Yeah, and it is a close call. It's still going to be an expensive way to win, but as for Furia's money, it's not great. Buys coming in, maybe there's some guns on the floor, but they'll be a bit lighter on utility. 5-7 push from Kawez on short, and again, he's going to win duels like that. This one is a real mistake. Right there. And I think it looked like Skulls tried to just strafe over the bomb without looking around at it and missed it on his first strafe. That's all that they needed with the amount of time on the clock. But that's Furia playing it down to the last second, right? Like they're asking for situations like that.
Yeah, not the first round either that gets down to the sub 20.
Earlier in this stage, they were calling faster, and I think I was definitely praising him for it.
Kawez opens up shop.
Looks like a key head-to-head right there to Yuri and Kawez.
Yep. Right now, both showing signs of success. Fallen, love this boost. But a well-timed CT smoke takes away his angle. Ooh, little drop-off. Snow would have heard that.
Yeah, nice catch.
Just primed him. And Snow wastes no time, taking the head off of the highest rated Furia player coming into this match.
Uppies.
Ooh. Oh, no chance.
Catch both tactics. Beautifully done. Oh.
Try again. Got Serrato into the AWP, so.
Goes back to the gun.
And QZ not anticipating that reattempt. But we've already, of course, got really deep control over towards ramp by Big Uzera, so they can continue to solidify a B defense around Snow.
Yeah, just a prolonged save now, 30 seconds. Sitting down on the stairs with the amount of money left over. They are in danger, though, of Pain getting extremely ready to punish this, and Big Uzera has made sure that they can't be lurking around A as well. That's a huge part of the map cutoff. Let's see if they hunt. Pain really want to get ahead of the CT side. Furia, conversely, though, they have a lot of good wins, and it might be because they close out so strongly on T side, but they don't have great stats when it comes to the defense. Wow.
Not an easy duel.
Oh.
And they've all been like that, right? All the deaths really between short, whether it's Yuri or Kawez, have kind of been playing around strokes and fire.
It's just such a narrow corridor. All those fights are going to be difficult. He's just the man for the job.
Snow had a very clean moment of mechanical skill with that fast headshot once he heard the drop-off from Serrato, put him on high alert, found the instant kill on the climb up. Skulls can't do anything about that.
With the Money's very awkward. Pain should know this. This is really risky for them, and they actually run right into an off shot. Trade comes back.
Nice to have NQZ there to get one back over Fallen. Smokes envelop the ramp. It's risky business, that's for damn sure, but at least they had enough players in position to get back the 4v4. It's an opening made possible by the previous save. But half of Fury is still on pistols.
They really move quietly in these mid rounds. Scary to know they're just one floor beneath you on Vertigo.
Yeah, right. The reality of the layered map, so much more walking.
NQZ is, he's sort of alone. They don't have a Heaven player to flash for him. He can pull out utility to fall back, but if he's not careful, he will get run down.
Right, it would have to be a flash from Snow out of mid-elevator instead.
So far, no noise boosting up. They actually have executed it pretty well. And yeah, surely Pain start to move a little bit over now.
QC just waiting on the angle. Ooh, he took damage in that as well. There comes the teammates trying to flood out. We've got Snow up close, able to trade one off top box. Oh, the line is held somewhat. Lux actually falling in the back. Snow barely standing.
No plant.
So low, Yuri taps him down with the Tech 9, but Snow still got that kill at the same time.
And PWE stays alive. He won't find Yuri, who doesn't know where he is. No spam after time, and Pain will win.
Snow pulls that off, just puts himself inside of the smoke.
Yeah, nothing else to do, really. Just out of ammo. That was a scary situation where NQZ missed a shot, but Furia didn't run them down on the site, right? They needed to run across the quad, and instead they really, they kind of all try to play for themselves. That's not what you want to see. And so it didn't even matter that NQZ missed his shot, because the only way to stop the rotators coming in is getting to quad.
Second time out. That AWP of Fallen still held on to. It's survived 2 saves now. Survives 2 saves and also put them in that very temporary 5 versus 4 at the start of the previous round. It was a kill given over by Pain, taking a glimpse down the ramp.
It put him in awkward money spots, having to just save no plant on this T side. It's like Kawez and Yuri are going to do battle again.
Sign me up. I'll watch it all day long. Fallen obviously wastes no time revealing the original position of the op here in round number 8. There it is, the Yuri versus Kawez fight. Oh, both just miss it by the smallest margin.
The flash worked, but no one was there to peek him, and
thing is, Yuri's bringing friends to this fight. Skull's on standby. PWE gonna keep himself down.
Fallen's not clearing this.
No, he's walking up, doesn't expect it whatsoever. PWE makes the move. Instant pop of the offer, so that's the biggest job done. Only pistols remain. Oh, that's a Glock.
With a Glock.
No way Quesarado just hits him with a drive-by. Cello's P250 connects. Luckily, Kawez holds that short line. That is what makes the difference.
Nicely done, Lux.
From 0 to 100 with a double Glock ding.
So I think NQZ didn't have head armor.
I thought it was 2 shots.
It might. I
could be wrong.
It might have still been. It might have still been because it's a Glock, right?
Okay.
Either way. Not the funnest way to go out. But Pain in general have stabilized their economy. They kept Yuri's money a little awkward. We had Yuri drop the op over to Fallen last round, who had to invest down. If they keep playing things down to the last second and they don't get plants, they're just going to be stealing from their future economy.
Good timing again, right? These very disruptive flashbangs have frazzled the T's 2 rounds in a row.
What a play.
and their guns mean nothing in the face of Lux.
Oh my, that should have been a trade in the bag.
It's a welcome sight to see Lux climbing this scoreboard, top performing player for Pain as they're about to take a lead, assuming they finish off this 5v3.
Definitely.
Fallen keeps the hope alive with a bit of mid pressure.
Got him a little bit scared, but look, the boost is still enacted. Oh, they're gonna drop it down. And there's Fallen going out.
Oh, Yuri, well timed, but
because Zero was not covering that at all.
Quick apology to Cowes. At the very least, the trade's pretty instant. There's good damage done to 3 of these 4. We're talking about Quesarado after all. 15 to the clock, yet again, one of these late round moments. It looks like they're gonna give him space to go for this bomb plant.
There's no way for him to actually pull it off with the amount of time left over.
Starts to run out, not without the plant. And Lux makes sure that he puts him to sleep. 3 kills for Lux. Beautiful 1v2 out in top middle.
I mean, I thought he was going to get punished for how wide he swung off the flash. Didn't see anything. The one trade is something, but he actually got so wide that Skulls couldn't even find him. Very well done in Lux.
Snow always in the background.
Welcome back, Flamus.
Soak it up. Ride that high while you can. Yuri to prime flashbangs into the B hit. They're going to go. They've done a good job of getting through these B defenders more often than not. It's only a singular frag out of Lux. Snow under pressure puts a smoke at his feet to just make sure he stays alive. Bank nade over top. Negligible damage. It's a big commitment here from the CTs, and Fallen hits a nasty Desert Eagle. He's going to try to keep that pressure up as Snow comes out. Snow, it's another defender down with nothing. It is not enough from Snow again. Pistols prevail. Cowes has been found out, and with the lesser buy, Furia put themselves in a prime place to tie the game at 5. Cowes goes head hunting. His gun's getting dry. He's got Snow's rifle beneath him. He's got 2 players down underneath the old window. Cello's rifle looks to be first contact, and then expect that MAC-10 and Tech-9 to try and thrive. 5 health, all that's left for Cello. Now he's got to keep himself tucked. And as they get ever closer, they're working with the kit on Cowes. That now means kit down on quad. Big Uzera would have to go scoop it up, and knowing he doesn't have the time, this one's done.
Yeah.
They get into B. This is where Furia find their success.
That's true. And it's a crazy, messy round, but it's one where Furia don't invest very much. They'll be so happy to win this considering their money coming into the last 2 rounds of the half. And that's a lot due to Fallen. He got that Deagle kill, jumping up on the double stack to the back of Generator. Sliver of an angle. You can only really see his shoulder. And Lux couldn't lock down that second kill. Oh.
Nice shot.
Yeah. It's hard to get mad about that. And unfortunately, the protocols when things get messy on B are not really there for Pain. It's tuck and wait, you know?
I think Furia have done an excellent job of making Snow feel very uncomfortable. It's a 4-kill half for him. Pain Gaming gets something out of that boost. We've seen them put up and disassemble more often than not.
Solid damage, though, back on Pain. With all the riflers on foot. A really good amount of utility still left over here for Pain, though. 1 full kit will be dedicated to the B site. Oh, there. Some gets traded over. And again, Furia like to use time to make things uncomfortable. Sometimes it backfires. Oh, the flash is beautiful. What a find. He's just faking the run back, I think.
Yeah, nobody bites down on it, though. Keeping this three-player majority setup inside A. Close crane peek. Tries to swing out, and that's just Cowes throwing himself into the hailstorm of Yuri's bullets. Oh, Big Uzera, no trade frag. Now it falls to Lux, and he's also empty-handed.
Oh, and there's only 2 up,
but
NQZ hits his.
He's got the HP for it and made for the planter. That's going to get Fallen pushed over. Into his coffin he'll roll Yuri, 10 points of health versus 2, and they both decide to take the long road, wrapping short. Now Yuri's not even considering this yet.
He's thinking about it now, right?
Starting to push forward, yeah, looking to get away, but executed with ease, James Bond style.
Nice one.
Shot to the side of the head, and that's Pain Gaming back to at least a 6-round CT side on Vertigo.
And that's because they start off with a fast boost, anticipating the ramp play, right? Like, this is really early on in the round. Sometimes you assemble this in the middle of action just because you think something's happening. So very smartly done here from Pain. And even though there are some great trades back, they allowed NQZ to get this chance at a shot. Not only that, but he knows how to go bowling too.
Not every player has a catchphrase. Snow does.
I was going to make a comment about the vocabulary.
Well, no words needed to explain this. Pain Gaming roll forward into the next round, opening 2 kills. 2 different sections of the map. Furia thinking that they could just make contact. They pay a dire price. Snow, though, for someone who's talking a lot, it's not walking the walk. 4-7 is his first half concluded.
Yeah, B-side's hard to play. Even Donk couldn't figure it out.
Okay, Serrato gets boosted up. Does this timing actually catch NQZ off? We've seen both sides of the coin. Him find kills and also drop the ball, but a good quad setup. Lux keeps his head now down. They don't have any way to get him out of here.
Spot.
And so Skulls is going to have to hope that he peeks. And as he does, that's 1 frag back. It's a clutch attempt with nothing else to do. Nowhere else to go. 1v4 demanded of Skulls, and he's already halfway through it. Pushes off sight. Big Uzera peeks green. He's got a chance here, Skulls. Just rip him off. And as Cowes comes from the top of B steps, Big Uzera plays with him. This has been drawn out so long that Cowes is allowed to walk up the stairs and just blindside Skulls for the end. A 4-0 start for Furia ends with only 5 rounds on the half.
Yes, that's a very good recovery from Pain, and that's where we go back to talking about the veto. This is the map they wanted to bring it to. And because they're playing against Furia, I think they have high expectations for themselves. They're probably quite pleased with this draw. And some might call it an upset. I think you got to throw, previous form out the window a little bit. You'd be more suspicious of Pain's ability to rise to the challenge based on the games they played in this stage. But Furia, I think they know, their performances versus those tier 1 teams. I'm really not sure it matters now. They're hyped. Every time. The last thing you hear is Snow and his catchphrase. If anybody knows what that means, they can tweet it at me. Never heard that word before.
Run with this momentum. It's one thing to look up to the players on Furia, but do not look back at them now. 2 rounds the lead. An active pistol play coming out from Furia here, trying to kick off the CT side with numbers facing down on ramp. They're drawing the T's into the fight. The Beretta's getting nothing. It's 3 clean headshot executions. An instantaneous ramp rush off the back of that one. Fallen, he will at least clear 1 off short. They've got that wall of smokes up, and they don't give him enough space to get the multi-frag in. Snow goes deep, and Pain 8-5.
This might be beyond the power of Serrato to try this 1v4 retake. No way in, and he's already worried that he's being hunted down. He'll keep these dualies safe for now. Pain clean up on the A ramp. Perfect play to attack. Now one comes down to shots, right? You simply have to aim better in that spot. There were no surprises. Without a pistol, we'll have to see. I think Furia's CT side can definitely get exposed.
It'd be a dramatic moment for Biguzera to cut Furia out of a chance at making playoffs.
Yeah.
Considering...
Wouldn't be the first time he's stolen something from them.
Uh-huh. Everybody wanted Biguzera Furia once upon a time.
Then he said, why don't we just make Pain better?
And he has. With lesser known pieces. He has crafted a roster that begins to make a name for itself. Shanghai could be the home. Oh, what are you doing up here?
We're making towers.
Made of ivory. Famous MP9 setup. It's the 2 players on each top of the stack.
Setups like this are so solid for...
Goes too far.
Just finding
yes, sir.
A kill, yeah.
Just that little bit extension over top of the ledge. Biguzera, no stranger to the more common angles. Cowes, here we go.
Oh, baby.
Backs turned to him.
You know his mouth's watering right now on this flank.
Yep, creeping up. Gonna make sure that he's there with his teammates, but there is a 3rd player still around in Yuri. He's got his hands on that Galil, picked it up off the corpse. But again, Cowes turns back around, clears it from the other end, and unfortunately with the double boost in B site and 3 players A, mid so clear for the taking, and that is exactly where Cowes moves out, so Pain will be happy that they played all options because mid rolls forward into the A split.
I still appreciate the boost they use on rounds like this, not this map that they do it on solely. And if you think about it, like getting taller is an interesting way to look at a new advantage. Honestly, I talk about ammo as a final frontier of resources for teams that they haven't really explored, and height I think is another one.
I know. For some reason I just pictured like you'd never hire someone 5'2" to play basketball.
Exactly.
For some reason I just a really tall Counter-Strike team. Giants.
Be the Monstars.
Don't get better, get taller. But it all gets unraveled. They take him out at the knees. The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
Opens up new angles and avoids the default utility that you'd only be able to fight back against with your own full kit.
Try to charge in. Queserado, lucky to walk away with 1 off the Famas. This is Pain, just ready to roll forward regardless. Honestly, no gaps. Really, no chances for Furia to get too active. Pain are everywhere.
They wanted that B play to come in, but they didn't have the right amount of resources to defend against it. Full kit's utility here for Pain. Yuri wandering around in spawn, thinking about if it's safe to save A.
He most certainly can. Call it quits, let Pain take that double digits. It's double digits and double the round count.
Even if Furia have some kind of advantage on the next 2 maps, the fact that Pain have this one in their back pocket is, I think, going to help them leave with a smile.
Yeah, which is the exact headspace that you don't want Pain Gaming rolling into the next map with. But you're not going to stop them. Their Vertigo, solid enough, and unfortunately for Furia, even if it's not a map struggle, their highest performing player in Skulls is mediocre in terms of his performances in Shanghai. This one's not anything to remember.
Yeah, it's true.
A lot of close moments back on that B site throughout the first half for Furia. Close moments that could have honestly slipped through their hands, and this blowout would have been even further one-sided. So final timeout called by side.
It's a quick update from the other screen. Spirit are up 10-6 over Heroic. And they might be pulling off a force by victory. So just checking on Spirit because yesterday they were good, the day before they were bad. Who are they today?
Who are they?
And also playing on Ancient against Heroic. We're trying to find out if there's a world where Heroic, could pull off that upset because they put on a show for us yesterday versus the Mongols. We saw some Tier 1 Ancient and Anubis in that series.
Heroic were 2 rounds away from securing
after a 6-12 comeback.
Playoffs. Birth, Launders, they were that close. They were that incredibly close. Yes. And we said it even after that Anubis game. Did they just let their golden ticket walk away from them?
Yes, it's possible.
Spirit may steal one too. Back to reality for Furia off the back of their final pause. 10 of the last 11 rounds, all the way of pain. Kawa is slipping out through middle as Fallen rattles bullets off. Lets the op presence be known. Fallen trying to get off the flashbang, but nice peek right back in. Quesarado also hitting headshots. That is what you need, an uptick in individual hits.
Yeah, okay. That works out. Nice round out of Fallen. That kill set it off.
Not their first rodeo. And not their first glimpse of greatness in this map. Fallen and Quesarado trying to keep the boat afloat.
This is a chance for Skulls and Cello to see if they can help out the team because their T sides were not so strong. But we'll find out if that's even just a flash in the pan.
I'm actually quite surprised to see Big Uzera's individual level be pretty non-existent.
Yeah, for some reason he's just not as impactful as doesn't take over, and sometimes is even lackluster. The team still seems to be good enough, but it's not as if they couldn't have had better results if he was more individually on form. But yeah, it's interesting to see him be such a non-factor sometimes. He just comes in for 1 or 2 big rounds where you can see he's playing with no pressure, but overall, not that many kills.
Just wild that when we go back to Copenhagen 1 major ago, he was the highest rated player at the opening stage of that event.
Yep.
He was the reason that Brazil secured so many more spots for the Americas region.
Definitely. But look how he's raised up these talents. They really are taking over for him.
Got to give it where it's due. Still has credit in that regard.
He really does age fast.
Counter-Strike waits for no man. Gonna try to pressure up into the ramp play once more. No tricky boosts to be catching Pain off guard, but these smoke grenades make them a little nervous, not wanting to just charge headstrong into the potential stack that is indeed nearby. We'll keep eyes on Snow all the while, seeing what he can do on his own. Obviously left to his own devices, again, as he tends to be on the defense as well. It's a lot of responsibility for the lesser experienced piece of Pain.
I like that Painter working the body here. They've got rounds to play with. I think they're just want to try to elicit a mistake, make a nightmare game feel unending. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wow. I think that was actually worth clicking on. That was definitely not a perfect peak. But the time is just bleeding, man. They can't even go A anymore unless they run all the way up. So
you got to do something. You got to do it soon. Beyond 30 seconds, they are still just stagnating in the bottom of ramp. But then Cello just gets slammed against the tarps. Of course, because time is limited, it's going to be tough to get K-Serrato out from behind here. They try to charge him down, and Big Uzera swapping into the rifle. It's going to be a flash out of Fallen. Does he just try to charge down bomb? 10 to the clock. Oh! And able to react. Despite Big Uzera hitting the dink, the bomb jumps into the cover.
Does
cover
cross.
That's so limited. Fallen deciding to push forth in with impact. Snow, last piece of the puzzle. The final arrival. Pain Gaming put themselves into this tough spot by taking a little too long. But now Furia have to come to him.
He did get a last trade. They're walking this slowly around to see if he's on the ramp, and Snow, he's
Back
got
exposed.
his back turned, yeah.
Doesn't consider, and Furia able to just keep those numbers thinned out by sheer aggression on the attempt to plant. While Pain are desperate, Fallen finds 3.
That's incredible that Pain waited for that moment, found a kill, and got that far up off the trades. But yeah, Fallen was just like perfect insurance with the flashes, that wide flick. It definitely could have all gone south there. But can't say I loved, you can't say you loved how this round was played out, even though it took a shot like that to bring it back. That was almost a Furia called round in a bad way.
Fallen keeping them in this.
Dude, that was a good play, man.
I love that shot onto the crane peak. NQZ was on the corner of the crane.
And I think until like the recent generation of players, Fallen's always had the highest efficacy on flash assist, like in terms of time blind. He just knows where you are.
Lux responsible for trying to crack something open here in round 18. Spotted out by Fallen. Opal change hands. I guess Cowez's Deagle can also do it.
Repeak is punished.
That's a nasty shot off the sidearm, but
they immediately snake back down. It looks like to get to the A ramp, but
that youthful vigor.
Let's see. How far down is Skulls at the moment? He's smoking deep B. Yeah, that's a pretty solid play from him, like they can fortify elsewhere, re-clear mid very easily, and come back to A. This one comes down to Big Uzera, man. Been waiting for a play from him.
This is big. But Cello's got other ideas. Not bad for a guy who was just 4 and 14.
Yeah.
He's going to come out with a double kill too on this round, so it gets swept away. Definitely openings. I mean, Pain walked through with a single AK.
But that's a moment where you look at Big Uzera 7-11. It's like, hit that first bullet, man.
Yes.
Where's the X factor? Maybe this game will get closer than expected. Pain took a long time to make an idea happen into an eco, where they still could have potentially won. And now they'll take a tack pause. No better time to do it. I think this is a mental one. They have the T-side playbook to pull this over the line, no question. But do they have the execution today, and are they feeling the pressure? And apart from that shot, Fallen's having a great match.
Two flashes, a smoke, and incendiary left in spawn. Furia, plenty to work with.
Good counter utility sends it back from scaling quickly. Could have been a ruse to try to draw them back. Sometimes it's about these multi-pronged lurks on A and B to make individual mistakes. Skulls has a very hard position. We'll see if he can play it any better than Snow can. He's supposed to be an anchor specialist.
Uzera instead trying to hunt for this duel. Yuri's been a real nuisance for anybody trying to get up into this lane of entry. Skulls He gets his pick over top of Snow.
Waiting for his flash.
Molly behind him. He's able to step forward. Big Uzera still just waiting out smoke on the other half of the map, so we get 2 fights queued up, but one's a little later.
I think Skulls can tell them it's probably going to be the A site now. They're coming to check on any mid lurks just to make sure.
Nothing there for Fallen, so he throws himself back into short side. Beautiful shot from NQZ. Cello, 2 players pass him on short. Oh, Lux over top. Yuri, it's a fast rotation back into the elevator. 3 players all corralled right there in the open for him.
Going through it.
Yuri looking to go deeper into short side while the Deagle is in hand.
They're going to walk back into him, aren't they?
You'd think, but Big Uzera actually delays somewhat, and Kawes out of middle. He's the only thing that's left. He's the only thing, and Quesarado ready for that lurk.
It's so Brazilian. These guys just know each other so well. They can even read plays like that. Yuri pushed through that smoke, cut off shorts. I mean, the great part about the Yuri play is even if he doesn't know if someone's going to come back there, he has a perfect retake position. So he either finds someone back turn as he wraps around entirely, or he stops them from post-planning after the smoke comes up. And he also gets the bomb down initially off of this spam, gets a little extra damage in. Yuri's getting so much value right now.
Solidifying an A defense on his own. A burden for Pain on that half of the map.
And Yuri's somebody who we just have stopped talking about with so many new additions to Furia, along with Quesarado proving, you know, he was the best of the original 5, but he was, for months at a time, right up there, exactly where Quesarado was. All right, one more test for Skulls, and this is, again, such an important thing, because look how exposed you are as a B player.
Yep. Snow at the front of it, down again with nothing. Skulls, however, it's the one and done at the Tetris peak. It's deep, but as he reaches out, Fallen could have just been punished by the Tech 9.
Kawes went for that gun, didn't see him.
Lux has bomb, so he has to peel back. You just saw him trying to move forward. Nade on top of the huge amount of damage there. That's 100 health off Lux and Kawes combined. They anticipate some kind of deeper peak, keeping the pressure up with the util. Just gonna wait this smoke out.
Look at NQZ just sitting for his chance.
They've got everything they need. The Tech 9 push, okay. Desperate times call for desperate measures, but it puts Kawes 1v4, and a single kill will not make the difference. Furia have turned this game around.
That's solid stuff, man. CT side. All of the utility land at the perfect time. They took so much damage in. There was a chance to run over Fallen, but if you let this guy stay alive, he's gonna find value right now. 2 kills on the round for him. He gets the one after Kawes, because once Kawes crosses into the site, everyone else's guard is down. They think there's no op on this line. So of course Big Uzera is going to run into that. And that's day save from Quesarado in the end.
Inches away from finding Fallen, scoped in, easy pickup.
And Skulls plays it well enough. He dies, but he gets his first kill, and sometimes that is just the most important part about B.
I think Skulls B play has presented us more to praise than that of Snow.
You see more shush-like protocols, right? More aware of the angles that you can get peeked from. The aim is the other half of that, and that's where we'll have to see if he can fully recover his scoreline, because certainly more action is going to come back to him.
Yeah, right here, right now, in fact.
The tests don't end.
His smoke is down already. An entire grouping of Pain beyond that wood wall. Exposed. He on top of the tower just gets sidelined, and Quesarado's rifle control good for the second. Fallen into the angle. He's lost his original 2 defenders. If Snow peeks to the left side, can Fallen really flick it? Not sure where exactly they come in from. Kawes softened up by grenades, but still able to drop Fury, so the rotators die. Cello's burning to a crisp. Fallen's down, and Pain come through.
Okay, they keep the lead. 11 rounds for Pain. That's a nice one from them, and they take Skulls out as well. No kill for him. Again, such a key duel that's going to take place. Everybody on the stairs versus him on the site. He decides to go up top, and the spray isn't good enough. There are enough rotators there to make up for the trades, but the same can be said for Pain, who had a strong pack of players ready to swing. And even when they give up one to Fallen, they get somebody else in exchange.
Skull's going to be beating himself up. He stuck around on top of those orange boxes so long that when that smoke gets blown open by the frag, he looks foolish.
Yeah, that's the other thing that CS2 added to B players. You used to be able to smoke the stairs, and you got a guaranteed 16, 17 seconds of peace. Now, nothing's guaranteed. That's why T-sides have started to run rampant, but Furia have made this 4-round comeback.
Zera to contest on short again. This has been Yuri's domain. Cello's struggles have to come to an end if this A commitment does come through from Pain.
It's been scary for Pain when they don't find any action. And they really are looking for duels. They know about Kawes lurking out mid. Now, unlike when Snow played this site, they're really supporting Skulls in this spot, which means they have a thinner defense on the A site, but this will be unbeknownst to Pain. They're really spreading out the utility well. What's the idea for Pain? They're looking for the late re-clear. It's going to go back to B. This is a little bit of a fake from Big Uzero. Just one smoke, but Yuri's in front of it. He's calling this out big time.
It gets announced by him taking those shots.
Now they need
should be on high alert. Good grenade damage again for Skulls to have to try to deal with. Pressure here for Caserado as he's fully blind. You'd think he's dead, but somehow gets the quad.
How?
4 players coming upstairs, and nobody gets him out until 2 are dead already. Skulls making the most of that one.
The bomb?
Snow's trying to press in. This plant is desperate, but it's covered barely. Big Uzera and Kawes, the last 2 pieces. This comes down to a second. A bloodbath inside of the B site. But Fallen, if anyone is here to rob your hopes away, it's him. He's down.
It had to be the best round yet out of Fallen, and the clutch gets denied. Off in an impossible spot. Pain Gaming play it perfectly. And this moment right here, you think the round is totally over. Somehow Caserado staying alive is actually unreal.
Skin of your teeth CS.
But then did Caserado swing quad after that when Skulls got its 2 kills?
I don't know. We switched off.
They spammed him.
Skulls makes the move for the double kill.
Got scary for Pain for 1 second.
Man, oh man. A 5-round resurgence from Furia in the middle of this CT side. Had Pain getting real quiet. In contrast to their 10 of 11 round streak.
Honestly, it was a pretty solid round for Fury. It was Pain who played it down to the wire. They got the utility damage in early.
Snow's gonna fully disengage from B, departs early. Looking like Fury want to get active in mid. Looks like they're gonna go carve out a bit of information. Trying to make the most of these limited pistols. 3.57s on the field for Furia. If you take what you can in terms of info.
Oh, don't tell me they forget to molly this.
This can't be the case.
Not on an anti-force buy. They know that Furia have no money, but they might come to clear this.
Cello jumps the gun, fires immediately, wastes no time. Fire at his feet, he gets a second! And that opens the door for Yuri to slide out. Yuri, who has been a kingpin in the A play. And yet once more, we go down to 20 seconds. Pain have played with the clock and forgot an instrumental piece of util, a key position held. And Skulls lining one up through smoke, the double up down. Oh, the pistols pay off.
It's a clean wipe, and it's because they don't molly Cello out at sandbags. How can they forget to do that? How can they forget to clear it at the very minimum?
Inexcusable.
Go around the outside. You know they have some pistols along with these rifles. That is such a massive error for Pain to make after the 2 rounds that we just saw.
And they had a molly.
And they had a molly. I think they even had 2.
It wasn't a didn't have the tool.
Yeah,
didn't have the presence of mind.
They had the time as well, and they just didn't want to give anything away. But what are Furia doing? They're sitting in spots with small guns trying to make close angles work, and that's got to be one of the most expected ones. So listen, still a world where Pain closes this out here, and now they have the op on NQZ.
They dislodge Snow. Exchange of grenades here from the pack as they crawl around in the tunnels. Look how uncertain everything feels.
Yeah, they're still, because they've been playing blind this whole time. They wait for B pushes, A pushes, don't see anything, and then they force them to go for a
disruptive here from Skulls. He didn't see Snow.
Yeah, whoa, he ran down the stairs.
He didn't see him.
Through the smoke.
Comes through the smoke grenade. Snow would have been on his screen between the staircases. Now all of a sudden you've offered up a 5v4 for Pain when you went so long giving nothing. You almost delivered a free kill on a silver platter. Luckily for you, you've got Yuri still maintaining control out on middle.
They see the B split intention, right, with that smoke.
Certainly. So Queserado's on high alert, ready to hold back. Heads emerge out from smoke. It's the Lux MP9 or Mac to get that entry. Fallen, they're gonna have to call on him again. A target that crosses over, but he sends the shot through box and it doesn't land. Fallen's got one up in his face. He's got two teammates behind him, and Pain may have been given a God-given gift in terms of openings on this B site. But the god himself could rip it away still to push OT. Fallen, waiting for something to shoot at. Cello up along the wall. Now it's all Fallen. This shot, pistols out, hits the headshot. It's him versus Big Azera. Oh, and he had a chance. But that chance dries up. Pain finish what they started here on Vertigo.
Oh my God, they actually closed it out, and it's with the low buy. That is such a massive error in that last round from Skulls. What happened there? Running through a smoke down the steps on B. And that's through a smoke at 45 seconds, right? It's not even a guarantee. They didn't push A and have all that info back. So they really allowed for a chance for Pain to win that round, and for some reason got scared.
Dude, these last couple of rounds just, there are some key mistakes being made by both the teams. I mean, you don't volley out Cello the round prior, and then in this time you have Skulls just making a wild move. Now, obviously would have been told to do it.
Yeah,
Smoked.
I have no idea what the call would have been for, him playing so safe all half.
Like, what leads to that decision? Because he came through so adamant.
I could not tell you, man. I could not tell you. Like, flashing through, they tagged Snow with a molly earlier on. If they had a full push on A, that would be even less reason to push, right? If they wanted to push through B, why would they do it while their smoke is still live? And if everyone was setting up utility in that spot, would that be the moment where you want to come barreling down at them? Or would you rather just be at the half wall or have a rotate come over?
Yeah, it's not as though they had any mid control on the side of Furia either. There was no map control that leads you into that.
So Pain did the job. They got the map they were supposed to. It's not in the clean fashion in which they have been able to pick up Vertigo versus some other competition, but right now it's just another notch in the belt. They pick up the win versus Furia in a series where Furia have shown that they can fight with the world's best leading up to today.
This B site ends up playing such an essential role to just both the halves.
It's just so hard to play in CS2. It really is just so hard to play in CS2. The last round's an unforced error, but NQZ has black and white socks.
That one round prior as well can't be understated. They planted with like half a second to spare, and that cover was barely in position for the bomb plant to actually go down. If Cello wasn't occupied with the player on close green, there were very, very fine margins and then some glaring mistakes, both coming together for this 13-11 result in Pain Gaming's favor.
Yes. So it'll have to be the long road now for Furia, and obviously this is just to get a chance to make it to day 4. On day 3, I think Pain will be more excited for the draw than Furia, who, well, you know what? They both got to be pretty pleased because Would you rather have Na'Vi? You know, there are some other harder matches even for Furia, and they've already been through it. So obviously a crazy game of CS right here, and Furia nearly beat the stats on their poor CT sides.
Yep.
But in the end, could not pick up Payne's map pick.
Yeah, Payne were, shaky at times there, despite that huge spree, 10 out of 11 rounds in a row. Felt like this map was going to be a complete wash. Like they had it just tied up, and then nervousness creeps in. Maybe that's where we start to get these mistakes, whatever it may be. It is indeed by the skin of their teeth. Not one round, not two, multiple situations in that game had to go Payne's way by the finest of margins for them to have this map. But now that it's over, it's in your back pocket. You are a single map away from taking down the biggest name in Brazilian Counter-Strike and giving yourselves a chance tomorrow to make it into playoffs. It's what dreams are made of. It's what Payne are playing for, and they'll have to close this series in the next two maps, Furia's choice of Mirage, after the break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Counter-Strike ain't always pretty, but it always means something. We play for something on the line, and today it's to not go home. We need another Brazilian core to play alongside MIBR tomorrow. That's what this is all about. Being the last 2 Brazilians to have the hope of day 4. Well and truly alive. Pain, barely, Launders. That's the end of the end at Vertigo. Barely.
You would assume that they kind of needed to take Vertigo to have a chance in the series, but again, like, I'm just not believing that the stats outside of this matchup really matter that much. Furia could have absolutely taken Vertigo right there. I think Pain can absolutely take Mirage, as well as Vertigo in this series. And again, it wouldn't be the first time, even though it's been a long time since they've been beaten by Pain.
It really does, you know, kind of put this Furia lineup in question, though, if they have an uptick in performance at the Shanghai Major, where I feel like after the opening stage, there was still a lot of doubts. There were some believers for certain, but I think there was just, you know, the thought of them making it to playoffs, at least for me, kind of just eluded me still. I just thought that, like, I don't know, maybe I'm jaded.
Pain or Furia?
Furia, this is.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
Maybe I'm jaded after all this time, but it almost just feels like they don't have that fight every day.
Yeah, I think they're still one roster move away. I think they're one roster move away before being the de facto best Brazilian team by a huge margin, because I think they're close. Because like if they have Queserato, then they've got to be top 2.
Right.
And then if they had you know, someone like Big Zera Copenhagen form, or another player like that on the team that was more consistent, you know, I think they would be right there. If Fallen can play this well, I think they're basically just one other roster move away. But for the time being, this match will decide who does get the farthest. We have said bye-bye to MIBR after their last game to Team Liquid just now.
Well, they play tomorrow.
Oh, they play tomorrow.
That was a 2-1 game.
2-1. Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, now I'm going to put this the hard way. They have a very hard draw tomorrow. So we've got Navi. There's some options. I guess that's something we'd have to take a look at. I'm pretty sure if Pain win this game, then it'll be Navi versus FaZe tomorrow.
Sold. I'll take it.
Okay, there we go. Took a look at some of the results right now. And, oh yeah, and then Heroic.
Still ongoing.
Their Spirit did win.
It's Mao's Navi winner of this versus FaZe, MIBR, and the ongoing A-Stream game. Anything is possible.
FaZe MIBR. FaZe MIBR happens if Furia win this game, I think. Maybe MIBR could beat FaZe. You know, Brokey's having his worst major ever currently.
It's just a crazy sentence. Say it out loud. Hold on, I'm going to close my eyes. Say it one more time.
MIBR have a maybe decent chance to beat FaZe Clan for elimination at the major. Probably a 60-40 matchup.
I can't see it. I know it's a true statement.
They've already beat Navi.
I just can't see it.
FaZe's form is really, really rough right now. So,
I mean, that would be the biggest shortcoming of FaZe at a major since getting eliminated in Rio by Bad News Eagles.
Yeah, that was worse, though. That was 0-3.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it was bad. But this would be the worst thing since.
Technically, they didn't even win a map at the major. Because they didn't play Challenger that major. Or was that Challenger, actually?
It might have been. Actually, Bad News Eagles was there, yeah.
Crazy things happen at the majors.
It's true. You can't come in cold. That's the God-honest truth.
I think with the new scheduling, we will at least get more instances of teams peaking at the end of the season.
Which is a welcome
mentally
change.
Knowing that there's nothing afterwards.
Yes.
And the timings being the same 6 months apart. But
also
this is the first time it's happened. So
also means that all the roster changes happen in the off season as well, which I think is really good for the news cycles.
Yeah,
that's always fun. You know, sometimes
and news channels.
Yes, sir. Breaking news with Launders.
Skulls goes back to Pain.
The fact that Skulls enters this series as the highest rated player for Furia thus far. He's outperforming Queserato here.
Didn't on Vertigo, though.
And exactly. Didn't have it going for him. And if he could replay round 24, I bet you he'd pay a pretty penny to rewind life.
I mean, you mentioned that someone must have told him, and like, you gotta always assume there's some calm that made someone make such a rash decision.
Had to.
But like, what in the world would someone have said? Run through that smoke, son.
You can do it. Go Skulls, go. Still nice to see what, of course, Fallen has been able to get out of Skulls since his departure from Team Liquid.
Yeah.
I think really proves that there was value still within him. Obviously was not able to harness that in Liquid whatsoever.
Is it fair to say, though, that his peak was playing on Pain?
I agree, yeah. His peak thus far.
Yeah, yeah.
His journey isn't over.
We don't know if he will surpass it, but yes, to this point in history.
Obviously, they're
back upon his peaks.
We saw an uptick in promise in this year's Rio. IEM was not a bad event for Furia when you consider the string of events that came before it. Well, playoffs at a major would be a nice way, though, to end the year for either team involved in this one. It is Pain Gaming up a map. We go to Mirage. Furia's pick. Dual Berettas between Cowes and NQZ. Launders, put your money where your mouth is. $5,000 between me and you. Who wins this?
Furia.
No deal.
Okay. I don't know. Scrawny's not really a betting man.
Nope. The only person I bet on is myself.
And Lucky Larry.
Oh, yeah, that's true. A little lobster mania. First contact, bottom of middle. Into the window they'll go, not stopping Furia from getting their hooks into this mid to what. Right now, it's the catwalk under question. That's the bomb spotted soon enough. Snow's gonna get gushed as he falls back to the default. Cello's got this nice window control, but he actually lets a player get into market. Considering you have one on window, a market rotate is a luxury for Pain. Cowes actually straight up clears him off of it. They've only lost the one player in Snow within the site. Zera throws himself forward, and nobody's hitting anything for Furia. Quesarado gonna try to turn it upside down. It's a 1v4, 30 seconds left. Oh, there's a good gush. They're trying to get him one at a time. They step forth, but he's not able to do more than one.
Oh, that was really rough from Furia. I mean, Pain come out and miss, an equal number of shots, but that's Furia with the sight as they're jumping in. Like, that is a way more uncomfortable CT approach than it is a T standoff. And Snow's given space. They aren't scaling well enough on him. They don't win the window fight on the lurk. They have plenty of chances to get kills. And also, of course, it's just Quesarado in the end with one.
And a gush, but not enough there. It's the fact that Cello doesn't get the kill on the guy who's running into market before we see that Beretta fight that he also then loses.
Yes. Like, if you're not going to go and get the second, reposition, right?
Really just let Pain have a little more confidence in knowing that market had two players in it. Snow on site could at that point afford to die. We see him swing out. You let that one get away from you.
Bomb smoke on B. Doesn't seem like it'll matter this time. Quesarado holding two flashes, though.
Call this the Doug Trio.
Oh, that's a good name for it. It's an evolution of Diglett. Oh, another bad smoke.
Luckily for Lux, it's just the Glocks. Which surely...
Not seeing a plant happen now.
These Glocks shouldn't even be getting away with a bomb plant, and it doesn't look likely at all. You get one, folks, just the one. And you're lucky you even get that.
It's a big pistol flub, man. They give Pain a little lead. And I think the worrying thing, again, is just like the aim. It's not hitting shots you set yourself up for. That's going to feel the worst. There's not going to be any therapy that'll console you through that when your team's talking about what happened in that round. You're just going to be thinking, well, I knew I could have won it.
I suck, I suck.
I suck.
My dad was right. You have in store for us here, Furia? What is the T side that keeps your major playoff hope alive? Until they smashed Spirit on Dust 2, they hadn't really given everybody the best reasons to believe. Scraped by wins versus Imperial and Wildcard. Exchanged maps in a series versus Big. Still arguably playing the same level of competition in Pain today. And QZ, the easy pickup. Cello just runs right into that M4A1S over towards ramp. It is also the CTs to get one. At least there's a response on that half of the bomb site. Connector still yet to be claimed. Skulls, well, he's now the last remaining down inside the sandwich. A site's clear, and he's gonna try to fight this tooth and nail. 4 kills deep from Skulls.
Has to run back for the bomb at 30 seconds. This opens up a small timing, but Lux thinks that he's gonna come and clear this angle. Skulls just has other business. Now, it should be him going for the plant, but he doesn't know where Lux is. And with the amount of time left on the clock, I don't think Lux is worried about...
Does he peek? Oh, he gets the contact.
God, look at his HP. He could just die. He could just
it's
die
a good
right
confirmation, but he plants just off the line. Spam doesn't find him right away. He's going to have one more chance. Oh, my God. Oh, the ace!
Oh, my God.
Skulls! The turncoat of Pain cranks it in round 3.
With the 1-on-3 after this play came down from NQZ. The guy who's been the talk of the town here on the roster move for Furia. Julian's all these angles, and with 21 HP stands tall.
A beacon of hope on that A play. Connector gets completely stuffed.
The gun switch, man.
What are you?
I don't know. Like the swing could have come out at any time, Lux. He knew that. Skulls was the one playing triple and probably really scared. Burn the ammo on the Thomas, and then, oh, Cello gets this one. What? The 2K denial out of snow. Very nicely done.
Ace won't mean much if you get hard reset in the follow-up. Quesarado trying to zone it. That nade. That's snow dead. No chance to get away from that one. MP9 down on Van also gets popped. Quesarado recovering the entry, but dinked in the process. It's an easy cleanup, but the flank still comes through. We go back-to-back 1vx's.
Yes, the lurk comes out for Yuri. He knows that that's clear for the moment. Kawa is down to 29, so he was spotted at some point. Plant going down on default. It would take more than a crazy shot. It's got to be one on the side of the head, and Yuri shows himself. Oh,
no, didn't see it. Just got into the corner.
Wait, is Yuri even holding this, though?
No, he's not.
Yuri
he's
has
holding
no
sight.
idea. It's not going to get clear.
He doesn't clear!
Oh, Kawaz.
He doesn't clear it.
He thought he got there soon enough. Yuri couldn't have got back there, and he's right a second earlier, and you would have seen him.
I mean, both.
I'm pretty sure he saw a little bit of his gun. Oh, but either way, that's crazy lucky for Yuri. If he had doubted himself at all.
Doesn't even consider this. Neither player considers the other is on a cat.
Woo.
Back-to-back 1vx situations for Furia, and that is the Pain Gaming momentum coming to a quick end after winning pistol and 1 conversion.
Yeah, that's the money. Good to see some X Factor plays coming out from Furia, though. It was kind of all fallen in mid-round moments in that last game. Oh, Cello could smell him. Someone should probably watch his window.
Yuri just shakes him out of the corner. Nothing you can do about it, though. USPs aren't going to find footing. No solace for Pain Gaming. 2 clutches lost, and you're going to watch Furia run away with an early lead.
I can't believe Yuri actually got away with that play last round.
I can't believe Skull's clutch 1v3.
Yeah, that was insane, too. Close moments, close moments. Every clutch has been like, it's not been like some perfect flank. It's always been some absolutely 50-50 situation.
This game has remained sloppy, as we said it would probably be, out of the gate back on Vertigo. It was 1 round deep. You said, oh, that's right. I forgot this game was going to be exciting.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, define exciting. There are moments that'll keep us on the edges of our seats. They had to take one on the chin in the last with the pistols in hand. Now Pain back to full force. And Furia getting fiercer, decide to try and open up a smoke bottom middle. That's a team flash to make Cacerato's day a little harder. But Pain don't throw anything too dangerous back at Furia. They just concede middle in the opening bout of the round.
Reloading Cacerato's utility here in mid as they leave him behind. They've got top mid control for the moment. And I think they're really putting themselves in spots to wait for reaggressions, walk up cat, anything into connector. And now they're faking the B split. You can see from the group up on the ramp. There's 2 players backside on B, and Kawez could, in this situation, walk down the ramp. That's what they're looking for. Skulls comes out for the clear. Kawez so nice with it, though. My God.
Bigusera, gets away from him.
Ooh.
For everything Kawez starts, nobody else can hang on to until the Opera slides behind triple. We've got section duels on both sides of sight. Ramp player crossed out from Sandwich. He's lost track of NQZ, who's actually right here on top of him. No bomb plant for you. And that means Cello, isolated back in connector, doesn't even really have the time to cross back through jungle, let alone if it was actually being held. And in a moment's notice, it could be. Cello, you got no chance at this. That gun could have been saved. Instead, he just tries to slide out through the bomb site. He will find nobody with no time.
Yeah,
now at this point, just don't die after it expires. Feeds himself into snow. Pain respawn. 3 apiece now.
Yeah, he's committing very awkwardly right there. Cello did not have a great vertigo as well. This is so unbelievably clean from Kawez, right? One fight to the next as if he wasn't even spotted. And they tried to put down, you know, some sort of fake. Kawez doesn't walk down the ramp. They don't even really milk that position as long as they can. So all they end up doing is blocking themselves off from the split a little longer.
Fast charge for Cacerado. He knows what he wants. He'll take it. NQZ gets blinded up. Cacerato's got full info to the next position off the defender, and all of that's a ruse. Cacerado just pounds his chest, scares them, and then you think it'd be enough.
No shot. Snow does that 3-kill round in this situation from the top of stairs.
Man, and he left so much to be desired back on Vertigo, but Fallen just spotted a shadow. It's not too late to rob this round away. Despite the heavy snowfall inside A site, Fallen tried to keep it up. Woo, what a multi-kill off top stairs.
Oh man, I think it's got to be his teammate's flash as well, right? Or is there anyone even blind in that spot?
I love this. 2 huge individual moments across both sides of the map. Cacerado for Pain.
Yeah.
Snow.
It's the big Uzera flash.
Right into Furia.
It's the big Uzera flash over the site that allows them to take that peek. Beautiful work, Snow. That's his play of the game so far.
Thrust Furia back into dire spots. Glocks across the board.
It was looking like a lovely call with both lurks working out at the same time, and they pulled it off so quickly. You'd think there was no recovering that. Snow was the only way. looking to send him home early.
There's more where that come from. One deagle shot. But this unequipped Furia camp. Gonna hope they can burst into Ape Site. Meet your maker.
They do milk these rounds, but just by sitting around.
Yeah. Use the chance to talk, have a little powwow, discuss your feelings. You're not getting more than that, I'd say. Furia not able to make it happen with the Desert Eagle, so Big Uzera will snatch the sidearm. Snow will keep the hype up. And Payne recovering from that early loss of momentum.
It's moments like this that will create the fork in the road, you know, between the fandom of these rosters. Important head-to-heads to decide who goes the farthest in the major, who is the best team in Brazil.
Yeah, I mean, they're fighting over the same passionate fan base. You can love every player from Brazil, but you put your champions on the pedestal.
Uh-oh.
Yeesh, Cello.
They know they've got NQZ and lower now, too.
Yep. Snow was meant to maybe bail them out.
Let's see how they approach it.
Try to secure some kind of exit path, but Cello, he wants a second.
Unspotted.
Big Uzera's going to give the cover from the other side, but it does still cost them the opper. Top connector swing spotted. That's the defense being found out, that's for sure. Yuri, trying to predict it. Cowes comes swinging out with another critical and clean kill. K. Serrato contact versus Lux. And Lux gets out, still with 30 health, having shaved the HP bar of K. Serrato low. But it's not K. Serrato alone, and that's what ends up finding him off guard. Furia bank on Fallen, bailing him out.
How will Cowes make this a close round? That's the question. And every time I see Cowes get a kill, I think he's the one that got away for Furia. Sitting right there on his Academy lineup. That 2K on the A ramp. Frags like that, so clean. Furia gonna, man, situations like this, you're a 3v1, you're walking into mid at 30 seconds. Why are you allowing for situations where if Cowes is sitting on the right side, he gets one kill and you lose the round off of time? Oh my
His positioning's
God.
right.
He literally is going to cut them off.
He's giving himself the best chance. Oh, the double!
And is the bomb planted back triple? Oh.
Yes, he's good. Fallen comes off. The one that got away, you called him. This round doesn't seem to escape him. Would be the third 1vx situation for Furia to have to post of the 4-round wins they've nabbed. And just waiting for that top stairs peak. But Cowes picks up the Molotov, puts it on, forces him in, and Fallen says, enough's enough. Woo. Sit down.
Just enough, man. And that Molly lands on default, only pushes him back further inside a firebox, makes the duel a little bit more awkward, but that was Cowes zoning it, right? He can swing on firebox and know that Fallen is back there with enough time remaining. He's really frustrated to not win that, but my God, did he make it close.
This jungle repositioning is nasty.
Like, why are Furia working so hard in a 3v1 just to create a situation like that, where Cowes is walking towards B after leaving CT and then going back to jungle. You create your own timing, you lose players in the process, and you show us why Payne stand a chance.
It's clutches that keep Furia in this. 8-1 otherwise.
Sket looks ridiculous on that view model, Big Uzera.
Everything looks crazy in his hands. It's back to an uncontested mid setup for Furia. I just want to know where Cowes is at all times.
Yeah.
Between him and Snow, there's a chance for Pain. Keep putting them into the good mid rounds. You'd think eventually this clutch luck dries up. You'd think. 3 rounds left to get through before Furia can swap to the defense of their map pick.
Oh.
That window smoke soon to fade. Quesarado a little busy with the nades up, so they're going to be on high alert for the bench player. Luck sees the trajectory. Snow is waiting for that fight. This is insane if you walk through that.
For him? No.
Window smoke fades. You know Quesarado's still down there.
Quesarado.
But Snow goes deep. Reconfirms what he knows. Oh! Trying to change util at the bottom of Khan. Fallen. Careful now. Quesarado still looking for fights in the windowsill. There's 2 here. Lux, that's clean. With the FAMAS double headshot. Puts Fall into the top of stairs. He looks to join up with Skulls coming off of the ramp, but he's been tagged down to a mere 3 points of health. Both players low, and Cowes is up here, remaining, as always, as a problem for Furia. Pain will continue to win these.
I can't believe how that's the way the round distills. Quesarado, every piece of utility was meant to zone people into these spots. Then Snow peeks out when he goes for the second frag. I'm like, are you crazy? They could be mollying the window, nading it. Your teammate's not smoking out of this position. You could be tucking and being safe in this spot. But then what happens? Lux comes out, swings for 2 more. That's the brand of CS that we've got. And that's how Pain win the round. It doesn't even cost them.
Win that and more. Pistols walking fourth in round 11 here for Furia. Clutches kept them in it. 1 round in convincing fashion from the CTs obliterates the cash. Lux offers a shining example of FAMAS usage. Right now, though, very much alone. Pistols could have prevailed, but he's got support off Snow's cat hold, and it is perfection for Pain.
A solid half already out of Snow. 3K spray from the top of stairs. Eat up those ecos, why not? Him and Cowes have been such a powerful force. And this is in the face of the 1v3 out of Skulls. Of course, it helps they grab their pistol, but I think the better team is certainly in the lead. Heavy A-pop on the way.
Cowes able to hold his nerve despite being awkwardly blinded. Blind support from Biguzera. Missed shot from NQZ. This reopens the door for Furia. Cowes, though, backs turned to him. Gets a lot out of that situation. NQZ forced off of the ticket booth. There is damage done to the 3 remaining players of Furia. They're going to chuck that nade deep instead of opening up the smoke, trying to get more damage in before the inevitable retake's thrown forward. Quesarado offers 1. Trying to keep Furia's round 5 hopes alive. Fallen dies out to the Opera, who's stuck along the wall. Quesarado knows it, but the op shots connect.
Wow.
And Pain go up 8-4 over top Furia. The only thing that keeps Furia's half alive, those 3 1vx clutches.
Yep, that's right. Amazingly done here from NQZ. The op shots are so strong, man. They are really earning this series. They may have barely got it over the line on Vertigo, but this is now Furia's map pick. No more excuses for them. They are being dragged into the mud, right? This is that window play that Pain end up winning. Those 2Ks, that was Furia using every protocol in place to get those fights, and yet they still could not beat Pain at that game. Take everything you learn and shelve it. Because you've got an old familiar opponent that want you to play how you used to.
Now we're getting the winning formula from Pain that I thought was going to be apparent back on Vertigo. Now you're getting everybody stepping up. If Snow had that kind of a half back on Vertigo B site, that would have made the difference and closed it out so much sooner.
Yeah.
Better late than never.
It is a hard position. Some of these things go map to map.
Of course. Tapping into it here now versus their countrymen.
And K Serrato, the best of the bunch.
So he's meant to be.
Here versus the B play.
Chucks out the incendiary, missed shots from the catwalk. Yuri not able to hold it. Jumping Snow into the bomb site.
Instantly down. All the smokes established.
Cello and Snow to lock horns out in market. Cat Smoke keeps Yuri out of the equation for the time being. Can Snow bring down another? He's got himself a fight, and it's just the one for Snow. His teammate's gonna have to stave off this retake. Kawes turns attention, but that opens the door for Yuri to just come through with timing. This retake
oh my God.
is going to perfection.
No way, 4v5 retake, all smokes down, every post plant position you could dream of. Besides playing up in the hall, no, even up in the halls, they go down.
Yuri ends up coming through with 3. They get Snow out of the market, and then everybody just falls apart. Like that one market desk just had Kawes look away from smoke.
Oh,
Yuri.
last bullet.
Dirt nasty.
Filthy to do it that quickly. Yuri was great on Vertigo as well. That was pretty much the one thing that Furia have going for them in this 3-round game. 3 Deagles come out for Pain. Watch for Kawes. It's crazy how pressure never seems to be a factor for Pain, man. I never see them shy away from being themselves all the time, no matter who they're playing at these majors, win or lose.
Kawes hears these pieces moving around.
Yeah, if you get too excited, man, you just start to forget about just usual spots that people could have snuck into. And here, sitting at Sandwich, there's a full plan around taking the A site. No one's in ticket, and what?
All he has to do is pressure the connector player. That bomb's going to slide out, and this is an easy bomb plan.
Yeah, they need a little luck here. You know, who gets what kill? Because of
just got to keep Yuri busy. That's all you need.
And no, not cleared properly.
Lux goes unspotted. Now Yuri's on the reload. That's going to get the bomb down. If you get that bomb down, that's something to play with. And a little pressure from underpass as well. This is not a round you can afford to lose, Furia. Missed op shot, damage starts to come out. Yes, it's a man advantage, but now that's gone too. This bomb is planted. The P250 trying to keep the pressure up on stairs. The longer you keep them off this bomb site, the better. And then Lux, emerging out from catwalk, has heads turned the other way. Furia clear it.
No problem.
But man, that's not convincing.
No, that was almost totally unforgivable with not having a single player playing ticket, leaving the A site totally unsupervised, Sandwich lurk coming in and them not watching it. Of course, they've actually been pretty good in retakes. We see that, what they can do on the pistol round, but this is a round where how much space can you take when you have nothing to work with? If Pain had forced up, how much more bad does that get? It's a 2-round game. The buy-up comes back for Pain. And now we'll see if we can take advantage of these gaps. Clean assembly of the boost here in mid.
It's just the kind of round that racks your nerves a little if you're hoping to believe in Furia right now.
Cello gets a little bored. He's going to walk right into this.
Cello opens up, finds the top mid kill. That's a great start. But Kawes has an answer immediately. A little ramp play looked good. Cello, that's a nice double kill to post in the first gun round of Pain. Keeps himself between both middle and that A site.
Again, it's a double up connector right now, and this means Skulls could wrap ticket, but they're still worried about a window timing too. There's so many gaps that they have to be concerned about. Of course, right now, as you can see, it's 2 coming from top mid.
Oh, but they step down.
Ooh, that
a little walk up. Khan finds Big Uzera in the no man's land.
Another moment for Big Uzera. He has a few bullets that come in, but no frag.
Snow and NQZ to try to combine forces. But, oh, there's the miss. There's that one critical miss. Snow able to be traded out by NQZ. Not the worst position. We had 3 clutches sprinkled in for Furia. He hesitates for a second, planting inside of the cover of the smoke. Damage is there, but now that op's up. You have given NQZ a chance.
He's got a smoke, 2 flashes to work with.
Looks for the head of K-Serrato towards connector.
They have a smoke and a molly as well, so as long as they know that they can get K-Serrato out.
He peels back.
He just has to make sure that, in fact, NQZ has cross CT, and that's what they're hoping he's done.
Smoke on top of that bomb with his position and playing with the AWP. It's going to be so awkward if they just try to defuse this.
Pretty much impossible to stop.
Needs the lineup. Needs to hit the wall bang. Yeah, unfortunately gets off site. Don't die now. Oh, okay. He hangs on for the AWP. A little plant will get some extra money going. It's an attempt of a recovery in a 2v4, but they had the tools to keep him off that stoppage.
Yeah, honestly, playing CT didn't really make that much sense considering the bomb was back triple. But in the 1v2, he was maybe hoping to get an early kill on that side first. Cello's they're lucky to have Cello in this round because of the kills he gets. But he's extremely fortunate that he gets one before NQZ finds him first. 1-round game. Now tragedy strikes pain. The op save, so they're figuring out how to casually buy around it without spending too much. They've got some pretty solid options.
Ooh, no target for a hungry Opper, hoping to make up for a lost clutch attempt. This position here from Yuri, just waiting for the pop-up at a Big Uzera. Huge advantage for Yuri with the M4.
They missed that window smoke, eh?
This one lands.
Not spotted. We got Big Uzera already to the top of Con.
Yep.
They're applying this pressure. And when they apply pressure like this, it comes down to 1 shot.
Skulls falls down to under Palace. Could potentially let Kawez out. They just put a smoke. If they think Kawez is going to respect that, that's one thing. Okay. Skulls actually gives cover to the jungle. Good find. AK, though, in play from Lux. There's the one answer they've managed so far. Kawez starts to lurk out, finds one top ticket. Skulls is trying to save teammates, but can only keep one of the 2 alive.
They're going to burn some time off the clock running back to get this bomb. And with the A lurks coming down, you see that Cello starting to think maybe it's B.
He'll put his face in the windowsill.
Oh, and NQZ with the bomb would love to be able to op up on this cross, but he's got to jump out.
K-Serrato leans back onto the bench, and 8 and 12. K-Serrato to hold him back. First one's gone down easy. Cello's out. And having to remove this op from the equation makes it all the harder. And his sidearm's just the Glock. Give him a Tech 9, maybe he's got the chance, but this one goes down. K-Serrato, easy hold. Him and Cello, shoulder to shoulder as Furia tie the game.
Furia do find an answer if they tie the game up, and it's still like insane to me how many gaps that Pain are finding because of how centralized the defense is inside of mid. In moments where it's a force buy, I think they're just so comfortable playing retake. They want to put all their emphasis on stopping anybody swinging underpass or top boxes, but I mean, Pain are clued into that. They can really visualize where they can walk out. Oh, I think they exchanged glances.
Cello gonna pretend like he didn't see him. Molly at his feet. This is a locked-in fight. Oh, the gun starts to get away from him. Opening kill for Pain. They've been hard to come by, but they find one.
Getting that walkout.
Fallen. Spotted. Over towards Ticket. Molotov lands on top of him. He's forced to give up his angle and whittled down to 60 health. Skulls was a key piece to that last round, looking to be the savior yet again. In off the flash, it's actually Yuri to find the blind kill, but oh, Snow responds. Despite getting dinked in the head, down to 10, they start to peel back. They forfeit this A site.
Wait, what's happening here? They're just giving this up entirely?
Looks like they're about to leave.
They're not convinced that the A site has been taken over. I mean, this is the lack of information. It's actually incredible. They're wrapping around. Pain can't even believe it. No more pressure back on this site. And Fallen, however, maybe he gets a chance at another kill.
That bomb just creeping out.
Oh, what a shot!
Beautiful adjustment, and Lux actually hits Fallen as he dies. That's both players quick on the trigger, but nobody close enough. Furia, they didn't believe in the A hit, and this is going to cost them a critical round.
Why aren't they even trying this? They have utility. They got the utility and the kill off of Cat, and they've had great retakes. They literally went into a save before the round was over. Why? Because they saw one late on A and then got a kill. That's a really crazy looking decision to me. That was the most standard approach and not something that Pain haven't tried before.
Terrorists win.
That was like a 20-20-20-21 save. It comes down to that. Hey, like, if this works, we win. If not, we save. And it's a flash for the jungle smoke push.
Definitely leaves something to be desired, but for Furia's sake, let's hope they can forget about it.
For Pain, an opportunity. And they keep lots of lives alive, too. No concessions here in round 18.
It's their first on the board since the T side started. We got funny guys over here.
Deluxe memes.
Very quiet Furia out middle.
Got to appreciate them just trying to at least watch for the walkouts, right? This time they start Ticket. This is with intention for Fallen.
Biguzera slips in. Got two players on both sides of connector. Will never be easy to get out of this. Fallen's inability to cut players off ramp came back to haunt him a round ago. It's actually Skulls to open up on that Biguzera con kill.
Lux shoots early.
Yep, now they know about him. Catwalk compromised, ramp very much fixated in on by Pain, and Fallen actually just takes away his own angle, forcing him to go on top of Ticket instead. From there, a collateral. Yuri's able to hold back on the ladder play, and everything goes swimmingly here for Furia.
Hey, this one makes a whole lot more sense in terms of what Pain have just tried to do. I think actually a really important frag was that Skulls Biguzera interaction. Biguzera knew that there was someone very close to that spot, and NQZ now up in jeopardy as he dies to make it 9 even.
Well, collateral certainly doesn't help Pain's case, but that one's so flat in comparison to some of all their other openings. And Biguzera, we didn't see this, but Fallen. Oh, wow. Dude, that doesn't even look like two people.
They were so lined up, you actually could not even see anybody else.
Just an amorphous blob. And Fallen, indiscriminate. Kill, kill, kill. Holds him back in ramp. Piecing together a buy here, Payne a little weird out of spawn, but still, plan looks clear. A early. Yuri's gonna be locked into Sandwich. They do have a Molotov on Cowes.
They're quite simply starting him.
Fallen not gonna let them out for free. Easy pickup in his case. They do not clear Sandwich. Yuri's able to hold back too. Beautiful work with the rifle, and Fallen starting to make a difference.
Yes. And again, we're paying attention to his starting position, right? What has been the biggest way that Payne have made space this entire half? It's coming out of A ramp. For Payne, you might get concerned with this call. They're poking the beast at the moment. They're feeding into the defensive plans of Furia, and they'll take their third tack pause just to make sure that they don't look too generic. It's been a CT side from Furia that looks just like theirs, even better.
Yes.
Would love to see, I mean, obviously everything's happening these days towards Connector and A ramp, but would absolutely love to see some more love given to Cat and pick plays on the B side in general. Wow, that's a money nade. Caserado running back for his second smoke.
Cello with another frag if he wants it. Pigozera steps right into where the first one burst.
There's no one really holding Cat here for Caserado, so there is pressure on him, you know, that could be coming in some time. And depending on how Connector plays out, Skulls might be responsible for giving him the warning system or trying to help him. At least got Yuri up in Cat ladder room.
Opening the smokes, Pigozera almost in the middle of two, will indeed step forward into Skulls.
He brought up Caserado.
Here we go. This time it's actual guns, not just pistols for him to hold back, and Cowes gets nothing. Just runs out that doorway straight into Yuri. Snow, it's the same case. And NQZ was banking on the rifles to find entries so that he could deal with the rotate, but this is a flat-footed Payne in back-to-back rounds. They are not even finding themselves in the clutch situations that Furia were able to piece together back on their struggling T side.
Yeah.
And those clutches could end up being the difference between two flat T halves from both these squads.
Ooh.
Cello absolutely ices this one out, and Furia are sailing forward to an Inferno map 3.
Yes, they are. This might be the first time that we can kind of agree that Furia are the better team, or clearly better in one half of the last four. Yuri's performance in this series has been noted for sure across Vertigo and Mirage. And after what we saw in Vertigo, it would be weird if we didn't get a third map at the very least. Payne actually looked like they're running out of ideas somehow here on Mirage. Maybe that's why they were attempting so many walkouts. But you know what? On these ecos, it's entirely possible. We've seen Furia get into very scary positions.
Cello actually dies on that?
Yeah, wow. They actually are tempted to try to reset. There's no one inside of B. Cello spotted, Skulls down. Caserado is where? And wait, the bomb. Oh, the Glock takes out Skulls. The bomb gets spotted at a minute. Dead center of the map, could be going in either direction. And the CTs will split up 1-1. Fallen. A little too suspect of the idea of a late game A play here.
This has been Payne's late round target.
No mollies here for back triple. We kind of have to fight them as they come in. Maybe there's a world that Payne can get a plant or even better.
And QZ's got that bomb on his back. AK in the hands of Cowes, armored to boot. Palace players jump out, they survive the op shot. Yuri able to just get his head back down into the cover, which is right where he needs to be. Fallen, not gonna miss. Smashes Lux's skull, and Cowes steps out. Oh, double headshot! And only one left, it's Quesarado, bomb to be planted.
No fake plan.
He's gonna go right into it, and he comes back up. Quesarado closes that gap, Cowes now knows! But he gets shut down by the better rifle. Wow. Give it to him. It's a clutch back for Furia. 4 of them throughout this map of Mirage. It is undeniably what makes the difference.
Absolutely. The 1v1 X Factor, and of course, the best player in Brazil to make the close. Such a close moment here for Pain, and again, as we can see, these rounds are not gimmies for Furia. They can lose to Ecos, especially when Cowes has the 1 AK. Very nice attempt, but unfortunately for Cowes in this game, 2 super close, magical clutch moments fall into the wayside.
Yep, both slip away. No clutches for Pain to the 4 of Furia with a 3-round difference.
Can't say they were easy rounds. They were both, 1v3 attempts. That came down to the last kill. But it's still gonna sting.
Cello under pressure with the window plays. He's crossing paths with Lux.
Oh, Lux actually shows himself.
Oh, wow. Cello starts the panic spray too. We've got this player up on Palace, and Fallen turning eyes over towards Khan. He knows they're in there. Smashes Big Uzera's open.
Man, what? I wonder why he started shooting inside the window.
I don't know. Some panic sinking in.
He was definitely right. There was someone there, but wow.
Both teams just putting those smokes down to try to keep players out of this equation. They're trying to isolate fights inside sight. Fallen, burned back, has to give it over. This would be the plant for Connector.
Oh.
But bomb isn't there.
40 seconds and it's all the way back in the default spot. They have to go run and grab it.
It's the same panic that sinks in window.
And Lux has to float around the A site and pretend that he can make presence. 2 players left.
A sad reality here for Pain. Back and forth affair over on Vertigo that comes down to their favor, but barely. And now this time around, Furia simply able to clutch when Pain can't. Lux has got to keep eyes on Ticket, where 3 players sit up in a comfortable position from Quesarado's off over on Catwalk. This is going to be a desperate plant attempt from Snow. A challenge from Cat will not find it. It's instead the Ticket peak to close, and we have Furia pushing the series to Inferno.
Yep, they'll take it all the way there, and it absolutely could have gone either way. But I think we can't be surprised that in this type of series, that would be the result. 2 maps back to back. A great effort from Pain, a great effort from Cowes, Snow with some of the rounds that he put together. But at the same time, I think this would have just been the worst way to lose if you were a Furia, with the way that some of those rounds played out and how close some of those moments got, especially seeing sort of how Pain ran out of ideas at the end of the side as well. They would be like, we are the better team, we need to prove it now. And now they'll get a chance with Inferno.
If it wasn't for those 3 clutches in a 4-round half, Pistol gets won by Pain. The retake does end up happening, in fact, so they don't pick up second Pistol, but they would have been so close to the finish line. It's the clutch. The clutch factor keeps Furia alive. When things were able to be picked up by Pain back on map 1, that's just not this instance. The most clutch situations they got offered, honestly, 1v3 attempts out of Cowes.
Honestly, man, if you got the more expensive team, that should be the #1 thing you're buying.
Right.
Is clutches.
Sure.
Your individuals can't outclass others, then they shouldn't be so expensive. They shouldn't be top 20s like Quesarado, but that's why they get paid the big bucks.
Preach. It's what keeps them in it. It's what lets them get back into the second half, where then we start to see Pain Gaming be somewhat exposed, right? But it didn't look like weakness in the first half. It just looked like miraculous clutch factor. Clutch factor turns into convincing CT fashions, and Furia end up walking away. And this last round, I mean, another instance where if the money buys you clutch, it should also buy you composure. And those 2 things go hand in hand. Leaving Bomb back by that doorway after you give away this position in smoke, that is ultimately the cardinal sin that cost them, and Furia close out with 4 rounds the difference.
So they keep a meter stick between them and their opponents, and I think all that does is buy them a few extra minutes, save them a little bit of energy to think about what's coming up on Inferno. Quietly, Yuri climbed to the top of the board. He had some really high impact rounds throughout. Nothing quite as explosive as Skulls' 1v3, as Snow's 3K from top stairs, or Calwez's amazing attempts at those clutch rounds, but still peppering in impact throughout rounds.
Slowly but surely, look at that scoreboard, dude. That is blood-curdling. If you are cheering for the camp of pain, they were that close. That close, but, you know, really no openings. Nothing where you can really look back and say, like, that's our moment. That's where we had it. It just felt like Furia, once you gave them that second half, we're not going to let go. Death grip on the CT side. And unfortunately, a bit of shortcoming in a surprise fashion, too, because we usually praise Big Uzera's calls. We usually think that, you know, he brings depth into the roster. But this one is easily Furia's once they get to the second half of that map. Inferno, the decider between these two. It's starting to feel like that is the shift to whereby Experience now has control of this game. And if Experience has control of this game, then it feels like all roads lead to Furia eliminating Pain in a 2-1 fashion.
I think, yeah, now that we got to Inferno, that's where the scales get tipped. But also, before the series started, it felt like Pain, you know, probably should win Vertigo. Maybe that should have been not even as close as it was. So it was always going to come down to this. The script couldn't be any better, folks.
Well, the script is great. It's got heartbreak, because if Furia win this game and eliminate Pain, then there's a chance that Brazil makes playoffs tomorrow. If Pain eliminate Furia on Inferno, then regardless of the heroic spirit game happening in the other room, MIBR play Pain.
Oh.
What do you want, Brazil? Guaranteed playoffs, or your real champions in Furia to step forth? It's not your choice, it's theirs, and they duke it out on Inferno to decide.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
One more map, folks, before we crown the second set of Brazilians going on to play day 4 of an elimination stage. Oh boy, dog-eat-dog world for this storyline. And obviously back on Mirage, it felt like it was Pain's map to take until that CT side started, which means at this point, I feel like it doesn't matter who's starting strong, dude. Momentum shifts have happened all series long.
Yeah, it's a good point. Don't know if pistols matter. It doesn't matter if you have a lead. It doesn't matter if you have a streak. In this game, I think both teams are going to believe they can win it and pull it back all the way until the very final round. So it'll be have to be ripped from someone's hands. And you know, Pain played so well in Vertigo, they've just got to make doubly sure that they aren't onto something. Metal detector's coming out. What if they what if they scanned him and he had to take off his shirt and he was just wearing a full Iron Man suit?
What are you talking about? He's just wearing 16th century chainmail. Sorry, bro, it's my lucky shirt.
I'm a never nude.
Oh my goodness.
I'm the too biased feud gay of Counter-Strike.
That would be quite something. Who do you think wins this?
I think Furia. I think that I thought Pain would win Mirage before the game started. I think I'm not super high on Furia in terms of their consistency, even on their good maps, and even like for many years, Furia playing Inferno, it's a map that they loved. They picked it constantly, and yet they would still never have that high of a win rate, you know, even when it was like their most common choice. But they have definitely put in so many reps. So I think that like in a drawn-out series like this, and now that it's been 2 maps of Furia playing against Pain, map agnostic, just getting some time in versus Pain, I feel like they're going to be a little bit more careful on their approach on Inferno, and this one will come down to utility. Inferno is one of the least individualistic maps, I would say. You get amazing clutches and retakes sometimes, only because they're so difficult. Furia's retakes are better than Pain's are, and their utility is also better than Pain's is. I think Pain really spike when it comes to their individual pop-offs in the early to mid-round. And even you could see the X factor from Furia was a bit too much for Pain.
Surely, yep.
For closing out rounds too.
Yeah, I guess in that case, if we're at a point where the department we give Pain the general edge is also starting to slip away from them, then you know all roads do kind of point to Furia being able to bank on.
Not that it couldn't happen, but I guess in my head it's like more 60% Furia right now.
Yeah, surely. Yeah, I think that's fair. I would even go a little further. I think maybe 65.
35.
Yep, just because you get what you pay for is actually, I think,
got Queserado.
Yeah, you got Queserado. You've got Fallen.
Yeah, Fallen Yuri, great series, better than Queserado even overall.
And you take it, right? And throughout the rest of this major so far, you've had Skulls. You know what I mean? So right there, it sounds like a win condition to me for Furia, especially if they're able to tap into an ability to dominate. See if nerves start to creep into Pain, or whether now that they are a wounded animal, they can kick it up a notch. But, you know, we haven't had this talk about Big Uzera, and usually in the big games when the pressure is high, Big Uzera is the person who pieces together a clutch or two. He's somebody who will step forth into the spotlight and have a better map than most. And we just haven't seen that at all in this series. You know, Big Uzera has arguably been a non-factor.
Yeah, man, and you can definitely see 1 or 2 trades where it's the whole round that goes with it.
Well, without further ado, folks, this Brazilian head-to-head comes to an end on Inferno. Pain Gaming, if they win, upset and play versus MIBR tomorrow, guaranteeing a Brazilian top 8. If Furia go on, not the case, no guarantees, but at least still 2 teams regardless.
There are 2 bad losses for Furia on this map that are a super sore spot on the veto here for Furia, but I don't know if that'll be indicative of what happens in this game.
Snow to try to set it up. Great grenade.
Excellent.
That is 3 HP bars smashed before they even round the half wall. Snow tries to peek in to really finish what they started, and that actually just ends up leading him to be gushed and falling back. CT's though taking a ton of control out through alt mid, and that's going to free up the third player to rotate in. NQZ adding himself to the tally here. It's a very slow approach from Furious considering they have no control elsewhere.
They're allowing for a timing at the bottom of Banana, and no one's sitting back here, so they're just kind of spotting it once in a while. As the exec comes out, Cowes, that's who I'm looking for.
Surely they won't go back. Gonna try to force their way in with the double Molotov. Full-blown execute, and they run through the smokes off of the flashbang. 2 kills out of the CT side. We've got NQZ finding the edge now. 4 versus 2. Put up. If a bomb plant goes down, that's money made. So be it. You take what you can get.
Be careful.
Skull's gonna give a little back. Won't be able to get into the oranges, and so this one falls on Kate Serrato's 6 health. He is deep inside
they
the
saw
bomb
him
site.
run to Con, actually.
They think he's in the other direction. Oh, Kate Serrato taps back onto the plant. No way! And as he jiggles back into the corner, come on, Kate Serrato! It'd be a crazy 1v3. They let him get into the shadows.
No way!
Kaike Serrato!
It's the impossible clutch. He pulled the wool over their eyes running to Cotton. They were so sure that he made that move. And when he got back to quad with 20 some odd HP, he somehow found 3 frags. 6 health! 6 health he had.
You get what you pay for. And it's pain to pick up the tab. Huge clutch to set that tone right back into the gut-wrenching clutch rounds that smothered Pain on Mirage.
Completely unreal. He could have been blown over by a gust of wind. That'll humble you. It's a good gun spotted here from Skulls. MP9 in the hands. Immediately. Got him in a position just to lock off mid. They're looking relatively undecided though. And okay.
MP9's just tear him apart. That's a whole lot of bullets coming out of short side A site.
The decision is awkward, honestly. NQZ sneaks into Boiler, looking to clear out the long haul. B players are just Snow. And they'll punish one more. But now are they just going to come back to A?
Yeah,
Cowes,
like it.
If they're going to really run it down the clock like this, man, it's going to come down to Cowes and 1 kill. Will they find him?
30 health. Yuri jumping around corners, 5 seconds to spare. They find him, they blast him away with the MAC-10 headshot point blank. And Fallen getting that bomb down with a second to spare.
Crazy.
So playing a dangerous game, but rocking the boat back with time.
To be honest, yeah, an Inferno, like, if you win the anti-ecos, I don't think you're going to be too pressed about how you do it, especially if you're Furia. That's where they looked like the sort of most liable to lose when they had good gun advantages. So getting that over the line is, I think, a sigh of relief here for Furia, especially with 4 alive ultimately. How did he trick 3 people that he went on?
I don't know why they were, they were so convinced.
No, they saw him go into the smoke. It was insane. I actually don't know how he got back to quad so fast. That was the part that kind of blew me away. I was like, wait a second. That was quite literally an impossible clutch. And if you missed it, Donk's 1v5 over on Mirage may have been slightly better. Wait a second.
Cello. Makes NQZ feel foolish. CTs go running over towards that B site in response to a little smoke pop. The rumblings of a B commitment, but there ain't nothing there. There ain't nothing. Other than K Serrato leaning back. If you want a second round with him. So once again, Cow is just going to be isolated over towards A on his own. 5-7 this time. Not even. P250.
Nice Cello.
And it's about time if Cello, you know, obviously these are
This would be the map.
Anti-pistol kills for him to pull out, but it's just
nice
like,
smoke.
oh wow, that's a new one. It would be the time for him to pull off a pop-off.
This would be the map, I think, if, you know, and it would be overpass if they still had that in.
Don't worry, I heard it's coming back after the major.
Ooh, after train.
We're going two for two this time.
2 for 2?
2 maps changed.
2 maps changed. Okay, okay.
2 for 2.
Wow. I feel so bad for... What would it be?
See ya. Ooh, careful. This price tag's getting a little bigger.
It is. Just to hunt down this MP9.
Yeah, right? What are you trying to stop?
Let him have his gun, man. Young Snow. 3-0 start. Pressure's on Payne.
Yeah, 3-0 start, and don't forget, you know, I give them half points for that second half of Mirage. All that momentum, that kind of shifts into this one, too. It's been a little while since Payne had anything to really get excited about. Let's hope for their sake a gun round can make the difference. You got K Serrato still off to the flying start that is the 5-0 score. A clutch that's going to keep him warm for many winters. Ooh. Clash versus the SMG. It is a weak link of this defense here, Cowes. Maybe not individually, but equipment-wise. Mind you, also, still no kills.
Now we know Payne are going to give up some space. They have a win on Inferno recently. But they were super comfortable. NQZ on this angle, playing the fall back position. But you play blind on both sides of the map. A good team's going to take advantage of it. Payne just have. Oh,
no way.
Man, that's a massive timing, man. No one's watching that for NQZ. No one's holding halls.
They try to push forward instead to try and reclaim something. You just let your Opper die in the background, so yeah. You hit the ground just as quickly.
Yuri says, nice CT Molotov, bro.
No saving grace whatsoever here for the Payne A defense. Opper dead, blindsided, doesn't even get a chance to shoot. Big Uzera, at least from inside of the pit, trying
to them both.
Absolute damnedest, but it's nothing but damage. And so Furia whittled down the clock again and again, guaranteeing the bomb to be planted in the back corner. Still, more time to spare than previously. We'll see if they go hunting. They really wanted that one MP9 one round to go, but so far, Payne can't even touch Furia here on map 3.
They kind of get stuffed right there. That is just such a... I mean, they smoked Moto, and NQZ sort of walked into it, so it means like a second later he's completely unseen. But before that time, wow. How'd
that get up there?
That would have been an interesting grenade that blew it up there, I'm sure. Wait, is that be NQZ's op?
Has to be. It's the only one that was in the round.
Wait, what?
Gravity, bro.
Gravity?
Gravity, bro.
Okay, or lack thereof?
Tomato, tomato.
Gravity. When he killed him.
Yeah.
Did a bullet do that, do you think?
Surely not.
Okay.
That was like my smoke grenade last night on Ancient.
That was hilarious. That had the whole team laughing.
Yeah,
Connor threw a smoke grenade in a clutch to defuse the bomb and would have had enough time to do it. His smoke bounced off the bomb and went slowly up into the air and over into CT on Ancient. You had to be there.
It hit the little yellow edge of A site. Honestly, that grenade probably made it halfway to the International Space Station.
Yeah, it was just floating as well. It was so
it flew.
Good. Yeah.
Flew to the moon like Furia are right now in this first half because no sign of Pain stopping or even slowing this bad boy down. That pistol clutch just, it set a tone. And QZ.
Oh, you gotta stay scoped and you gotta shoot. Those are like two things that went wrong actually right there. Oof.
It set a tone.
Yeah.
We saw what happened versus 3D Max when Pain kind of got pushed off kilter. Yeah. And the quality of that game that they brought to the table at that point just really fell off. I said it before this best of 3 went live. That's the best of 1 that, you know, that was the worst CS that they presented at this major. Yeah. And now we're starting to get these small mistakes, like leaving an AWPer floating out on A site last round with no cover, forgetting to left click as you go for the opening pick down mid.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Or just straight up losing a 1v3 versus a 6 health pistol. This is Pain, unfortunately, tapping into their worst version.
Yeah. It's tough when you say it like that, but it's exactly right. We know that they can play a lot better than this. Not sure exactly what happened to NQZ there, but with that op going down, Biguzera picking it up in the 4v5, the best thing they have going for them is that Furia like to play these rounds late. But now Snow standing behind a smoke, and Biguzera, oh!
Saw that, he saw that.
He did. Oh, he takes a shot and misses it, and now...
M4's going in, Cow has gotta find it. His first kill of the map on the line, and oh, he gets the dink!
He cannot get an easy kill. 15 seconds.
AWPer's stuck in the backside, missing shots, Biguzera's, and his support system fails all around him.
Crazy.
It is another late play into the A site where Furia come through with seconds to spare, just slicing through a defense that simply can't stand tall enough to stop it.
Crazy how comfortable they are in these moments. And they keep 4 alive in the process. Skulls plays it so patiently. It's been a nightmare for Kawez. He's taken a lot of duels as carefully as he can, and yet has just been slightly edged out in each. This one due to the AK. But that's a moment I love from Skulls in sort of his personality as an anchor. I'm like, there's a position where even if he waits long enough, Kawez is forced to peek. There is no way for him to stand in that doorway when the A site is getting taken over. Kawez desperately wants to trade places with Skulls so he can be the one to stare out of it. But instead, Skulls just waits, and says, every minute, every second that you stay here, my team gets closer to taking over the site. That's all he had to do. He's hyped, man. He can feel it. That's a quiet confidence right now. Pain, where you at?
That's the kind of confidence where you're excited and you're happy because you can feel the win coming,
right,
but you're not popping off because it doesn't even feel like this is hard fought.
Yeah.
You know, you scream when you win the clutch.
Yeah.
You smirk when you know it's in the bag. Skulls quickly carving a path down Boiler, MP9 pouncing on it. There's Kawez, first kill of the map, and it comes with an upgrade to the rifle. Finally able to get one over Furia inside of the apartments, and further damage down Banana now.
Okay, much better start. Countering the flash tactic. Now we have to see Furia play man down. Locking in a B doesn't seem like a bad idea. The amount of A plays that come out late for Furia, though, the conditioning is just brutal. It's old school Na'Vi-esque. Full exec coming in. They're playing retake.
Oh, it's blind with a D. Snow gets further damage in, but Quesarado just refuses to die as he gets into the B site. Low health again. Fallen's lineup.
He doesn't swing grill, and they plant Cello's own nade.
Bad nade bounces off the corner. The 2 health that was keeping Quesarado alive.
He already died too.
Yep, the spam comes out from Lux off Coffins. Down to only 20 seconds, fully exposed to CT, kills the Coffin player, sick headshot out of Cello.
We had a 1v5 already a minute ago.
That quiet confidence from Cello that we saw when they picked up that last round, but now his hands will be fully committed to this plant. He elicits the first peek. There's still just enough time. He swapped out the guns, and he can't dodge shots. Kawez, the upgrade from MP9 to AK's here to close it.
Oh my God, if he had edged back just behind that, there was a chance he puts the bomb down and wins the 1v5. Instead, it is tragedy, and it would have been 6 kills for Cello as he got the nade on his teammate. When this happens, this spam happens, it's Fallen who could have been planting grill, and they could be spamming anybody throwing utility. It's an anti-eco. They don't necessarily have to be worried about the incendiary.
That bounce is insane. It hits the wall as it's supposed to, and then clips the smallest edge of the top of the column and bounces back the other direction.
Okay.
You land that nade 98 times out of 100.
There is a lot of weird clipping on Inferno, so we can feel a little bit bad for him on that one. Well, then he certainly makes up for it by getting 4 kills, because they made it really expensive for Payne's first round.
Softens up the cash flow a little bit. Payne, though, come right back into the follow-up with an opening kill to Quesarado, starting to find footing here, or so they were. It's still Yuri to fight up towards top Banana, finding one, exposing Snow. But still Payne slipped back 4v3. It's a temporary edge at a minute mark.
They don't have to deal with Skulls staring at them, collecting information on the rotations. They know that he's up here, but it looks like they're going to try to join him. Certainly feels like a round they'll still try. I don't know. Maybe not, though. Looks like it. Fallen does have a molly, but I don't know if they want to even use it. They definitely could have. Wait, but with that fallback, NQZ knows they can get a blade, right?
It's fine. Pit player's got it all locked in.
And he's got to run now.
Finally able to turn Furio away in these dying seconds of a late A hit. Something that's gone their way all too often so far. Too many times for Payne's liking. Finally, they'll keep it up. 3 versus 1 to close.
Okay.
And that's some money recovered after the nature of their 1-round win prior. What an opening kill here for Lux through the smoke, huh?
Yeah. Well, 100% of the shots you don't take sort of thing. If it's on Banana, you've got an easier time spamming down as a CT than the T's do shooting back. Like, it's, again, in a game where Banana is all about utility, ammo is a resource, just like your HEs, just like your mollies. It creates a chance to get damage.
Gosh, Quesarado's job being made difficult. Utility damage has been his bane.
That nade, backs up from it. Oh, excellent response. This game of Battleship here with the incendiaries, nades, and flashes.
Trying everything they can out of these B defenders. They are down to just this Lux set. Smoke and Molotov still.
Yeah, that's decent. And you know, one thing that Furia do for sure is they run these late execs with a huge dry period in the middle of rounds where they don't make a single noise.
Thing is, though, it's not like the CTs can actually re-aggress into Banana if they wanted to go for fights, because there's no flashbangs kept by the 2B defenders. It would bank on Biguzera coming over, but even that, no util to be added here to the cache. It's just his weight of the situation.
Dude, these guys are so brave, right? No one, like, it's 38 seconds. They don't have bracket yet. They're walking up into halls. And right now, there's still Kawez inside of Boiler or under Porch. Yeah, inside Boiler.
In the apps with NQZ, who
dry piece to die.
Nails the first one. Kawez on Boiler. Oh, he gets turned on. You've got Biguzera in the corner on the box.
Yeah, he did rotate back in time.
Fire on the feet of NQZ. He won't bring anybody else with him. Biguzera's now been found out. His teammates scramble over.
Insane.
They managed to get through again.
Again, and that's after dying dry to the off inside of Halls. The late pressure they put down, that's even with Biguzera rotating in late, but what they want is just for you to use your utility. That's it. You use your utility. They believe they can win the 50-50 duels, and yeah, they're playing the 2018 Na'Vi style of CS. And I'm sure it's even more frustrating than it looks for us.
Oh, Fallen. Oh man, the guns are going with it. Pain had one chance to reclaim some cash, but there are real limits on this. And it felt like they were going to have to be real clean with the sweep. Oh, he hangs on.
Okay.
That rifle could genuinely come back to be so valuable. We've got Snow and Biguzera still under 3,000, so one M4 at least. This dry peek into NDQZ made the A defense feel bolstered, but it's that cello headshot and Biguzera only being able to get the one. I mean, tough position to get more than one from. And his B players still weren't anywhere near him.
And again, another glimpse of that quiet confidence.
Honestly, looking like Wolverine.
Yeah, right. Do you know the cello is Hugh Jackman's favorite instrument?
What a nuanced joke, Launders.
Oh, found him.
Hey man, you're offering a chance for Snow to fire back. It's an invitation when you shoot through first. Shoot foof.
Shoot foof. Poof.
Goes the smoke.
All right, NQZ, he finds opportunities. That's what he does.
Chases there, but whoa, careful. Fallen, he comes around the corner, falls victim.
Yeah.
To the shenanigans. And also, dude, you just gave them bomb.
Yeah, they were so... Oh, and NQZ just gives him a chance back.
They step into Quesarado. He's got 6 health again.
Don't play with Furia when they have 40 seconds.
He's got 6 health again. Just like in the pistol.
Guys, the bomb is at the top of Banana. I don't know how to tell you this, but you are not going to be planning on the A site anytime soon. Oh, imagine if he just...
Snow ain't letting you get that, dude. There's no way. There's no way Quesarado gets this bomb and gets away. In no world.
I wonder what they're even thinking here. They could have reasonably attempted trades over on Banana. Quesarado is there, can't leave.
Quick, bro, find a second bomb.
Let's save in their sights.
They'll have to let this one slide out. Yeah, that chase from Fallen I found quite surprising. Like, he was so convinced there wasn't a second there.
Yeah, just didn't think anyone was sandbags. Thought Pain had reinforcements.
With bomb, dude. What a great chance for Pain to tie this game up.
Full focus here for Furia as they realize that they are now in a tough situation. Looking for the late flash. Oh, bad shot.
Okay, clean one from Kawez to clean up. You got 2 rifles still here, but Yuri actually peels one back. Snow trying to do the work himself, and it gets away from him. It's a Quesarado 1v3 again. That's what's been queued up. Bomb gets scooped as the smoke pops. They're gonna break it open. They see no movement.
Yeah, but they don't actually push through at the moment. The Quesarado can go anywhere.
If they had broken it once the bomb was planted, maybe you find him trying to transition into pit.
They're actually bleeding a lot of time off the clock, and mini pit is definitely a spot that they can clear out. But NQZ, if he's hoping that it's big pit, He might be in for a surprise.
Oh my God, they just turned their back. It's like they lost track of him again. They lose track of him again. Ice cold from the killer that is Quesarado.
Are you serious?
It's like he plays with some kind of invisibility cloak.
I mean, he's got the aura now that this felt like a 50-50. You know what I mean? Like, woo! Insane, this guy.
Ice cold.
That's your best.
And that is what keeps it slim pickings for Pain. MP957 here in round 11. Fight is clean again. A double kill out of Cowes just hiding up in that corner. Didn't even know he was there.
They're chasing this down because Quesarado knows there's no one top banana, but the smoke comes out. Six out of 9 of Quesarado's kills are 1v3 clutches. That's a closer.
Well, right now they better hope he's also the opener because we've got 2 defenders comfortable in this bomb site. Smoke thrown out right as we get the util over top from the T side, going for the coffin smoke to get them in. Lux is on 40 health, it's not comfortable. And again, bolstered by Snow in the backside, he reveals his position, takes down Quesarado, that's good. It's a start, and it should also come with the close. These last 2 Ts just get lost inside of all that util, end up looking foolish.
Flying through the clouds right there. No, can't see a damn thing. Can't land this plane. All right, last round of the half, and it's actually a steady comeback here for Pain. They had to survive a lot in this game so far. But numerically, they might be doing okay.
Nice, guys!
You finally break the money of Furia.
And Cowes has recovered his score from 0-5 to 8-7.
Wow, very true. Yep. Has had multi-kills inside of that A site recently.
I was really feeling bad for him on some of those duels.
He's the guy that puts them into the 5v3 last round.
It was like dink for dink.
Dinko for Dinko. 2 smokes thrown out. Here comes Furia into the 1 execute they'll be able to offer up the tail end of this T side. 10 QZ on site. We'll see if Cowes can get the multi-frag again or if he's even needed. Lux finds 2. Skulls gets shut down and okay.
Right.
Nasty.
Okay.
Through the arch smoke it goes. This was once upon a time a 5-0 start for Furia.
Massively successful. The little bits of damage they did, especially after the 1v3 from Quesarado, that was the money was sort of ruined. So, as comes with clutches, comes rounds 1 with low players, and that was enough. That yeah, at least 5 is won here. Now, 5 CT definitely solid. I mean, this is almost even. Like in terms of the map bias, I definitely think Pain will be looking forward to T side. For a game that felt hopeless for a second, I think the optimism has got to be way up. Don't drop another pistol is what the conversation is now.
Triple banana setup with a Quesarado boost.
Trying to go back here too. They're gonna see 3 though. They're gonna know off that boost there's 3.
Now 5 of them all of a sudden just going to charge into A. Why not? It's a numbers game at the end of the day.
Ooh, okay, they're coming
These
through
numbers lean into Payne's favor. Skull's got Beretta's back sight. Takes down only the one. It is snowing Cowes with the opening kills to establish the plant. But retakes is where we give Furia an edge. It was critical in taking back the second half over on Mirage. And yet again, it is an easy tap at a fall in to at least equalize the numbers. You've got 2 Ts inside of that site, a little bit stranded. Is there time for Cello to go all the way through apartments?
I don't know, but he just maybe wants to clear this position out.
I mean, they're not working with a kit, so he can't keep it quiet. Has to start to stampede in. Will try to bring it up from a different angle. CT's finding yet more kills. It's a head kept down backside. Big Uzera pop.
And that's
no
it.
Kit
no
for
kit.
the retake. No time. They've got to concede it despite killing 5.
Yeah, that's a good point you raised. No Kit running up through halls. You know, if he ran the whole way, I guess it's worth it if there's somebody there. But in this situation, they just needed sort of all men on deck to try to retake and clear out all these angles. So actually, great shot from him, but again, it's already too late at this point. And it's actually because they implore the boost on B while swinging with 1 that all of Payne decide to go to the A site versus 2 players. That was a guaranteed info call. Now suddenly Furia have to live with the reality that this game is not over.
Mistakes must be minimized.
He's got that only utility here on the site, so really hoping that they could get them to go B.
Big Uzera sniffs him out on top of the missed util, but
Bomb is still over on this side, and I think what's important here is the CTs don't peek at all. I mean, it's possible Payne don't run into this, but you really want them to get as close as possible, and they're coming in this direction.
It's also possible they do fall victim to this.
But don't preempt the utility. You know, if you really want to draw them in so that they can't turn around.
Here comes the execute. Everybody now chomping at the bits to pull off this round.
Oh, is that weight perfect? Oh, just a little bit of damage.
And it's enough to turn them. Even that's enough to turn them away.
Wow.
They're going to send 1 player in. You see this flurry of CTs emerge from the back of that bomb site. Just the util, not even a peek, was enough to convince them to go all the way back with literally 2 seconds to spare.
Wow, they nailed that timing. That's unbelievable.
It is good to know that timing to a T.
Don't throw the util. Absolutely insane.
They could not afford the smallest of hiccups on that run back as well. So you had to be fully convinced that every piece of what Furia still held on to was over on that bomb site. And you're right. Tied game. Map 3.
It's never over for you in Furia versus Payne.
Terrorists win.
A little unfortunate there for 2 skulls, because I bet there's a small chance that if he doesn't get found out in that smoke, maybe he does just dedicate A the entire round.
Yeah, but Big Zero is definitely looking for him.
Unfortunately for Furia now, it's not as though that this round is the chance to bounce back. They've got to try to just still make something happen with the SMGs they saved.
Furia really struggled to win any CT rounds versus Liquid. It was something like 4 or 5 in some of their matches.
a 4-8 first half for Liquid's T side against Furia.
It's quite a different team. Liquid can be very good at the map, so.
Yeah, don't forget that thing.
But are you going to go B? Oh, no. Surely. It is. It is going to go B.
Or at least setting him up.
Just don't throw any utility. It's got to be a fake, right?
Yeah. He'll run that bomb back over towards the brackets players. I bet my house. Lux is sent in. There's the contact made. Insta-kill from Cello. Beautiful. But of course, the sprint back from Biguzera has to go perfectly. No, they left him alone. Okay, NQZ goes back to throw one more piece of util.
There's that bomb. He wants to swing on it.
Skulls isn't able to stop it. There's going to be a sudden burst of CTs. They could still just keep this pressure up. The bomb plant, yeah, it's basically guaranteed. A smoke grenade in front of their faces.
They still want to come for this. There's 3 players in the site.
Why not? You've got them stuck against the wall. Cello is frying at the moment, and he is not going to stop until perfectly put down. Forced into the dirt. Yuri to pick up his kit. Whoa!
What?
The UMP.
And he said, "You see me?" A spray transfer with that gun. What? He doesn't even react.
Bottled up on a bomb site because they had no time to run. Watch this. Oh!
No, yeah, I almost took my headphones off too. What is that? What? That's the top performer on this series.
I say we
Furia.
Put that one in the slow-mo. Run it back after this round, please God. $500,000 Brazilians just equipped the UMP-45 for the next 6 months.
No, that's... I think that's the first UMP spray transfer clutch I've ever seen. And maybe just the first spray transfer at all in CS2.
What does it come with, Mohan? What is it worth? Because it's a quick burst again from the T's. Yuri gonna have to pull it off again. He's got a better weapon. And he goes down empty-handed.
Oh boy.
They cut through the A site like it's nothing, and they give themselves so much more time to work with, because there's no denying that spray down only made possible. They had so little time to plant that nobody was able to get off the bomb site last round. Easy. Watch this.
No, man.
Thank you, production.
Fallen taking that up into middle here, 4 and 13. Trying to get combat into a combat position where Pain are swarming, obviously, big issue. Cowes walks away with it.
Terrorists win.
Such a sudden commitment into that A play, but I mean, they go numbers strong. We've been splitting hairs since this series started.
Yeah.
And it looks like we're going to continue that all the way to the end. Heavy B play out of the gate here. 4 players from Furia. And it's not looking like one of those moments where Pain are just going to smash into A early. They don't even get up into the apartments just yet. Tons of jostling going down because of all the utility usage. Biguzera finally coming out from the bottom of B smoke, and he's not alone. They're sizing up the top of Banana, chucking nades to sandbags, making sure if anybody's actually up there, they're softened up by the time the swing comes. Oops. Oh, they reaggress.
And now they're pushed. They're pushed towards A.
Really comes down to whether this pack of players can get through before the reinforcements come in, and Quesarado now throwing himself into this arch play, but he's kind of in two minds. He delayed. He didn't go library. He didn't commit arch. He just slides up against the wall, and it works out to his favor. And QZ missed shots, just feeds him frags. Ow. Gives up the bomb in spawn, and Yuri will have a back turn to end this. That is Furia back to the lead. Quesarado against the wall to guarantee it.
Damn. Wetter than water right there. That's beautiful out of Quesarado, not moving. And I was about to ask, you know, how good is this angle that Skulls is even holding, right, in this spot if he's not going to aggress? Well, Quesarado shows you what a good off angle looks like.
And when he first showed up, dude, he took a step into the library. I thought maybe, you know, he was ready to really kind of hold off the wrap around into the A site, but then it looked like he had that hesitation, like, wait, what if they rush you into arch? And it ends up being the better position to just let library go. That's a critical decision from Quesarado that works out to perfection. Back and forth from round 14 to now the 18th. No consecutive round wins. Comes at a cost. Finances aren't great here for Big Uzera. Deagle in hand for round 18.
Fallen was putting in work on Vertigo. Now he's definitely getting hoisted up a little bit for Furia to keep this lead. Imagine they'll need a round from him towards the end of this game, if anything, especially if he's going to keep hopping.
It was that well-timed push into Banana that even freed up Quesarado to go stack over in that critical position last round. We had Payne come out, establish a little control, announce themselves with utility, but a perfect flash from Quesarado set up his teammate before he left.
Oh my God, Yuri, just perfect angle, right? Like,
barely.
Lets them walk out, obviously.
They almost saw the hairs on the tip of his head.
They're gonna just take it back to the other side of the map. Looks like they are. Spot. You know that Fallen's a little bit worried about trying to reaggress, and with the smoke down on top of Banana, they're just so fickle. Like, their decisions are just changing every second, it looks like. Responding to the utility that they're surprised to see. Time being burned off the clock. Cello's been a stud so far in this half. In this map, I should say. And yeah, final decision is now made. 30 seconds. Fallen, again, ran down by pistols in a previous round. It's coming lane.
These are the three weakest players for Furia, all tasked to hold back a full pack of Pain. And the first shot connects with no issue. Yuri's able to slide up from his spot. Beautiful flashbang to the player on Balk. Wallbang actually softens one. It's all to set up Cowes. He slides in, but he's lost track of the offer. Fallen, now's your chance.
No time.
But no, Snow, it's just not enough.
Oh.
Fallen slows them down.
That's all he needed to do. 1 kill, 2 kills, and then the delay from the back of the pillar shaves 1 critical second off the clock. Furia win by a hair.
And all the rounds and all the timing that have paid off for Pain. That rotation back, 5 players from Banana.
Yes.
Ending on A with mere seconds left was what started this T side. It worked. And this time, it gets away from them.
And it's that, yeah, it's the utility that is really having an impact and influence on their minds. They're responding directly to the last smoke that they see in some spots.
Fallen versus NQZ. Pretty big head-to-head for this op right now, and NQZ's been sharper. There's another example of it.
How fast do they want to move off this? We got 2-3 pistols here in play.
They're going to send Biguzero back around towards Arch. Easy pickup, right? He was the Desert Eagle at the start of the round.
And Yuri goes down to a Deagle.
Uh-oh. It's got to be Skulls. Blind as a bat. Still recovers with one. But Pain are able to just play the numbers game again. Last time it was time that decided it as it all got slowed down, but this is just a clean pickup over Fallen. For somebody who's tried to lead these troops and at times individually picked up slack, this third map is not one he can be proud of.
Yeah, it's been hellish so far. And I think, you know, I want to say the easy advice is to just take safe angles, but if not, if he's going to opt, then maybe he needs to find a new way to do it. That's an expensive risk to take when you've got, you know, a map where you're on 25 ADR. Simply outgunned.
Ooh, that's a Yuri kill.
Yeah, that's really nice, though.
A Deagle to the teeth. And a round to the gut. Tough pill to swallow in that last one. We get to round 20 before the first timeout is called by Furia, though. They will have more chances to slow down the pace of this game.
Wow, Sid was just enjoying the cinema this entire time.
Oh, right, I have a job to do. I guess that comeback in the first half for Pain's CT side still had, you know, rounds sprinkled in. Didn't feel like anything was going too wrong. Now you got to stop this bleeding. Your lead is about to be taken back to a tied 10 apiece.
Interesting adjustment here. It's going for the lane stack on Porch. You want to be very careful in a round like this not to have an opening kill tragedy. Their confidence is teetering at the moment. Skull's waiting to help as soon as Yuri takes contact.
Molotov for Yuri's feet, though. That's not comfortable. Still, he gets away with one. Here comes Skulls. No multi-frag.
No.
Biguzero double kill is huge.
There's only 2 players left. They're both in B. Lux is running through this.
What? What?
Wait, does he get by?
No chance.
Surely they're going to go towards the A site now. They've got confirmation. My goodness.
You offer over a kill, but honestly, just for a second, that slows down Furia's rotation because they're like, what?
Yeah.
They pause, and in that pause, look, they're still walking.
Yeah.
Only now bomb goes down, so...
They had to be so confused. 2v2.
Can't blame them. Lux tries to make a play.
Wow, such an excellent denial of refrag from Snow. 13 and 8, and he took out Skulls pushing through that smoke.
They're rotating into this retake without knowing anything in terms of position, and that bomb is already beyond the halfway point.
No smoke. The op in play. NQZ still alive.
You gotta hope that somebody just gives you a shot.
Last time on Mirage in a similar spot, they held on to guns and...
They don't have time, man. They don't have time. NQZ comes back to take a glimpse, a quick look in, a kill, and a tied game off the back of it.
Oh, yeah, wow.
Snow denies Skulls anything further. A 1 frag trade out through that smoke, making sure, and it's a Biguzera double kill. Okay, we've criticized Biguzera.
Yeah.
We've talked about his lack of impact. Look at this double kill. Snaps it down, continues the spray, and was Skulls' target.
It's crazy that with that frag, there was a chance they ran back into the B site. But I guess, luckily, they actually had Lux die that soon.
And in an odd turn of events, that just delays Furia even longer because they're thinking there's a second player somewhere there. His death buys time. Oh, but careful now.
Yeah.
You have offered over a second to AK. There is nobody there to protect it. Wouldn't be surprised to see Payne try to get a little faster on the A hit.
And the only person rotating over has another USP. Cello will be a little later, but Payne are moving quite slowly.
This AK's not in.
Yuri's never really exposed himself in these moments.
The AK does get here in
Cello!
time.
Oh my God! 20 kills off that one tap.
Oh, that's nasty!
Oh, and what, the bomb gets caught off. Not
USPs.
Not on a round like this.
USPs are what started this.
And look who's coming. Cello, they can cut him off. Snow. He's going to get shot in the back of the head. Big Uzero, last man standing.
What a phenomenal time to come alive for Cello. He puts a fire on top of the bomb. There's no chance to stop it. One AK.
Oh my God.
The decision to walk away from that late A retake 1 round prior. He kicks this off. What is that tap from Library?
And what is it again? The verticality. The tactic they use on these ecos. Oh my God. What a message sent. But that's,
everybody else
that's
just
what we saw
USBs.
on Vertigo is boosts like that when they don't have money. Furia have come up with new ways of approaching the rounds. Cello was the right man to have in that moment.
Draining. That is a draining outcome because Payne have Glocks.
They saved so much. Okay. Is there a world, though, where something goes wrong? You have Yuri alone on this site.
There was a chance.
Still, rotations are slow. They're pushing down Banana now. Fallen.
Trying to take... Oh, what is happening? Fallen's got an off his USP. No. And AK's been picked up. No. Fallen goes back. It's another whiff.
Guys.
Yuri's drawn out and he's going to save it. He's going to save it, surely.
No, guys.
They scoop up bomb. They've grabbed guns.
That is just... I can't even... Oh, my God.
A heroic moment for Cello. Up inside of the apartments. He's here to keep this going. How does he reposition?
Now they can watch the jump up. NQZ might be taking a risk here. We'll see if he pushes through or not.
Molotov burns one out. That's confirmation on Snow's position. Quesarado looks to go flash Cello up short side, and then they're going to come swinging in for this last second pinch. They have both got kits, but NQZ comes out. He's got a nade. The trade. Cello, save them. Save them again. He jumps up top. Wallbang Snow. But is there time? It seems so desperate from start to finish. Cello can't save them this time.
Oh my God, the pistols, the Glocks.
From high highs to low lows.
That is one of the most, I mean, it was pain to lose to USPs themselves, but I don't think anything could have been uglier than that.
Fallen in Library.
That was, I mean.
Fallen in Library.
I think the librarian is quiet right now.
Yeah. What did we just witness?
That's just a joke, right?
3 Glock kills.
No way.
3 Glock kills, dude.
Terrorists win.
Oh my God.
You can't believe it.
11-11.
You can't believe it. That was Glocks. That was a 12th guarantee.
That was a USP round 1, followed by a Glock round 1.
But at least the USP round, it's, you know,
they had an AK
boost.
Yes, that got 4 kills.
2 critical, like, that is just Glocks, man.
Wait a second. Every little bit matters. It doesn't. It's not going to affect anything that happens in this round. That's what we've learned. Oh, and now it's a 5v3. And Fallen gets his chance to make up for everything. His 7th kill in op shot on a rifle round. A smoke goes down. And when is it going to be the B site? Because every single round from Payne has ended on A.
If you can get through this, if you can take over site versus Quesarado.
They're trying to set this up. They want to go through it.
Rotation.
Here's your chance.
Again, him and Quesarado. Oh, the MP9 extends out, and of course.
Okay, maybe you don't need
Of course, he locks that down. No need from Fallen. He found his one. Hit his 5 back out of Furia, but it's still spoiled, dude. I'm just gonna say it. It's just spoiled. Like I didn't forget about last round yet. Congratulations on 12.
He jumped out of the birthday cake early, man.
I'm just
the surprise ruined. Oh my gosh.
You want a pat on the back? What do you? What?
That's so crazy. Listen, we're at this is elimination day in the 20+ round section of a domestic matchup between Furia and Pain. Yes, we did just see a Glock round 1 with a 4K on a rifle, followed by 3 Glock kills. We did just witness that all together just now. But it still leaves us with Furia in the lead despite their round happening. Somehow. All we know is OT's, I mean, for C4 Tech 9's, OT is guaranteed.
Furia, just close this. Do yourselves a favor. End it here, end it now.
Don't get run down by Tech 9's again. Oh, solid util usage.
There's a peek for Fallen around top banana. 7 and 18, and he takes this angle. You got 4 Tech 9s. You'd think, obviously, Tech 9's Inferno, call the B-Rush.
He's not hitting the flicks today, but they don't actually know the ops here, right?
They do not. Flashes into problem. Does indeed miss. Goes back for second servings and lands that one, but Big Uzera kills Quesarado the moment he gets one. That flick up.
No damage. And it'll have to be a retake here, round 24, as the bomb is going to get planted.
2 shots left.
Skulls hits that.
A saving grace offered up by Skulls. As Furia look to put an end to the Pain train here on Inferno. Push them to their limits, for better or for worse.
Oh, there's the
and
shot.
Fallen continues to collect these. Snow in the middle of it all. It's high hopes for the Pain Gaming squad, but this is where their road ends. This is where Furia extend in Shanghai. Looking to get back into playoffs. They will play tomorrow. 10 Brazilians hit the server on day 4 of the elimination stage.
Oh my God, when all is said and done, unbelievable rounds that we've seen, from USPs to Glocks to 1v3s, 2 for Quesarado in this game. And some massive performances from all of the Pain players as well, and it just had to go all the way to the very bitter end. And obviously they're going to be sad to not even be able to win that, but what can you say? It's too much to get into one sentence. You just got to watch the series back for yourselves, folks.
Yeah, if you'd like. You can do that, or you couldn't. You could just get on with your day.
There's also Spirit Heroic if you were thinking about
Dude, the cello. Okay, let's try to take a step back. Think about all of the.
Oh yeah, we get to do the death segment now, so we can actually talk about it. For
all of the insanity that comes down throughout this series.
Oh, look at this, the love being shared here between these two teams, and I think one thing's for sure, like it's so much pressure that like that's the only way you cause moments like this to happen.
Sure.
I think Fallen's got to be the most thankful, in this moment, because he obviously is having a hellish map. And he does an interview. I'm sure he's going to laugh about it after and just thank his teammates. But look at this, Snow, Skulls, and few guys that have been changing around in jerseys. I think a year or two ago would have no idea they'd be at this position in the major, playing off against each other. Cowes could be playing for Furia, Skulls could still be playing for Pain.
It's one of those moments where the torch hasn't been passed on yet, but in a poetic way, the reason that Furia are even here and able to play this game is because of Pain.
Look at this round.
When you go back to Copenhagen and you talk about Imperial and Pain getting into that next stage of the major to secure more spots for the Americas. Do you know which team came to Shanghai because of the 1 spot extra that they earned? That last spot went to Furia. If not for the advancements in Copenhagen made possible by Pain, Furia aren't even here. They don't get this chance to eliminate them. And they don't have an opportunity to go 2 teams into the hopes of tomorrow.
That's right. And so there's part of them that are playing for Brazil, and I think a bigger part of them, of course, that are playing for themselves.
Of course.
On behalf of Brazil. But for the region as it stands, we've got Furia winning one of the key head-to-head matchups in their history to try to say and argue who the better team is for the moment. Even though we saw what a mess this game was, they're going to be able to say they got farther at the major.
Yes, sir.
They won the match at the major.
Yes, sir. And that kind of keeps Furia up on that pedestal. If they're able to then go into top 8, oh boy, now we're talking. No Brazilian team in top 8 at a major since Furia made that Rio run in 2022.
This was almost Nip Amcal in Portuguese.
But at times,
but you know
so
what?
much
there
better.
were actually way better moments.
Yes.
Though. The clutches were unreal.
You know, and clutches back on Mirage, that's literally what makes the difference. 4 clutch rounds won by Furia. It's a 13-9 win with 4 rounds the difference.
Yeah.
We come into this one. Favorite moment, Cello. That boost on Banana runs all the way to Library while knowing his teammates have nothing but USPs.
Cello.
Steps out of Library to the apartment's peak and one-taps a player to sit them on their ass, and to then, from that point on, yes, lose to Glocks in the next round, but
they needed that round.
That round prior, you know, if it wasn't for that Glock round, we're just saying, wow, and Furia, when push comes to shove, step up, because, you know, round 21 and round 23, just
wipe them.
It's all Cello.
And also, that this starts off with 5 rounds in a row from Furia, Caserado winning 3 HP 1v3 clutch from quad. Off the 5-round start. These are the thoughts that are going to be running through your mind if you're paying tonight, unfortunately. That is the nature of competition. That's what makes the wins so glorious. And the hardest part of all, I guess, for Furia is that all this work is done, and they still have to play another match tomorrow just to get into playoffs.
Correct. Yep. It's a big day for Brazil, but it could also be a disappointing one as well. Yeah. No guarantees going into the final day of the elimination stage. Only 8 spots in the playoffs, and a lot of those positions occupied already. We said you get what you pay for in this game, and that is why we expect Furia to come out on top. 13-11 results is something that I think Pain, you know, once you've processed this heavy loss, you don't have to say it today, but you should be proud of. You push the best of your region to the limit.
Yeah.
And if not for, you know, a couple of individual moments that come with a huge price tag, Big Uzera does so much more with so much less.
And they, you know, they were pushed to their absolute limits back on Vertigo to make it a 13-11. And that kind of showed us how good Furia have got since the last time they fought against each other. Sure. And how good they've gotten in the last week, in particular, with some of their wins. So it's hard to say the more deserving team got through. They were both almost dead even in terms of their performance and how good they were. You might be upset about it, but you can't think about it too long, Pain. I think you had everyone's attention on this major run, just like you did back at Copenhagen.
Yeah, they tried a difficult thing as well to run it back after a rough day in the second stage of the major. Obviously getting smashed by Maus out of the gate, no surprise. The 3D Max win could have also been theirs. I think that's actually going to be one of those unfortunate moments where Pain has to look back and think, if we just irked out the 1-1 first day, then from there you get to play another best of one.
Oh, 3D Max, yeah.
They played their worst CS versus 3D Max. Today was even better.
Yeah.
So that best of one to me is really like the biggest pain point of Pain's run. Okay, of their run. Sorry. If we look at Furia,
biggest ouchie moment.
this is their run thus far. Obviously, the Spirit victory was huge. We attribute that to the recent success of Dust 2 for Furia. It's been their biggest piece as of late.
Spirit just beat Heroic on Dust 2 on the other stream.
Oh yeah,
closing out their game.
Wow. So Heroic in the 2-2 pool tomorrow.
Heroic in the 2-2 pool tomorrow, man. And Heroic playing damn well, but oof. That was a tough game versus Mongols, harder game versus Spirit. And now we'll have to see what happens tomorrow. I think we do have some idea. But I can't remember, so I'm not going to say for sure.
I'll tell you this much. Brazilian teams do not play each other. And that's something that I think...
It might be Maus versus MIBR tomorrow. I'm not going to talk anymore.
Why? You're just making up... You're just saying whatever you want.
I just want to get...
Hey, it might rain tomorrow. The sun may come up in the morning. Who knows? Launder's running for his handheld computer. He's crunching the numbers actively, calculator in hand. Mohan.
All right.
Tell me, baby.
2-2 matches, Furia FaZe, MIBR Maus, Na'Vi Heroic.
Oh my God.
Na'Vi Heroic.
That's a good...
That's not free. Maus MIBR. Maus were good, but not great. MIBR were not bad when people expected them to be bad. And Furia FaZe, is there a world, Connor?
God.
Is there a world where that's one of the best draws that they could get?
Are you telling me that Furia only have to beat a limping FaZe whereby Brokey is playing his worst major ever? Are you telling me that is what is on the doorstep of Brazil tomorrow? All you have to do is beat Maus, chronic chokers, and a FaZe that has limped into this major? Are you telling me that 2 teams could enter the top 8 of Shanghai for Brazil? Both Furia and MIBR tomorrow?
It's time to learn Chinese, buddy.
See you then.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
1xbet.